this is in Nebraska, I think, and the judge let Mejia out on $50,000 bail. And if you know how bail works, if you post 10%, then you're out on bail. Well, 10% of $50,000 is $5,000. Mejia's brother came up with the money, and as soon as he got out, he was gone. Are you familiar with the case, Director Saldana?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so I want to look into that a little bit because I was a lawyer for 25 years, and I know a little bit about how bail is set. And one of the considerations is when the judge decides to set bail, is this person a flight risk? Is this person likely to be somebody who'll plunk down the 10% and skedaddle out and never be heard from again? In fact, Mejia had a history of brushes with the law before this horrible drunk driving incident. He had had a history of skipping out on other charges when the judge considered bail. But what I read, and I want you guys to disabuse me of this if it's wrong, but what I read was that the trial court judge never, the one charged with setting bail, never even heard that this was an illegal immigrant, never even heard of his history with the law, and most importantly, never even knew that he had skipped out on other charges before. This was the poster child for somebody that ought to have a very, very high bail set. And the judge never even knew it, and it was because the prosecution, which knew all these things, never informed the judge. Now, that's what I got from news accounts, and if it's wrong, that's why I'm asking it. I want you to tell me if it's wrong. But we saw in the news accounts that the Douglas County attorney acknowledged that his office could have handled the matter better, and we'll talk about it later, but if you're familiar with the case, Director Saldana, am I getting the facts right there?
More or less, although I can't speak to exactly what the judge had in his mind when he made the decision to release Mr. Mejia.
Well, let me interrupt you. In a case like that, does it require an ICE detainer for a local judge to set a high bail in a case of probable flight risk?
No, sir. He just needs to know the facts. And we obviously were not in the courtroom at that time. It's a state matter, as you all know, when it comes to this kind of activity. And I want to tell Mr. Root, express my sympathies as well with respect to this. I think you said earlier that that the DA had said that things could have been done better. There's a lot, unfortunately, there's a lot of different things that could have been done better, and I am going to use this as a when I said I was revisiting our criminal review process, I am going to use this as an example of what could we have done differently in this case, because I don't want this to happen again, obviously, and neither does the officer or the agents involved in this case.
Well, thank you, Director, and I do look forward to hearing from the families later today. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Saldana, I just want to, you've reached out to the families, but I want to make sure it's for the record that you reached out to the families around April 22nd only upon finding out about this hearing and their testimony. So I want to make sure that's for the record.
And I want to be sure for the record.
You know, understand. I made a statement. I made a statement, ma'am. So let me, this is my time, not yours.
Okay. You understand that they're in.
Once again, it's my time.
And you understand that I'd like the record to be clear, sir. I am meeting with Ms. Hartling this afternoon. I don't want to.
I'm going on. I don't think you ought to be picking a fight with Arizona. Of all places, you better not go there. Operation Streamline, go away. Incarcerations over and over again, tell them to release them. It's not the men and women in ICE and Border Patrol. It's leadership, just like you, like the President, like the Attorney General, all the way across the board. So let's put a face on this. Are you aware in January 2015 of a young man in my home state of Arizona who was shot and killed by an illegal alien who was facing deportation proceedings but was out on bond? Are you familiar with the murder of Gran Rodenbeck by an illegal alien in Mesa, Arizona?
Yes.
This is important because I want to make sure you and your agency know about that your numbers that you cite and all these reckless, lawless policies direct have real consequences. murderous consequences for real people and their families. One life lost in this manner is way too many. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely.
So the man who murdered Grant Rodenbeck was an illegal alien who, instead of being detained or deported, was out on bond. In fact, Apollonar Altamirano, a self-proclaimed drug cartel member, had deportation proceedings dragging on more than 2 years after he was released on bond following a conviction on a burglary charge. While out on bond, this illegal alien had 2 harassment charges, very similar to what my colleague on the other side was talking about in the previous case, against him, in which one of the victims said that she feared for her life several times, and claiming to the court he pointed a gun at her and her boyfriend. Yet this man remained on the streets. Now here's this thing you talk about, this discretionary issue. So then on January 19, 2015, Mr. Altamirano walked into a convenience store, demanded a pack of cigarettes in exchange for a jar of change. When the clerk, young Grant Rodenbeck, hesitated, Altamirano pointed a gun at Grant and shot him, fatally shooting him, 21 years old. Now, Director Saldana, Grant Rodenbeck's murder is a direct result of your agency's failed policies. Why do you let murderous people like this free into our communities? Once again, all the discretion, I pointed out he's got a history and a rap sheet. Tell me why.
I can tell you, sir, what I said earlier with respect to the fact that our
It's not that code, and you keep pointing to that code. It's not that code. This man, there is no reason why this man should be on the street.
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
It's not about that code.
The code?
That code that you keep
statute.
Yeah, it's not about that. This man, the whole rap sheet, this guy should have been incarcerated. Unfortunately, Grant's murder is not unique, and his murderer situation is not an isolated case. Is it, Director? It's not an isolated case, is it?
What is, sir, the specific facts
Yeah.
of that case?
Yeah.
Well,
There's lots of them. We heard one from Mr. Cartwright.
yes, I think the numbers are in the record.
So how many aliens entered the United States illegally, were charged with felonies in FY 2015?
I'll have to look up that number, sir.
How many in 2016?
How many aliens who are in the system or who are out there in the public?
How many aliens who entered the United States illegally were charged with felonies? If you don't have those numbers, I'd like them for the record.
Well, sir,
2015 and 2016.
As I said earlier, there are 11.2 million aliens in the United States illegally.
I don't care about the 11 million. I'm asking about those that come in with felonies, that were charged with felonies.
Some we haven't encountered. There's no way we can have information on them.
How many aliens who entered the United States illegally were charged with felonies in FY 2015? You have those numbers. Want them.
We don't have those numbers.
After they got here. Don't you get it? I mean, you were a U.S.
Many
attorney,
of them
you
are
still
not
don't
trying
get
to be found, sir. We don't have any record that they're here in the country. The 11.2 is an estimate.
Yeah, they are illegally here, and they were charged with a felony here. You got those numbers.
No, sir. They
You gotta be
wouldn't
kidding
they
me.
wouldn't be complete.
You have got to be kidding. These are illegals, so they come into this country, they're illegal. They've been charged with a felony. What are those numbers for in this country? Are you
Sir,
kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you. I asked you to listen to my answer. There are 11.2 million people in the country illegally.
I'm not asking about the
It's-
11.2. I'm asking about those
The
that are here
gentleman's
illegally.
time has expired.
Thank you.
I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Unbelievable.
And let me first say to the families, thank you for being here, and I apologize for your loss. I'd like to follow up on Representative Maloney's line of questioning about Haiti and Mr. Jocks. No one disputes that he had a legitimate court order for deportation, and that the Haitian government 3 times rejected accepting him back to their country. Are you aware that the U.S. has been the largest federal aid donor to Haiti since 1973?
No, sir, I don't follow that.
So we are the largest federal aid donor in history to Haiti. And are you frustrated that countries such as Haiti don't take back their citizens after they commit crimes in the United States and have a valid order for deportation?
Absolutely. If we can remove somebody and we have that order, we want to remove that person.
Would you support a law or amendment that says countries like Haiti should no longer get foreign aid or get a reduction in foreign aid if they do not accept their citizens back that have committed crimes in the United States?
I would support looking at that question, sir, and working with the Department of State to see if that's a reasonable and logical thing to do.
Has the government of Haiti apologized to ICE or to the victim, the family at all?
I don't know about the family. I don't
Have they
know.
apologized to the U.S. government or ICE for their actions?
Not to ICE, at least that I'm aware of.
So I hope someone from the Haitian government watches this hearing, because now they've got bipartisan outrage about the government of Haiti. That's not a good place for the government of Haiti to be in. They could lose federal aid, and I would like to know if ICE, since you've already gotten a letter from U.S. senators looking at this, if perhaps you could communicate to either the Department of State or the government of Haiti and say that their behavior was unacceptable and we need them to change.
I'll certainly raise that subject again this afternoon.
So I'd like to talk a little bit about the case of Sarah Root and how the person that killed her fled by posting bond. It is my belief that the bond system is in drastic need of reform in the United States. Only 2 major civilized countries have a major bail bond industry, a for-profit industry. It's the U.S. and the Philippines is the other one. Many other countries actually ban money bond, and that's because there is very little relationship between how much money someone can have posted or the cash on hand they happen to have and how dangerous they are. And in this case, it's a good example where someone posted money and then fled. It seems to me to make a lot more sense if we eliminated money bond and instead went to a risk assessment system, which is what the District of Columbia has done for many years. And basically they say, look, if you're at risk of fleeing or if you're dangerous, we're just not going to release you. But if you're not, and you're poor and you can't post the bail, we're going to release you. We're going to do it based on a risk assessment. And I think what happens often is these judges and the whole system tends to look at the money factor and say, oh, if they can post $50,000, we're just going to release them. And really, in real life, there's very little relationship between money and how dangerous the person is or whether they can flee. Often it just depends, can you get someone to post that 10% for the rest of the bond? And so appreciate if you could look at how the bond system in the federal government may actually be helping to release people that are quite dangerous or at risk of fleeing. And maybe we should reverse that and look at a risk assessment system. I know this is not a partisan issue. The state of Kentucky is looking at moving towards a risk assessment system. And so could you look into that issue and let us know?
Well, actually, sir, it's supposed to be a risk assessment. I don't know the specifics.
But here's the problem. When you attach for-profit money to that system, it warps it so that judges, I think, don't do the proper risk assessment. I think judges would do a much better risk assessment if they thought, hey, it's on me now. It's not really how much money this person can post. It's my decision whether to release that, and it's totally on the judge and the factors. So if you could look at, would you at least look at that issue?
I certainly can.
Great, thank you. And with that, I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Grothman for his 5 minutes.
Right. You right now are supposed to fill an average number of beds of 34,000 a day. Is that correct?
That's what we've been authorized for, yes, sir.
Right. And of those, are they filled now? About?
Excuse me?
Are they filled now? About?
We're about at 32,000, I think the last time I checked, average daily population. And right around that number in terms of like the last time I looked that day.
Yep. And of those 32,000, how many are people who've been found guilty of a crime, and how many are people who are maybe just for whatever reason grabbed at the border?
There would be some that are there because of having been charged with a crime, and others that are recent border entrants, some that came into the country after January 1st.
Right. About how much of each?
I can get you those percentages.
Like about half-half, 80-20, 90-10?
I hate to pull something out of the air, sir, but I certainly can look at that.
Okay. So you have extra bed space available now?
About 200, if I'm right. And of course, that number varies from one day to the next because.
I thought you said you had about 32,000 in there and you're authorized for 34,000.
I'm sorry. Did I say 200?
Yeah.
Let me add an extra zero. I'm sorry, sir.
Okay. Right now, what percentage of criminals who could be deported do you think are being deported?
Every criminal who has a final order of removal and a travel document is in the process of being removed.
Right, but there are criminals right now who are arrested for crimes who are not removed, correct?
Yes.
And do you know percentage-wise the number of people we could remove, what percentage are being removed?
Any given year, no, I don't, not right now.
Could you guess wildly, half, a third, 90%?
It's a portion of it. I would think it'd be, I don't want to guess, sir. I'll give you a proper percentage.
Okay. Could you tell us what type of crimes we don't remove people for now?
Oh, traffic tickets?
Drunk driving?
I'm sorry, that's not a crime, obviously. It's a civil matter.
Right.
It could be for minor offenses. Gosh, the list is long and depends on a state by state.
Well,
Let me put it this way, where the offense has a possible sentence of less than a year, probably, those are often misdemeanors.
and you wouldn't remove somebody for that?
It depends. Our priorities do allow us to move people with multiple misdemeanors. They're our priority. We just have to look at every case on a case-by-case basis and the facts relating to that case.
Do you have a data bank of all the people who have been convicted of a crime who are here illegally?
We have the criminal history on anybody we've touched who's in the removal process.
Okay, well, okay, it's kind of difficult. I'm going to ask the chairman maybe to have another follow-up hearing so you can come back with more answers. But right now, if somebody is charged with 2 burglaries in the state of Wisconsin and convicted, are they going to be part of your database?
The offenses they're charged with?
Yes.
Yeah, probably so, because we'll be drawing the criminal history of each one of them.
Okay, so you have a data bank somewhere in which you are trying to keep track of all the illegal immigrants here who are convicted of crimes?
Those that we know about.
Okay. Okay, that's good. Do you feel that there are a lot you don't know about?
Pardon?
Do you feel there are a lot you don't know about?
Well, I said there were about 2 million people in the process, and the guesses are that there are about 11.2 million here who we may or may not know about. So one could draw a conclusion from that there's 9 million or so who we don't know about, that are in the shadows.
But the question is, did they commit crimes? You feel they're...
About people I don't know, we don't know what, if we don't know who that person is here, we don't know what their criminal history is.
This is the question I'm going to try to get at. If an illegal immigrant commits 2 burglaries in this country, will you find out about it?
Yes, we may. It depends on how...
Every one of your questions, every one of your answers is not quite on point. Yes, we may. I mean, will you or won't you?
Sir, it depends on the local jurisdiction. I mean, if the local jurisdiction keeps records well and they input into the system that we are a part of, I can't give you an unequivocal answer. It's not a simple matter.
Can you give us any public policy reason why, say if somebody commits a burglary, why they should not be deported?
No. It depends on the cases and the facts relating to that case. If it's a burglary if the person's been here for 25 years, they have 3 U.S. citizen children, and the burglary was 24 years ago, looking at it on a case-by-case basis, we may make a decision not to remove them, but not to detain them.
I have no more time.
Gentleman's time's expired. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Massachusetts, the ranking member on the National Security Subcommittee, Mr. Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and the ranking member for holding this hearing. I want to associate myself with the remarks of the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Cartwright, and also the written comments of the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney. And I want to express my condolences to the families as well. And thank you for turning your tragedy into something that may eventually help other families from the same tragedy that has befallen your family. So thank you for taking something very, very bad, something very painful, and trying to make something positive out of it. I appreciate your courage and your willingness to do that. I just want to make a couple of observations here. Ms. Saldana, you're aware of the Sadvitas versus Davis case, where the Supreme Court back in 2001 said that if you're holding a person that an illegal alien charged with a crime that has a deportation order, but there's no foreseeable opportunity for that person to be deported, you got to release them.
Painfully aware.
Yeah. So I'm just pointing back to Congress. We've got a responsibility here. We got to recognize the context in which all this is happening, and it is happening in the absence of a coherent and workable immigration policy. And I've had a chance with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to go down to Central America. We went down to Honduras, went down to Guatemala, went down to El Salvador, and like it or not, because of the executive orders that are out there, these human traffickers, they call them coyotes, but I think that's too romantic a term. These are human traffickers are capitalizing on that, and for $7,000, they'll give you 3 shots to get into the United States. And we visited some of the centers where if they get caught trying to cross the border, they get sent back.
And we're targeting those, Congressman.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to make a point here. Every one of those kids that was returned, and there were hundreds that got caught at the border and were returned because in Mexico they support that sometimes. Every one of those kids was picked up by their family within a couple of hours. So this is an organized attempt. It's not something that's just, people are desperate. They're economic refugees, and they're trying to have a better life. The point I'm trying to make is the last numbers we have for South and Central America, there are 61 million people living on less than $1 a day. They're desperate, extreme poverty, less than $1 a day. So if we have a system, if we're going to treat North and South America as a borderless region, then I think if we want an idea of what might happen, I think we look at Germany and we look at Europe. Because in that case, and I've spent a fair amount of time in Germany and in the Middle East and at refugee camps in the Middle East, we are asking for exact same problems where people are in desperate situations, and we do not have control of our border. We do not. And it is not the fault of customs, immigration and customs enforcement that we don't have control of our border. It's a problem of a willingness here in Congress to grapple with that problem. And we have a serious, serious problem. We can't have a Schengen zone here in the Western Hemisphere. We just can't sustain that. That's not a system that is going to provide for the safety of our citizens, and it's not going to be a system that will adequately address our need for legitimate and legal immigration. And I think it is, you at one point you were pointing back at Congress and saying, that you've got a responsibility here too, and I think you are absolutely right, Ms. Saldana. Congress is responsible. We're responsible. And I think there's a solution out there. And, I think we've got to just, let cooler heads prevail, despite the vitriolic language we hear elsewhere about, painting every single person south of the border with the same brush. That's not helpful. It's not right. But at the same token, we have a prime responsibility of protecting our people. And this is a national security issue. We've got to get control of our borders, north and south. And the faster we do that, the better opportunity we'll have to come up with a cogent and sustainable and responsible immigration system. So I thank you for your attendance here today. I see I've exceeded my time, and I thank the chairman for his indulgence. I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. Thank you. Thank him for his hard work on this issue and a number of other members of the committee. I was struck by the director's statement. In fact, she was looking directly at Congressman DeSantis, now the acting chair, when she talked about Republicans making this political. It's not about politics, it's about enforcing the law. It's about
I
following.
didn't say Republicans.
Well, your comments were obviously directed to Mr. DeSantis the entire time I was here. You were looking at Mr. DeSantis and following his opening statement and Mr. Chaffetz's opening statement, but that's fine. You didn't say Republican, so that's fine. You did say, I think, political bannering was the term you used. So I want to try to dissect these numbers. And again, from my perspective, following the law is not politics. It's the rule of law. It's what America's supposed to do and what America's supposed to be about. So let's look at some of these. It seems to me there are 4 categories of individuals that ICE probably interacts with. You have the most basic. You have people who are here on a visa and they overstay or they violate their visa. I think the law says if someone does that, they're supposed to head back to their native country as well. Then you have someone who's an illegal entrant. They didn't come here on a visa. They just illegally entered the country. If that comes to your attention, you have them. They're also supposed to be deported. It's my understanding of the way the law is supposed to work. And then you have the categories that we're talking about today, a subset of this bigger universe, if I'm getting this all right. You got people who overstay their visas or are here illegally, illegal entrant, who commit a crime. And they're in your custody. They're supposed to be deported. And then it seems to me you have maybe the most important category. Overstay their visas, or illegal entrant who commit a violent crime and then are in your custody and are supposed to be deported. So we got 4 categories where the law says they're supposed to be deported, but we're really only focused on the last 2. Actually, even a smaller subset, illegal entrants who commit a crime who then you have in custody. And my understanding is you've released 86,000 of just that subset over the last few years. And over half of that 86,000 were released at your discretion, what's commonly called prosecutorial discretion. Is that accurate, Director?
That's correct.
That's all correct. So again, when you break it down, people came here illegally, did a crime, many cases violent crime, were in your custody, the law says they're supposed to be deported, and at your discretion, not because their country wouldn't take them back, you couldn't get travel documents, or notwithstanding other reasons, but over half of those 86,000 where you just decided you were just going to not follow the law, you were going to release them.
I disagree with that. We do follow the law. The law that Congress has provided says that for those other than those that are subject to mandatory detention, a bond decision must be made, and cite some of the factors that we consider, very much what you're familiar with in the penal system.
But the fact remains, you release them.
After a careful analysis of each case.
Careful analysis. My guess is the families who are here, I also want to express my condolences to, would disagree with your careful analysis.
Are we 100% accurate every time looking back, sir? As I said earlier, we strive for perfection, but we are human and we do fall short sometimes.
Half of the 86,000 were the way I described it. Is that accurate, Director? Over half.
I think so. I think that's right.
What are the other reasons? What are the other 40%, 45%, whatever it is?
Someone who's on their deathbed and is going to, you have something from a doctor says there's no purpose in putting this person in detention. They're going to die in a few months. Someone who is too ill to board a flight and they have to be transported by air. Someone who is pregnant. Those are some of the reasons.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm struck by the 4 different categories. We're focused on the most, what I think American citizens would say, the most dangerous category, and the fact that over half of them are released just because you can do it.
You provided, Congress has said we can do it. We wouldn't do it if Congress hadn't provided that you consider bond for those that are not subject to mandatory detention.
But my understanding is you have the capability to hold more, and you're not doing that.
We do, but I'm telling you that we exercise our judgment, sir, based on what you have told us.
Well, you can't have it both ways. It can't be your judgment and you have the capability to hold more and then you blame it on Congress.
I'm not blaming it on Congress. I'm
Well,
telling
you
you what
just
the
did.
law. Well, that's what the law says, sir. If that's what you.
But
how
then
you
it can't,
interpret-
then it can't be your judgment, so you can't have it both.
No, you've given us that judgment. You've said there are things that are mandatory and everything else is
And you have the
discretionary.
capability to hold more people in that final category, illegal entrant, committed a violent crime, and they're in your custody. You have the capability, the facilities to hold more, and you're exercising your judgment to release them. And some of those people you release did violent crimes and actually took the life of American citizens.
Today, we have about 2,000 beds available.
Right.
Based on what you authorized, this Congress authorized for us to do.
Yeah, so I think we're saying let's use them.
Okay? And tomorrow it may be 34, it may be 36 tomorrow. That number fluctuates.
I'm over. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time's expired. The chair now recognizes Mr. Connolly from Virginia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Ms. Saldana, and my heart also goes out to the Hartling family and the Root family. I'm a dad with a daughter. I cannot imagine. And it was a failure of the system that made you victims and made your daughters victims. We got a problem with immigration, and I think Director Saldana has been trying to point to that tome in front of her saying, I need your help in fixing that. Because there are problems in the current system that affect American citizens who count on it to protect them, but also immigrant families who want to make sure that they're treated with respect and dignity, because overwhelmingly most of them are not criminals. I want to enter into the record, Mr. Chairman, 2 pieces of correspondence. One is from the Southern Poverty Law Center about some of the problems with the Atlanta immigration raids, and another one from my part of the country, Northern Virginia, from the Arlington Public Schools, direction given by the superintendent of schools to all families and staff because of growing anxiety about these raids in Northern Virginia.
Without objection.
I thank the chair. Ms. Saldana, I entered those letters into the record, and one of those letters states that ICE, quote, trampled legal rights, subjected mothers and children to terrifying and unnecessary police encounters, and tore families apart. It also says these raids have turned to schools, including students on their way to schools. Are there indeed ICE raids on students on their way to schools?
No, there are not raids. We conduct operations, sir, and I've really worked very hard in the community. I've met with lots of organizations that simply do not understand what ICE does. And when the term raid is thrown around, it implies a thoughtless sweeping of people. The people we targeted in both these operations that occurred earlier this year, Operation Border Resolve, Operation Border Guardian, were specifically targeted to people whose status was determined to be illegal, who had had run their gamut of appeals and rights and the process that's afforded them by the Immigration Naturalization Statute, who had a final order of removal and who were ready to be removed. That's not what I call a raid.
All right, you don't call that a raid. They do. And it's leading to superintendent of schools feeling he needs to provide counsel and reassurance to an entire school system based on the actions of ICE. Now, maybe that's justified, maybe it isn't, but maybe you want to talk to the superintendent of our schools in Northern Virginia.
I'm happy to. In fact, sir, if I can just brag a minute, we have set up a network. We're setting up a network of community relations officers, people who will meet with law enforcement, with school superintendents, with Rotary clubs, whoever will listen to us, so that we can lay out for them exactly how we go about our business. The taxpayer is entitled to know that, and that's why we want to do that.
Fair enough. But let me go back to a student. So a student on the way to school, Supreme Court's ruled that irrespective of status, if you're a student, you show up, you're entitled to a public education, correct?
I'm not sure. I take your word for it.
Well, it's a matter of case law.
Yes.
You were a
Whatever
U.S.
it is,
attorney. I mean, that was a Supreme Court ruling. I'm not making that up. And that's why local governments throughout America have to educate children irrespective of status. So whether they're documented or not is immaterial to a local public school. And is ICE targeting children based on their documentation on the way to what is a constitutionally protected education?
No, just adults. Unaccompanied
Just
children who have aged out are eligible.
Okay.
If they're over 17, I believe, or older. So no, we don't target children.
Okay. I've got a few seconds left. While you're doing your outreach, I urge you to do it with members of Congress as well. I can tell you in my district, probably my #1 subject now is immigration, given the demographics of my district. And we need a partner in your agency. We're not trying to make your life more difficult, but we are trying sometimes to solve through difficult problems that are family-related and confusion and all kinds of other things.
I'd like to follow up with you.
I would love
and
to
get
do that,
and
because
get that arranged.
if we don't have your cooperation, we can't resolve some problems. Trying to make sure that from the top down, caseworkers cooperate with members of Congress as they're trying to do their jobs too, on behalf of their constituents, is always welcome. I wish I had more time. I thank the chair for the hearing, and again, my profound sympathies go with the families. There aren't words to describe how we feel.
Gentleman's time's expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Gowdy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, I appreciate your service in a previous life, and I got to confess to you, I was surprised when you used the phrase political bannering in your opening. I was not only surprised, I was disappointed, because you seemed to direct that towards the Republicans. It was the Solicitor General of this administration not 2 weeks ago before the Supreme Court who talked about the damage wreaked by the separation of families. Of course, he wasn't talking about Sarah Root's family, and he wasn't talking about Joshua Wilkerson's family, and he wasn't talking about Casey Chadwick's family or Kate Steinley's family. He was talking about the families of people who are not here legally, and that just struck me as a political comment that he made. And of course, it's not us on our side that advocate for sanctuary cities, which is quintessentially a political analysis, that we're going to allow state and local officials to decline to follow federal process, but at the same time, we don't trust state and local cops enough to actually enforce immigration laws. That is a political calculus. That is not one done by folks on our side of the aisle. My friend from Maryland, Mr. Cummings, went to great lengths to quote from episodically from a single Republican. I've never heard him quote Secretary Castro, who has come before committees of this Congress and advocated for citizenship for all 12 million aspiring Americans. Like all 12 million can pass a background check. All 12 million, not a single one of them can't pass a background check. So if we're going to talk about political pandering, and if we're going to use your phrase, and you're the one who used it, I think we ought to at least acknowledge there's plenty of political pandering going on your side as well.
Let me make myself very clear. Very clear. I was not referring to one party or the other. I asked for everyone to drop the political banter and fighting and help me get a system that works.
All right.
I want the record to be clear on that.
The record's clear. Let's let the record be clear about one other thing, because I am vexed as to why Mr. Mejia was not detained. Can you tell me, as a former prosecutor, why the killer of Sarah Root was not detained?
An individual from ICE looked at the specific facts and circumstances related to that matter. This individual had no criminal convictions, previous criminal convictions, and made a determination based on his judgment that he did not need to be detained. And you and I disagree with that?
No. It's more than that you and I disagree with that. That individual was in fact wrong, because Mejia has failed to appear for court, has he not? Is he absconded?
It's very easy to look back, sir. Very
Well-
easy to look back, and yes, he has
Well, I'm looking
absconded.
back so we can look forward and prevent the next one. And that's
exactly what
about
I'd
all
like to
we can do unless we have a crystal ball, is look back and see what facts we were given. And Mr. Mejia, the only two things you look at in a bond analysis are danger to the community and flight risk. Those are the only two things you look at. So help me understand why someone driving 3 times the legal rate of impairment who is not here legally, did he have any criminal history at all, any arrest at all?
We did not find criminal history. I think I've been advised by Senator Ernst that he had some traffic violations previously, but criminal convictions, our records didn't indicate that he had.
Has he failed to appear subsequently for court appearances?
Subsequent to what?
Subsequent to his killing of Sarah Root.
Oh, no, he did not appear for his
Right, so
immigration court hearing.
he's failed to appear. That was my question.
Absolutely.
So the discretion exercised was wrong.
These are tough decisions, sir.
This one actually is not that tough to me,
Well-
Director, with all due respect. It's not that tough.
Okay, federal judges. make
Would
these-
you have granted a $5,000 bond for that defendant?
I don't think the bond was set at 5,000.
No, it was 50,000, which means he had to post 5,000.
Yes.
Would you have set that?
I would not, if I were a judge of that state court, and I believe that was a judge of the state court system who made that decision. Another factor that the officer from ICE might have looked at in making his decision. I will tell you, judges make tough decisions every day, and we can point to judges. I was on the receiving end of many of these as a prosecutor, asking for bond, asking for detention, and a federal judge said no, and later that person absconded. Unfortunately, it irks me every time, of course. Unfortunately, it happens a lot.
Well, it does happen, and sometimes with tragic consequences. I'm out of time, so I will close up with this. I believe in a previous life, I'm sure you work with state and local law enforcement in addition to federal law enforcement.
Absolutely.
And it's always struck me as unusual that we trust state and local law enforcement with the enforcement of every category of crime. I'm sure you had them on some task forces, whether it be narcotics, whether it be human trafficking. We trust them in child pornography cases. We trust them in all categories of cases, including traffic enforcement. So why don't we trust them in immigration cases?
Well, we do, actually. We have a 287G program that we enlist the help of local law enforcement in helping us with immigration enforcement. There are a number of jurisdictions, and I've asked our people to expand that program.
You've asked them to expand it because it seems like it's shrinking.
No, sir, it's not shrinking, other than maybe a jurisdiction withdrawing. That I can't control. We beg them to stay, but sometimes they withdraw based on whatever consideration.
So you do trust state and local law enforcement to enforce immigration laws, and you do not buy into the Democrat mantra that somehow racial profiling prevents them from being able to enforce that category of crime, but not any other category of crime?
Well, that's a fully loaded question, which I'd like to break down, because there is racial profiling, sir. I'm not saying that it happens every day, but there is. And so for me to agree with your general proposition would require me to agree with parts of it that I don't agree with.
Well, I'd like to have this conversation more, because there would be racial profiling in narcotics cases. There's racial profiling in traffic stop cases, and that doesn't stop feds and state and locals from partnering. So I'm just trying to understand why immigration cases are different.
And I think I said they're not different. We have a
You may have said it, but my Democrat colleagues have not. You may have.
Gentleman's time's expired. The chair now recognizes Delegate Norton for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I'm less interested in the racial profiling than I am in the racial sensitivities raised by this issue. I want to thank you, Director Saldana, for being here. Like those who have spoken before me, I don't have the words to offer to parents who've lost their children, particularly when they consider that it could perhaps have been prevented. I have only the deepest condolences. I'd like to get beyond recrimination and into how you do law enforcement when the rhetoric is steeped with racial overtones. Look, I grew up in the District of Columbia. as a minority group. It was a deeply segregated city. I went to segregated schools. I couldn't go in public accommodations because I was black. And even the newspapers, the best newspapers, would say, John Jones, black, committed X crime in Northeast Washington. This had an effect on me and how I felt about criminals, to tell you the truth. Because John Jones, black, sorry, they didn't say that then. John Jones, Negro, I don't know whether he was guilty or not. All I know is that by pointing out his race, my community, a minority group in this city, felt that law enforcement was pointed at all of us. So I want to ask about the delicate task of law enforcement when those that are chiefly involved do happen to be from a minority group. For example, Donald Trump, when he announced he was running for president, said something that if I put black in where Mexicans are, I think people would know how I and others who are from minority groups felt. When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, rapists. Now, I want to ask about the effect on law enforcement, where you have the delicate task of, in fact, going mostly after perhaps Mexican Americans, Central Americans who are coming into this country, and operating under the specter, not of racial profiling, but from the highest levels on television every day, hearing ethnicity called out in relation to your work. How does that affect law enforcement from the point of view of those charged with carrying out law enforcement that will, in fact, mostly involve the very people whose names have been called out with cheering from the grandstands? How does that affect law enforcement?
Well, we go about our business without regard to race. I will tell you this, though, Congresswoman. Immigration enforcement is a little different in the sense that the very definition of who we're after is determined by their country of origin, the fact that they're not from the United States, and they're here illegally.
Their country of origin will be where people of color are chiefly located. I understand where they come from. But the point is that they have many relatives in this country, too. And somehow or the other, law enforcement has to handle the delicate task of, you heard talk about the raids, perfectly legitimate to do, and somehow making sure it is not caught in the rhetoric we hear. We heard also from Mr. Trump that we should I would close up our borders to people, and he named who he was talking about, in this case, not Mexicans, but Muslims. Besides, apart from the ignorance of that statement, is completely sealing our borders to any group possible, and is it an effective way to combat terrorism?
Well, that's a huge issue, but I would say no. That's why everything we do, starting with the Secretary and his priorities, is based on a case-by-case basis. You've got to look at every individual. It doesn't matter.
Well, how could you, so sealing the borders would involve what?
I can't imagine how you'd go about that. I think there have been some discussion about building a wall and that kind of thing. That doesn't sound like it would secure anything, actually, because I've seen the videos.
Well, could you issue something for people coming overseas, saying if you're a Muslim, don't travel to the United States, you will not be accepted?
We would not do that.
From the leadership, from the highest points of leadership, somebody has to make the American people understand the delicacy of this task. So while while I think of the relatives of those who have been lost, my second thought are with those who have to carry out this difficult mission. Thank you very much.
Gentlewoman's time's expired. The chair now recognizes himself for 5 minutes. Thank you for coming. I just echo some of my colleagues. You know, I appreciate your service and what you're trying to do, but to dismiss what we're trying to get to the bottom of as political banter, that's not what we're doing. I mean, when we see reports where, and many of these releases were before you were even in ICE, but when we see 124 people who had been in custody and were here illegally and then end up getting charged with murder, when you see things like Kate Steinle, who was just going about her business, and then she got killed by somebody who had no business being in the country, that's something that concerns people here in the Congress, but the American people. And our government is involved in a lot of different things. You know, the type of health insurance you have to buy, how much water a toilet can flush, all these different things. And yet a core function of the government is to ensure the safety and security of the American people. And it's frustrating when government is involved in all these other things and then fails at its core function. So we are absolutely serious about it, and it's not political theater. It's just a frustration to have families who have to go through this. Now, you said something earlier in your testimony. You said that you need a removal order to deport someone. Without that, they can't be deported. Is that correct?
A final order of removal.
Well, because aren't there administrative removals?
Yes.
There are stipulated removals?
Yes, absolutely.
And then there are expedited removals, correct?
Yes, a person can volunteer to go back. A person who's caught at the border at ports of entry, we can move through that process a little quicker.
So there are ways to do it. And I think that part of the frustration is we've gone through the numbers a lot about the numbers that were discretionary versus what ICE would say because of the Supreme Court's precedent in the Zavidas case. But even there, that's a 6-month window. So you have somebody in custody, let's say, who got out of prison after committing a sexual assault against a child, and that individual is being held. You do have time to be able to repatriate that individual back to their home country. And what we're a lot of times told by DHS is, well, they don't get the paperwork to us in time, they don't do all this, and so then the 6 months elapse, and then this individual is released when they are clearly a danger to society. So you guys can work through this quicker. In some of these other countries, and I get that they're not always going to comply immediately, but we have not used any of our leverage against them. We have not done. The State Department has not suspended a single visa for any of these countries at all. We have the ability to do that. They depend on us more than we depend on their visas. And so what can you do to be able to move through the process quicker so that people who are clearly dangerous, have been convicted, don't have any legal right to be here, can be repatriated before that time limit expires?
I'm all about procedures and institutionalizing a process to make sure it works. My interest is not in second-guessing all our officers, it's in setting up a process and procedure that will get to that.
What do you need to do, though, to do that? What do we need to do? Because there's Mr. Gowdy, he has a legislative fix for this Zavidas issue. Is that something that you're familiar with?
I am not.
Would that be something you'd be open to learning about?
Absolutely, sir, and working with you on that total subject.
Because here's I guess the issue, and you've raised the statute books and you've said, look, they're not mandated to be deported, even if they've been convicted of some of these bad crimes, because Congress has made these decisions. And while some of those crimes, it's true, may not be mandatory, that doesn't mean that the law does not provide you at least authority to detain them. In other words, just because it's not in that book does not mean that they have to be released. It does not follow that that's the case. Now, do you agree with that?
That is true.
Okay. And then in terms of the immigration courts, you've mentioned those. Just so that the American people understand, the immigration courts, they're not Article III courts, correct?
They're not.
They're Article II. They're Article II courts, correct?
Yes.
So they're within the executive branch.
Within the Department of Justice.
And so if an immigration judge orders somebody's got to be released, and you feel that that's very strongly that that's bad for the safety of our country, you can then go to the higher up in the executive branch and try to change that, correct?
Bureau of Immigration Appeals, and then circuit courts after that.
Okay, great. Do you know when we first did this issue, in fiscal 13, there had been 36,000 individuals who had been released, who had been convicted of crimes but were here illegally. And as of last year, there had been 1,000 of those people who had already been convicted of new crimes. Do you guys have the figures on anybody from FY13 through FY15 who has been in ICE custody, previously been convicted of a crime, and then got released and then got convicted of a new crime?
I don't know about 15 precisely. We may have 15, but yes, we do have those numbers generally.
Okay, well, if you can provide those for us, I think that would be important. Then also back from 13, because I know that's obviously probably changed since the last time we have it. My time is up, and the chair now recognizes Mr. Heiss for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, bottom line, when we all come to this, everybody involved, when it comes to the issue of criminal aliens, the public safety is paramount for past victims as well as potential future victims. We agree on that?
Yes, sir.
With these criminals under the custody of ICE, are there convicted sex criminals?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any idea how many?
I think that number is available, but I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, if you could provide that, I would appreciate it.
In
That specific...
In 15, sir?
From my understanding, in 15, there were almost 1,000 sex criminals released.
That may be right.
Okay. Let me go on from there. Of these sex offenders who are released back into society, does your agency notify law enforcement?
We do, and this is something I think I testified about the last time I was here. I'm very proud of the fact that we have stood up the law enforcement notification system, whereby when we are releasing actually more than just sexual offenders, but other criminals into a state that we believe they have indicated and they're going to a specific state, we notify them that they're on
Notify who?
the state database. Usually it's the state office, and for example, in my state of Texas, in Austin,
Because you promised last time you were here that by the end of 2015 that the states law enforcement would be notified. I spoke with the sheriff of Gwinnett County this week, which is the second largest county in America next to Harris County, Texas, where criminal aliens are being released, and he says he does not hear from you.
I did exactly as I promised. We did get the notification system up and running by the end of last year to the states. What we're working now is phase 2.
So let's just cut to the quick of this. So you're saying that when an illegal alien, sex offender, or any other is released into a community, you are assuring me that law enforcement is notified?
The state law enforcement, yes. The state that's responsible for all the local jurisdictions within.
But not the specific counties?
No, we have 254 counties in the state of Texas. It would be very difficult to do that, but we are trying.
But isn't that where the rubber hits the road?
Absolutely, and that's why we're in phase 2, Congressman. We're in phase 2, which is we're going to be communicating with the specific local jurisdictions.
All right, what about victim notification? Are they notified when a criminal is released? Say you have someone who is raped, the rapist is released in their community, is that victim notified?
We have a criminal notification system, just like the Department of Justice does with respect to the penal system, and people sign up for that, and we do issue notices.
So let's suppose a rapist is released. They do not register, as we know many of them do not do, on the sex offender registry. How does a previous victim know that that predator is released?
They sign up. I think Mr. Root did this also with respect to his situation. He wanted to be advised about the proceedings with respect to that particular illegal immigrant. But they sign up for the victim notification system, and that's how we give them that information.
And all of them sign up?
I can't say that all of them sign up.
Well, I guess really my question has to do with the predators themselves, who were released. I've actually introduced a bill, and I think that it closes this loophole, H.R. 2793. It's called TRACK. It would require ICE to register these sex offenders on the national registry when they are released. Right now, that is required of every citizen of the United States who commits a sex crime. they are put on the National Sex Offender Registry. That is not the case with illegal aliens who commit sex crimes. And I don't understand that for one reason. It seems very commonsensical to me that if an illegal individual in this country commits a sex crime, they need to be put on the National Sex Offender Registry when they are released. Would you have a problem with that, with supporting that bill?
Well, I understand that's what happens with respect to any person.
It does not happen with respect to illegals.
Well,
that's the point.
And my concern is we expect the person to
do you really expect a person to put themselves on a National Sex Offender Registry? It doesn't happen.
Well, that's what you all have provided for with respect to sex
Would you have a problem with ICE being required to make sure that they are put on the National Sex Offender Registry?
I certainly like to look at that and study it, sir. Yes.
I would like, Mr. Chairman, to encourage all our colleagues to get on board with H.R. 2793. This is a common sense approach to close an enormous loophole by requiring these people to be put on the National Sex Offender Registry.
2793,
2793.
Thank you, sir.
I think the gentleman, the chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes for questions. Ms. Saldana, I'm going to come to you because throughout this testimony this morning, you've made a point to pat the large book in terms of the law that you need help with. You've said it's somebody else's fault. You continue to focus on everyone else that has a stake in this, and yet some of the blame actually rests directly with you. And so that's where I want to go with this, because you've been equivocating, in my opinion, with some of the questions that have been answered. And you know, I think specifically the ones that I had issue with when you were talking with Mr. Grothman, when you talked about the fact, do you know the entire universe of those who have committed crimes that get detained? Do you know who they are? Yes or no?
Who are in the country illegally?
No, who get arrested by local law enforcement. Do you get notified of all of those under the new system, which would be the Priorities Enforcement Program?
We have the ability to check the system.
Do you know, yes or no, all of the people that are there? Do they ping DHS and you know it?
Not necessarily.
Okay, and is that a change?
Is what a change?
Is that where they don't ping DHS anymore? Is that a change in the way that you have been notified over the last 18 months?
It's a database.
Yes or no? I know the answer, so yes or no, is it a change?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, let me be a little bit. Under the Secured Communities Act, they were required to actually come and ping you and let you know that they had someone who had committed a crime, and it actually let you know that. Is that not correct?
I don't know that specific.
You're the head of the agency. How would you not know that?
That program has never been.
I'm a congressman, and I don't even know, and I've had to read up on it. So
that program has never been in effect since I've been director.
Okay, so the PEP program, let's look at it.
Community.
You're saying that they're all participating. What would you classify as participating by someone under the PEP program?
I didn't say they're all participating. All the jurisdictions, 3,000 plus in the country, are participating. I wouldn't have said that because that's not correct.
Well, you've said that, okay, well, what?
We've made progress.
Oh, say made progress. So if someone has committed a violent act under the PEP program, are they required to let you know that they have them incarcerated? Yes or no?
No.
All right. So we could have an illegal alien that has had a violent crime, and local law enforcement does not have to let ICE know.
Doesn't have to, but many jurisdictions.
I know many do, but they don't have to let you know. Do you not see a problem with that?
That's why I'm working so hard to change the minds and hearts.
Well, but you're not working hard. So let me go on a little bit further. Why would ICE be arresting and detaining 40% less people than they did in a previous year?
Apprehensions. Apprehension numbers are down.
So are you saying, so is it your testimony here today that there's less people that are actually committing the crimes?
Well, I didn't get to finish my answer.
No, I'm all ears.
Okay.
Because I want to understand how all of a sudden there has been this 40% reduction in crimes by illegal aliens according to your stats. because you're not 40% less on detainers, 40% less on administrative removals. How all of a sudden did that happen this year?
What happened, sir?
40% less detainers, 40% less removals.
Well, I'll tell you, we have fewer people in the system. I mean, that's going to be a
By design, because you've changed the system to make sure there are fewer people in the system. And that's the frustration of the parents, is what happens is you have made the universe lower so you can report less people that you let out of jail free. Do you not see a problem? Listen, if you want to go over the numbers privately after this hearing, I'll be glad to go over the numbers. I'm a numbers guy.
Yeah.
So you tell me how it could be 40% less.
As I started, part of it is the apprehensions, the number of people in the system. We are going about our apprehensions, all our decisions, on a very informed
No, not informed, because you have to know the whole universe of the people in order for it to be informed. So how many drug dealers, how many rapists, how many kidnappers do you let get out of jail free card?
None that have a final order removal, and we're able
No,
to
you're equivocating again. The
I'm
final
not
over...
equivocating. There's not simplistic answers
Okay,
to
out
this,
of the
sir.
7,000 plus that you had the discretion to let go, were any of those violent? That you had total discretion over letting go. I'm saying there weren't traffic offenses. Out of those discretion, were any of those violent?
Yes, there were some that had been convicted of violent crime.
So don't blame it on everybody else. So that
I'm
was
not blaming it on everybody else.
So violent criminals at your discretion have been let go.
Yes, some by order
Do you
of the
not
court.
see a problem with that?
Sir, it's all based on the statute.
Don't go there, because I can
How
go
can
further.
I leave the statute out?
It is prosecutory discretion, and that's your discretion, ma'am, and that is my problem.
And I can't
And I'm out
ignore
of
the
time.
statute.
I'm out of time, but are you willing to take me up and go through all these numbers after the hearing? Because I'm perfectly willing.
Always,
and then we'll go public with them, right?
Happy to meet with you.
All right. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Farenthold.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a couple of lines of questions, but I want to start with this discretion stuff that everybody is talking about. Congress has given you guys the discretion to not deport people. I could give I give my children discretion to spend their allowance as they see fit. I would probably have to come back and revisit that if I thought they were being stupid about how they were exercising that discretion. And to me, it seems like you're exercising your discretion in a way that's coming up with tragic results. Listen, I think I can all understand you've got a violent criminal who's hospitalized and isn't expected to live 6 months. Of course you use the discretion there. It's not worth the money, or it's probably not even possible to safely transport that person to their country of origin. But, that's the far extreme. I think you're too far towards, well, we're just going to let them go. And I think that's the criticism that you're hearing from the members of Congress here. Even though we've given you the ability to do something, doesn't mean you should do it. And I just wanted to clear that up, because I think in all the back and forth here, that hasn't entirely been made clear. I think the whole point of this hearing is there are a good many members on this panel who have you up here because we think that discretion isn't being exercised wisely.
I got that impression.
All right. I just wanted to make sure that everybody was clear on that. I want to talk a minute about the Priority Enforcement Program. I meet and hear quite a bit from my local sheriffs in Texas. And as a Texan, everybody loves the sheriffs and they all have an opinion. And what I hear from them is that they are having problems in getting you guys to determine what about detainers. And sometimes they'll arrest somebody and it'll be 3, 4, 5 days before they hear back from you guys as to whether or not to issue a detainer. And by that time, the person is already bonded out. So how can we improve that process to where they get let's say, pick a number, 24-hour response there.
Okay, you know, I don't have to tell you that there are 254 counties in the state of Texas, and it is wide and long.
But everybody's got a computer. I mean,
oh yeah. But the problem is getting to the specific local jurisdiction within a timely manner. You know, so we try to get people there as quickly as possible.
Right, but what they want is a determination of whether or not to keep them. Most of the sheriffs I know, they'll drive them to you. They'll be happy to deliver them.
Congressman, oh my goodness, thank you so much. Would you give me the names of those
I will.
sheriffs? No, I am not only half kidding. I would like to know any sheriff that is having any difficulty in hearing back from ICE. I want to know that.
We'll get you that information.
Thank you, sir.
We've actually worked with some of your local people and have seen that improve some.
And I've got to say, the great state of Texas does a very good job of cooperating.
Well, we're spending an awful lot of money doing the job that the federal government could do. We could do a whole other hearing on whether or not and how much Texas should be reimbursed for doing the federal government's job. But I also want to talk about the 287G program. And what the sheriffs have found is that if they have the revenue to pay for somebody, in a lot of these small counties, you know, you look at Brooks County, small county, very little property value, they don't have the ability to pay for a person y'all will give them the training for free, but they've got to pay the salary for the person. But what has been found effective in that program, in addition, is you get a jailer in that program where they can actually access the computer and information database directly, and then they're able to determine. So I would encourage you to work on growing that program. I'm working with the appropriations to make sure y'all have the money to continue to make that work. My final question is, I'm going to get back to discretion for a second. And you don't make the decision for everybody there. I mean, it's delegated down the line. How do you ensure that it's consistent, and how do you ensure that the person who has that discretion isn't of a disposition to say, oh, let's just let them all go?
No, sir. They all know my background, and they know that would be fully unacceptable. What we do is we train, we issue directives and policies, make things clear, give guidance. We revisit. I have myself, at least once, maybe twice, gotten on the phone with each one of the 24 field office directors with responsibility across the country to say my expectations and to make sure that people have the message of how we go about our business with respect to detention and those decisions and the exercise of prosecutorial discretion in general. So, but it is a challenge when you have 6,000 officers out there who are involved in this. We just need to stay on top of it. I've got my field leadership coming in next week. We're going to go through this item by item and talk about the general subject of, is the word getting down all the way? So that's what I do. It's a constant vigilance.
Well, I have plenty more to talk about. My time has expired.
Thank the gentleman. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Sedana, for being here. Ms. Sedana, last year, it's my understanding that you released 19,723 illegal aliens with criminal records. 19,723. That's the number I've been given. 19,723.
That number is correct by, remember, court order or some discretion.
And these are illegal aliens with criminal records such as kidnapping, sexual assault, DUI, and homicide.
That's correct.
You say that somewhat matter-of-factly as if it's okay.
Well, it's not okay, but that's what the statute tells me, sir. It tells me we need to that we need to abide.
You know, it's just unbelievable to me that we have released 19,723 illegal aliens with criminal records such as kidnapping, sexual assault, DUI, and homicide. It's appalling. No wonder America's in an uproar right now.
It is appalling.
It is appalling.
Speaking to the Supreme Court of Texas, the United States, with respect to some of it, the immigration courts have another.
So tell me when you can detain them.
What's a priority one? Explain to me what a priority one is, very succinctly, very quickly.
At threats generally to national security and
So kidnapping, sexual assault, DUI, and homicide are not priority one?
Yes, they are in that priority if they're convicted.
If they're convicted?
Yes.
Now, you got me confused here. We established the fact that you've released 19,723 illegal aliens with criminal records, including those with kidnapping, sexual assault, DUI, and homicide, and you're telling me you shouldn't have released them?
No, I'm telling you, you just asked about priority one. There's another priority they might be included in. And let me just remind you,
There's another priority, so there's more than just priority one?
Priorities.
There are two priorities. And the second priority includes kidnapping, sexual assault, DUI, and homicide.
Well, the first could also. The first could because it is persons convicted of crimes. We don't, in the United States, we don't assume somebody is going to be convicted until they've actually been tried. I'm just saying a simple matter of fact. I think that's fairly obvious.
So you just go ahead and release them?
And I should remind you that you all determined...
So you, please answer my question. So you'd go ahead and release them?
If we've been ordered by a court, or if we've exercised a discretion in looking at the entire case,
so
we may make that
why are you
decision.
releasing them instead of deporting them?
Because of all the strictures in this statute, sir. I am not going to go outside the law in what I do. I cannot deport somebody without a final order of removal who's had the entire framework, been allowed to follow the entire framework you have provided, including appeals and consideration by the courts with respect to their claims of asylum or torture or whatever it is.
So you're just releasing them right here in America, not deporting them at all. They're staying here, and then we've had numerous examples of where they've gone and committed these crimes again? Don't you find that to be somewhat appalling?
That's horrible. I wish we were. I wish there were no crime committed by anyone.
Well, let me ask you something else. Let me ask you, and since fiscal year 2012, the annual budget has increased more than $680 million. Is that correct? That's the figures I've been given. Since 2012, your budget has increased more than $680 million.
ISIS? Yes.
But at the same time, the number of aliens removed has decreased by 174,000. 174,000. Can you tell me what the reason for that is?
Because we can only remove those people that have final order of removal and the appropriate travel done.
Well, if we cut your budget, would you stop releasing them? Because we're giving you money and you're releasing them.
Sir, you know, you're misrepresenting the facts when you say you
I'm
release
not
them.
misrepresenting the fact that we have increased your budget over $680 million, and you have decreased the number of people that you've deported by 174,000.
Let's make it clear that these releases, only 7,000 plus, have been entirely discretionary. But it's not willy-nilly. It's made on the case-by-case analysis of the record that we have in front of us and on flight risk analysis.
Let me ask you this. DHS leadership took $113 million that Congress appropriated to ICE detention and reprogrammed it for use by Secret Service and FEMA. Why was that? Are you familiar with that?
That is a secretarial level decision.
Oh, a secretarial level decision.
Well, it's the Department of Homeland Security, sir.
Okay. Okay. So that you wouldn't have been involved in that, and you wouldn't have known about that.
In the decision?
Or even in the process?
Am I informed about it? I'm informed about the process, but the decision is a secretary.
So we're giving you money, and here we are releasing less than 174,000. You know, I'm just appalled by this. This does not make any sense at all what we're doing. No wonder America's upset. But they should be upset.
The gentleman.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize, but and I appreciate this, but Ms. Noya, we got to do something. This is ridiculous, ludicrous.
Gentleman's time.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Now I recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Saldana, critics have argued that one factor encouraging illegal immigrants to enter the U.S. is the belief that once they enter the country, they will not be removed. I think that's been pretty well established here. Secretary Jay Johnson recently stated that the 11 million illegal immigrants in this country are not going away and that are in effect, and I find this absolutely astonishing, United States citizens. Does that include those who have criminal records? It's a yes or no. I'm just asking, is that a yes or no?
And just, if you won't mind repeating me, what was your question specifically?
Jay Johnson stated that there are 11 million illegal immigrants in the country who are not going away. They are, in effect, United States citizens. Does that include those who are here who have criminal records? That's a yes or no.
I don't think he said they're United States citizens, sir.
He said, in effect, United States citizens. But that's not we're not debating what he said. I'm asking you to believe that, do you believe that that includes those who are here with criminal records? They are
not
United
States citizens.
No, are they staying?
We're doing our best to remove them.
Well, I don't know about that, because let me tell you what just happened in Alabama just earlier this month. Authorities in Oxford, Alabama, which is not in my district, arrested 3 men. 2 were from Honduras and 1 from Mexico. One of the men, Camilo Antonio Espinoza Medrano, had been ordered removed from the United States in absentia by an immigration judge on or about January 7, 2014. According to the affidavit, it appears Medrano failed to voluntarily deport himself. Another guy, one of the other guys, Enrique Benitez of Mexico, an immigration history check confirmed Benitez was illegally present in the United States. His criminal history check showed that he has prior convictions for possession of cocaine in 2011 and evading arrest in 2008 in the District Court of Dallas County, Texas. Now, let me tell you why they were here. They were working for a security group out of Honduras who is a front for a drug cartel. And they were here, and here's what the affidavit says. Supposedly, they were here through a deal arranged through a security company owned by the French boss, who Benitez, another one of the guys, knew as an enforcer and debt collector for drug organizations. Benitez, they were going into a private residence to steal a safe and kidnap the occupants. And Benitez further stated that he and the other individuals traveled to Oxford, Alabama, and provided firearms, bulletproof vests, camouflage clothing, and other gear to do the job. And the group was instructed to assault the resident and take its occupants captive. Now, here's the point. 2 of these men had criminal records. One goes back to 2008, but they're still here. Now, because of the excellent work of the Oxford Police Department, who stopped them on a traffic stop but realized that something wasn't right when they saw them in camouflage and had weapons. And by the way, one of the weapons was a Smith & Wesson pistol that was confirmed stolen by the Arlington, Texas Police Department. Can you imagine what would have happened if they'd carried out this and kidnapped those people? And let me tell you what Benitez said. He planned to use the handgun to shoot the occupants of the house if they presented a firearm during the home invasion. This is Alabama. I want to remind you, it's Alabama. Just about every house has a gun, and for good reason. I won't get into this administration's policy on gun control, but let me tell you. Can you imagine what would have happened if they'd shot that police officer? This is insane. You can't you let people in here, you do criminal background checks, they commit crimes. I've got a deal here where one guy raped a 10-year-old girl in Alabama. Here's another one. Sofan Eldon had 34 arrests over 12 years. He's a Palestinian. When he was arrested by the Hueytown Police Department, which is in my district, ICE told them they couldn't deport him because the U.S. doesn't recognize Palestine. Director Saldana, it's been reported that ICE recently proposed changing current policy to require that fingerprints be taken from all people claiming custody of children who have entered the United States illegally without an adult relative. Let me ask you this. Among the many policy suggestions that have been made, do you think this would be an effective policy to also implement for illegal immigrants who are repeat criminal offenders but are not considered priority 1 in accordance with current DHS policy?
I would consider that. We have not proposed that, but I would consider it.
Well, why haven't you?
Done what, sir? Propose that?
Why haven't you not proposed it? Why haven't you taken that action?
I'll tell you, sir, there's a lot of things I need to get to, and I'm pedaling as fast as I can, but we all have that under advisement right now, and we're looking at it.
Well, pedaling as fast as you can won't do much good for people who are at a funeral.
That's the best I can do.
yield back.
And that's what's pathetic. Mr. Walker of North Carolina is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by recognizing two groups of people. The first one is Sarah Ann Root, age 21. Mr. Root, I'm proud of you for representing her today, and I'm also proud of your service to our country. Casey Chadwick. Ms. Hartling, as a former minister, I can only imagine what your family's gone through and losing this 25-year-old beautiful daughter here. And there's Marilyn Ferris. Chief Martin, thank you for coming all the way to represent her today. There's also another group of people that I want to talk about. Three people, again. Edward Mejia, Jean Jacquez, and Victor Ramirez. They also have something in common today, in the fact that all three of them were arrested on previous charges before they ultimately committed this heinous crime. Victor Ramirez was an illegal from Mexico. The chief did his part. Over a 15-month time, he arrested this gentleman 6 times. 6 times. Over 15 months. Yeah, this is the guy, along with his partner, that beat Mrs. Ferris' face in with a hammer. Somehow she fought back, survived 8 days. See, this is huge. And then we hear today from my colleagues that the way we justify this is that criminal aliens, according to one statistic, commits less crimes than the general public, of which you had a sweet chat with them about. Well, what if they weren't here to begin with? Would they have committed these crimes? It's not rhetorical. If they were never here, would they have committed these crimes?
No.
And then we talk about the challenge of returning these people to the country. And then I believe, if I want to make sure that you were on record saying this as the Director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, did I hear you say correctly that sealing our borders or building a wall or even finishing the wall of 2006 from the former George Bush as president, you said that that would not help us prevent illegals from coming in our country? Did you say that?
I said, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, because I've seen many videos where people scale those walls very easily. You know, that's just not the only answer. There's lots of things we have to do to secure the border.
Yeah. So it's easier not to have a wall at all instead of making somebody go and scale a wall, in your opinion. I don't understand that a bit. Here's the data, and let me start with a question here. Do you believe that the sexual assault, abuse, and exploitation are heinous crimes? We'd agree with that, wouldn't
yes.
we? Okay. And a little earlier, my colleague, Mr. Carter, talked about charges. These 19,000 are not charges, they're convictions.
Yes.
Okay? And according to this, including 1,614 convictions of sexual offense. My wife's a sexual assault nurse examiner. She works in this world. She understands that she's reaching out to the people who are going through their very darkest point of life. 352 convictions involve commercial sex trade. My state's number 9 in the country. Yet for some reason, these are listed as priority 2 instead of priority 1. Why is that?
Sir, because the most serious offenses are listed in priority 1. The most serious offenses, terrorism, it's just a matter of directing resources in the place that will hurt the country the most.
So you're telling me that sexual offenses or the rape of a 6 or 7-year-old child is not as an important offense as some others?
I was a United States attorney. Do you know the answer to that question? Of course it's a serious offense.
But I'm just going with what you just told me, that you said, no, that's not. That's priority 2 because it's more concerned with other.
Sir, in your authorization, you have directed us to prioritize you direct that the Secretary of Homeland Security shall prioritize the identification and removal of aliens convicted of a crime by severity of that crime. And that is exactly what we've done. You may disagree with the 3 categories or the way they were placed, but you directed us to do that, and the Secretary did that.
Well, here's what I hope we agree on, is that we have a major problem, and we have illegal aliens in this country committing heinous crimes who are not being deported. I also want to add one more thing in closing here, in my 30 seconds that I have left. There was a statement made earlier that law enforcement needs to be concerned about the delicate task of not putting some of the national of origin into the definition of the criminal activity. Do you believe that law enforcement should stop putting, I look at Chief Martin, who worked 30 years in gang-related activities, went to El Salvador and did some great work there. Do you believe that we should stop or drop the race part of describing some of the crimes that are going on?
We have to look at whether someone's in the country who's not a citizen. So we have to look at the country of their origin.
Okay, I don't know whether that was a yes or no, but with that I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. The chair will recognize himself for 5 minutes. Ms. Saldana, you've got a little bit of attention at your outset when you encouraged us this morning in your opening statement to drop the political banter. And I think you pointed to the rules and regs and the statutes that are in front of you, and you invited us to help you develop a system that works. And I'd like to talk about that. In fact, you and I have talked about that in the past. So let's go back to something you and I have talked about before, which would it help you develop a system that worked if we figured out a way to require local law enforcement to cooperate with your retainer requests?
Well, we need to figure out a way to get law enforcement to work with us, just like this individual from law enforcement works with us. And I don't think he'd take kindly to us browbeating him,
Not browbeating,
and forcing him to do things.
Let's stay on topic. You know where I'm getting at, which is, would it help you develop a system that works if we required local law enforcement to cooperate with ICE?
Compulsory?
Yeah.
It would help me to some extent, but that's what I'm doing in PEP, is I am trying to get everybody
let's talk about
to
that.
the table.
To what extent? Because that's the third answer I've gotten now. Because I asked you the exact same question in June of 2015. I asked you, quote, would it help if we clarified the law to make it clear that it was mandatory that those local communities cooperate with your detainer requests, end quote. And you answered, thank you, amen, yes, end quote. The next day, however, you released a statement that read, in relevant part, a different answer, quote, any effort at federal legislation now to mandate state and local law enforcement's compliance with ICE detainers will, in our view, be a highly counterproductive step. Now, end quote. Today, you just gave me a third answer, which is, in a way, it would actually help. So let's talk about how requiring local law enforcement to cooperate with ICE would help you.
In enforcing the 4,000 laws that the Department of Justice had to enforce, and I had to enforce as a United States Attorney, I found that the best way to work with state and locals is through cooperation and agreement and standing side by side.
Well, that's fair, but if I'm in a city that has said, you know what, we want to be a sanctuary city, we don't want to cooperate with ICE, my guess is the chance for cooperation is probably gone at that point. Wouldn't it help you do your job if we went to these so-called sanctuary cities and said, you know what, you can't do that. You have to cooperate with ICE when it comes to dealing with the sorts of people who kill their children.
I am working with all the cities, whether they want to.
How's that working in San Francisco?
We're making some inroads. I believe we've got,
Would
yes.
it help you more if we required them to do it?
I don't think the local government would be more cooperative if you browbeat them over the head by saying the feds.
How about if we required them by law to do it or denied some type of federal money?
I think that they are, at least I've heard, sir, and read, that state and local governments don't want the federal government to tell them what to do.
Do you think that a state and local government should have the right to tell the federal government that they're not going to cooperate with an immigration issue?
No.
Okay, so they don't have a right to do it, but they're doing it anyway. And you don't want us to bring them into line. You don't want to require...
I am telling you the realities of the real world, and that is in trying to get people to work with us for the bottom line, and that is the public safety.
I hate to be melodramatic because it's not usually what I'm very good at. Turn around and tell the people behind you about the real world.
I have been, and I hope they've been hearing me.
Let me ask you this. Does the Sanctuary City program put your field personnel at more risk than they would be otherwise?
Having to go into a jurisdiction into somebody's home when we could have gotten them at a local sheriff's or police department, yes, it does put them at risk.
So you don't want us to take steps to lower the risk for your own people?
I'm saying give me an opportunity to get this done. PEP has only been in effect since last July. It's not even been a year. So give me some time to work with state and local jurisdictions. I have made tremendous headway. Of the top 25 jurisdictions that did not honor detainers, we've got 17 back at the table.
It's been a year since you were here last time. Let me ask you this. Does the Sanctuary City program put the public at risk?
I don't know what the Sanctuary City program is, sir.
Well, let's use the terminology we've been using for the last couple of minutes, which is the programs whereby cities say, you know what, we are not going to cooperate with ICE. ICE calls us and says, detain that person that you just picked up. And the city says, you know what, no, we don't want to do that. Does that put the public at more risk?
I want every jurisdiction to cooperate with ICE.
Good. We could help you with that. Would you like us to help you?
I need all the help I can get.
Okay.
And I will work with you to try to come up with a rational system by which we can improve that situation.
Which is the third answer you've given, so I thank you for that. And I'll yield back the balance of my time to the chair, and I will recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Duncan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, all over this country, people have read headlines and stories similar to the ones, some that I have here. And this one story has been mentioned a few times already today, but I was presiding over the House earlier, and I didn't get in on all of this, and I know there are some people watching now who probably didn't hear some of these things earlier, but the Washington Examiner had a headline that said, ICE releases 19,723 criminal aliens, 208 convicted of murder, 900 of sex crimes, and before that, there was a story from the Washington Times, which the headline said 3,700 illegal immigrant threat level 1 criminals were released into the U.S. by the Department of Homeland Security, and that story said most of the illegal immigrant criminals Homeland Security officials released from custody last year were discretionary, meaning the department could have kept them in detention, but chose instead to let them onto the streets. Some of those released were the worst of the worst. More than 3,700 threat level 1 criminals who are deemed the top priority for deportation were still released out into the community. That's why people are so upset. That's why people are so angry about all of this. And then earlier we had a testimony in this committee from Jessica Vaughn from the Center for Immigration Studies, and she testified that ICE officials have told her that since the administration's policies on prosecutorial discretion were expanded, they are processing a small fraction of the number of aliens that they used to process. One recently told me that his office used to process as many as 100 aliens per day, but since the president's executive actions went into effect, now they are processing closer to 5 aliens per day with the same staff and budget. And it seems to me that this is a shameful record, that the people at the top should be embarrassed about this. As Mr. Carter pointed out about how the funds have gone up so much, and yet the prosecutions have gone way down. And I doubt that there is another agency in the entire federal government that has gotten the percentage increases, Director Saldana, that your agency has, percentage-wise. I mean, we just keep pouring more and more and more money into your agency, and we're getting less and less and less for that money. And I can tell you that people all over this country are angry about that and upset about that. Are you embarrassed about this in any way? Are you ashamed, disappointed? Surely you're not happy about all this that we've talked about here this morning.
No, sir, and I will tell you, I think you may have missed when I spoke earlier about the fact that I would like not to see one person injured or one person certainly killed at the hands of someone who's in the country illegally. But when people say, Congressman, when people say that we have released 19,723 people, it fails to point out the fact that 2/3 of that were by court order. or an instruction of the Supreme Court of the United States. And that is a misrepresentation of the picture. That's what I object to.
Well, I'll tell you, it's a terrible thing. I mean, I've got stories up here from the Texas Tribune, and they tell about one man who was passed through the Webb County Jail 4 times on more than a half dozen charges before allegedly beating his wife to death with a hammer. Another man spent 3 months in the Hidalgo County Jail for 4 months in state custody and 6 years in federal prison for multiple felony offenses. At the time, he went on a random shooting spree in Houston, killing 2 people and injuring 3 more. And then, of course, you have the famous case of this man in San Francisco who shot Kate Steinle to death after he had racked up a criminal record including 7 felonies, mostly drug-related. People are really angry about these sanctuary cities that the administration has gone along with. The American people are the kindest, most generous, most sympathetic people in this world. And we have allowed far more immigration, many, many millions more than any other country. And the American people have gone along with that. But they are sick and tired and angered about reading about all these criminals being released. And you or somebody's going to have to do a lot better job on this. I yield back.
From Connecticut, Mr. Courtney for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mulvaney. And I want to thank the committee, both majority and minority, for waiving my appearance here today and having the opportunity to participate in this hearing. To Chief Martin and Mr. Root, thank you for your presence here. Again, your stories are incredibly powerful and really demonstrate that this discussion today is not academic. It has profound real-life impact, and it takes a lot of persistence on your part to really be here to remind us of that fact. I am here because one of my constituents is here, Ms. Wendy Hartling. She's joined by Attorney Chester Fairley, whose story has been mentioned by other members here this morning. Again, just a little less than a year ago, just a horrific crime took her child, Casey Chadwick, from her, and I can personally attest to the fact that southeastern Connecticut and the whole state, has, been just part of the grief and pain that followed, and the admiration that folks have for Ms. Hartling, as Mr. Lynch said, trying to get some good to come out of this horrific event. It just has drawn admiration from all quarters. So thank you for being here, Ms. Hartling. And I think I'm the last one here, so all your patience is going to be paid off shortly and give you an opportunity to talk. Director Saldana, the one thing about the Casey Chadwick case is that, really there's just no ambiguity in this instance in terms of, whether or not someone's charges were pending or whether or not the individual was convicted of a aggravated versus a, serious offense. Jean-Jacques, came into the country without documentation. He was convicted by the state of Connecticut of a homicide. He served over 15 years in prison. At the completion of his sentence, the Department of Corrections surrendered him into the custody of ICE. Again, the government had run the traps in terms of getting a deportation order completed at that point. Any appeals that he tried to pose had been exhausted. So there was just, again, no sort of glitches that anyone could point to that would interfere with that process going to the next step, which is obviously removal from the country. As we heard from Ms. Maloney, the government of Haiti, again, played this very frustrating exercise in terms of verbally granting and then refusing on a number of occasions. So a year ago, you were before the committee, and this question of uncooperative other nations was raised with you, and at the time, your testimony stated that bolstering ICE's ability to obtain travel documents from recalcitrant countries is an important priority, and I will continue to work closely with the Department of State to achieve better cooperation from countries in accepting the return of their nationals. Again, this morning you've talked about your efforts with the PEP program in the last year or so. Can you just tell us with some specificity what's going on between ICE and state in the intervening time since you testified to fix this glaring problem?
I think I said earlier, I've met with the Assistant Secretary for Consular Affairs, Ms. Bond, and actually I'm going to see her this afternoon about Guinea in particular. So we meet periodically, and we made a commitment to continue to do that because I want to keep her posted on the countries we're having trouble with. So this memorandum of understanding we have, we meet to discuss what can be done with a particular country. And right now, you know, countries like Syria and Iraq and Afghanistan, we're just having tremendous difficulties with. So she has listened. She has promised to follow up. She sent a cable out to all our ambassadors across the world last March to say, please be mindful of this. Help ICE and other agencies that are seeking to get cooperation from the jurisdiction and assist them in their efforts to remove people back.
So, but what levers? I mean, we have levers. I mean,
yes.
Members have mentioned it, you know, the visas that we grant to citizens from these nations coming into the U.S., foreign aid. I mean,
sanctions. There are sanctions.
But give me an example of where they've actually, you know, done more than just meet to discuss this.
Where Department of State has? I'm not familiar with the specifics of what they've done.
Okay, and I guess, you know, Mr. Chairman, you know, that's sort of the crux of the frustration that myself and Senator Blumenthal and Murphy have experienced, which is that, you know, this, you know, just screams out for the fact that, you know, the agencies in the U.S. ICE and the State Department are not getting this done. And that's why we requested an Inspector General's report. That process is underway. Right now, we're going to be receiving the results of that. But frankly, I would just say, Director, you know, that response is just really not acceptable, given the fact that, you know, we have instances where somebody, again, there was just no question about their status in terms of being deported, and to have other countries stonewall our efforts, and to say that the State Department's best efforts right now is just simply to meet with ICE and to send out warning telegrams to embassies. There are other options that we have available to us, and we need to exercise those.
Withholding aid and the sanctions I mentioned. But I just want to be sure, sir, I am doing the best I can to try to persuade State. State is the most appropriate witness to explain to you why they make the decisions they do, because I can't speak for the Department of State.
Again, if I could just have another 30 seconds. Again, we experienced in this case where the government of Haiti, again, for paperwork reasons, stonewalled Mr. Jacques' deportation. ICE can do more in terms of creating a record of country of origin, in terms of interviewing witnesses in the U.S. I mean, this guy had been here for over 20 years. There were other ways that verification of country of origin could have taken place on stateside, in addition to having the State Department apply levers of pressure, which, again, I think should have been exercised at the greatest and highest level. So this discussion, Mr. Chairman, again, I want to continue with you and the members here about the fact that, you know, the response so far just frankly has not been satisfactory. I'd ask that my letter to you and Mr. Cummings setting forth the IG
it's already been submitted to the record. And Mr. Courtney, I will appreciate your commitment on this issue. The director has agreed within a week's time to give us all the letters and correspondence that she's had with State Department making these requests, because the statute is clear. Once the Secretary receives that, it says the Secretary shall. And we'll be fascinated, and I think you're right. I think another hearing would be most appropriate, and I hope you can join us for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlemen's time has expired. Director, we thank you for your being with us here today. The committee is going to stand in recess until 12:30, and then we'll convene the second panel. We stand in recess. Thank you.
All right, guys, this hearing is now in recess. We will go back to it a little bit later on. Coming up at 10, we do have a Donald Trump rally. In the meantime, though, we do have Ted Cruz speaking in Fort Wayne, Indiana live. So we're going to go live now to Ted Cruz speaking in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Over the last 7 years, we've seen our military weakened.
We've seen readiness undermined. We've seen morale of the troops plummeting. And you know, this isn't the first time as a nation we've seen this. We've seen another left-wing Democratic president, Jimmy Carter, weaken and undermine the military. And then in 1981, Ronald Reagan came into office. And what did Reagan do? Reagan cut taxes. He pulled back regulations. The economy took off. Millions and millions of new high-paying jobs. That in turn generated trillions in new government revenue. And he used that revenue to rebuild our military, to bankrupt the Soviet Union, and to win the Cold War. I intend to do the exact same thing with radical Islamic terrorism. We're going to repeal Obamacare, pass a flat tax, pull back the regulators, end amnesty. The result is going to be millions and millions of new high-paying jobs, manufacturing jobs coming back to Indiana, wages rising across the country. That's going to generate trillions in new revenue, and we will use that revenue to rebuild our military so it remains the mightiest fighting force on the face of the planet. Donald Trump yesterday in his foreign policy speech says he has a plan for ISIS, but he's not going to tell us what it is. That's kind of interesting. Barack Obama's got a plan for ISIS, and he's not going to tell us what it is. It was amusing to see Donald has the Obama plan of darned if I know what I'm going to do. Well, let me lay out my plan. To every jihadist across the face of the globe, whether in ISIS or Al-Qaeda, if you have declared war on the United States of America, if you are attempting to murder innocent Americans, a day of reckoning is coming. We are coming to get you, and we are not coming to negotiate. We are not coming to arrest you. We are not coming to read you your rights. We are coming to kill you. You know, America has always been reluctant to use military force. We're slow to anger. We believe in peace through strength. But if and when military force is necessary, we should use overwhelming power, kill the enemy, and then get the heck out. And I want to say to every soldier and sailor and airman and Marine, and for that matter, to every police officer and firefighter and first responder, the days of a feckless president who holds you up to ridicule are about to come to an end, and you will have the thanks of a grateful nation and a commander-in-chief who's got your back. So let's talk a little politics. This past year has been an interesting year. Hadn't been boring. You know, we started out with 17 candidates on the Republican side, an amazingly talented, young, diverse, dynamic field. What a contrast. You know, the Democratic field consists of a wild-eyed socialist with ideas that are dangerous for America and the world, and Bernie Sanders. But over the course of the field, the primary did what it's supposed to do. The field is narrowed, and as we stand here today, there are two and only two people who have any plausible path to winning the Republican nomination. Me and Donald Trump. And let me tell you, I like the way you think. Let me tell you, the eyes of the entire country are on the state of Indiana right now. Indiana has a national platform and a national megaphone. And I could not be happier to have this race decided using the Midwestern common sense, the good judgment of Hoosiers. The people of Indiana have a simple choice. Do we want to get behind a campaign that is based on yelling and screaming and cursing and insults? Do we want to get behind a campaign whose lobbyist campaign manager said, Donald Trump is just playing a part. He's just playing a role. He's faking it and he doesn't believe anything he's saying? Or do we want to unify behind a positive, optimistic, forward-looking, conservative campaign based on real policy solutions to the problems facing this country? And let me say, some have asked, why did you name Carly at this point? And one of the simplest reasons is that it makes this election a very, very clear choice. You can choose between Carly and me, who are fighting for the working men and women of this country, who are fighting for jobs and freedom and security. Or you can choose Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. And Donald and Hillary, they are both Washington insiders. They both believe in big government. They both gotten rich exploiting the corruption of Washington. Donald and Hillary and the Washington politicians have lied to us for too long. And this is a choice for the people of Indiana. It's a choice for the men and women here. And so I ask every one of you, if you don't want to see us nominate Donald Trump and hand the election to Hillary Clinton, because if Donald is the nominee, Hillary wins and she wins by double digits, then I ask you to come together and unify behind this campaign. And let me say to folks at home who may have been considering supporting John Kasich. John Kasich is a good and honorable man, but he has no path to winning, and John Kasich has pulled out, he's withdrawn from the state of Indiana. So let me ask the people at home, if you don't want to see Donald Trump as the nominee, if you don't want to hand the general election to Hillary Clinton on a silver platter, then I ask you to come together and unify and stand as one with us. You know, Harry Reid was asked, which Republican does he want to win the nomination? And Harry Reid said he wanted Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump has supported him for years, has given him checks. He can cut deals with Donald Trump. And then yesterday, John Boehner said, Donald Trump is his texting and golfing buddy. Now, what does it tell you if both Harry Reid and John Boehner say Donald Trump is their preferred candidate? Donald is Washington. Hillary is Washington. It is the corruption that has sold us down the river. There's only one force strong enough to break that Washington cartel, and it is we the people. It is the American people. So I want to ask each of you today, if you want to see us break the power of Washington and bring power back to the people, then I ask each of you to come out on Tuesday and vote for Carly and me 10 times. Now, we're not Democrats. I'm not suggesting voter fraud. But if every one of you picks up the phone and you call 9 other people and you get 9 other people to vote on Tuesday, you will have voted 10 times. You know, maybe you're not old enough yet to vote. You know, if you get 10 other people to vote on Tuesday, you will have voted 10 times before you turn 18. That's how we win. It comes from the people. It comes from us standing together, united. The media wants everyone to give up. The media wants everyone to surrender this to Donald Trump so that then they can hand the general election to Hillary Clinton and keep us on the path we're on. But I'll tell you this, if we continue to unite the party, we're going to win this Republican nomination. And that is the first step to uniting this country, and we're going to win the general election and beat Hillary Clinton. It took Ronald Reagan. Actually, let me redo that. It took Jimmy Carter to give us Ronald Reagan. And I am convinced the most long-lasting legacy of Barack Obama is going to be a new generation of leaders in the Republican Party who stand and fight for liberty, who stand and fight for the Constitution, and who stand and fight for the Judeo-Christian values that built this great nation. Thank you, and God bless you.
All right, guys, this Ted Cruz event has wrapped. It looks like the congressional hearing is continuing on illegal immigrants committing crimes. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Folks from their district and state, a unique sense of community. We're all in this together. When something happens to one of us or our neighbors, it really gives levity to the situation. It hits us hard. It puts an impact on us personally, because it's like it's happening to all of us. Though we cannot fathom his grief, Mr. Root, we are left with a deep sense of loss, and we want to see justice. What happened to Sarah was a tragedy and a horrible crime, and now the Root family and the community are left waiting to see if Ezwin Mejia will ever be found, will ever stand trial because of failures of the court and failures of the federal government to enforce our laws. I had the chance to question Director Saldana early this year, and she shared when ICE failed to follow through on a detainer, it kept Ezwin Mejia from facing justice. She also said ICE will be looking at this case to make sure this doesn't happen again. As the chairman knows, this is something we hear too often without seeing actual results. From ICE not accurately reviewing the requests of the local police to the Department of Health and Human Services, placing Ezwin Mejia as an unaccompanied minor with his brother, who's also here illegally. I am astounded this administration not only continues to restrict the enforcement of our immigration laws, but they don't seem to understand them at all in the first place. Nothing can bring Sarah back, but we can honor her and preserve Sarah's memory with justice and making sure this never happens again. Scott, thank you for being here today. May God give you courage, wisdom, peace, and strength in your fight for Sarah and her memory and for justice. Thank you for being here today. Mr. Chairman, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Root, we appreciate your strength in being here today and offering your perspective, and look forward to hearing your testimony and grieve for your loss as well. So thank you. We're also pleased to have Mr. Chris Burbank. He's the Director of Law Enforcement Engagement at the Center for Policing Equity. He's also the former Chief of Police, I believe 9 years in the Salt Lake City. I've had the pleasure of interacting with him on a number of occasions, and Mr. Burbank, we're pleased to have you here and participating and giving a perspective as well. So thank you for being here. Pursuant to committee rules, all witnesses are to be sworn before they testify. So if you will please each rise and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect that the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. We would appreciate your limiting your verbal comments to 5 minutes, but your entire written record will be entered into the record. Chief Martin, we will start with you. You're now recognized for 5 minutes. And please know in advance, you need to bring that microphone up close and just make sure it's on, and thank you. That'll help us all. Chief Martin.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, good afternoon. My name is Ralph Martin, and I am the police chief for the city of Santa Maria, California. Santa Maria is the largest city in Santa Barbara County and one of the largest cities on California's Central Coast. It has a population of over 100,000, is a few minutes from the coastline, and is surrounded by agriculture. We are about halfway between Los Angeles and San Francisco. I'm here today to share with you an event that occurred just 9 months ago. It's about the brutal and vicious attack of 64-year-old Santa Maria resident Marilyn Ferris. At the time of this attack, Ms. Ferris was gainfully employed at nearby Vandenberg Air Force Base, where she worked the night shift as a satellite tracker civilian contractor. She's been doing this since 1974. Prior to that, she spent 4 years in the United States Air Force. On the morning of July 24th, 2015, at approximately 9:45 in the morning, while Ms. Ferris was sleeping, 2 suspects broke into her home, sexually assaulted her, strangled her, and beat her about the head and face with a hammer. But despite the incredible beating, Marilyn would not give up. She fought back with all the strength she could muster, even while receiving repeated blows. The suspects left her for dead, but somehow with her eye socket shattered and her neck bone broken, she dialed 911. As the suspects made their escape, one of them, identified as Victor Martinez Ramirez, broke into another home on West Donovan Street, entering through a sliding door. There he encountered 3 young children and their mother. However, she managed to dial 911 and the suspect fled again. As officers were responding to Ms. Ferris's home, additional officers are now responding to West Donovan home. Suspect Martinez starts jumping backyard fences, but the patrol officers set up a solid perimeter around him. And within minutes, one of our canine officers finds Martinez hiding underneath a tarp on a patio of a nearby home on Cox Street. Now that's 3 blocks from Ms. Ferris's home and 1 block from the Donovan Street home. He was arrested for burglary, sexual assault, and attempted murder. During the 4th day of the investigation, detectives identified and arrested a second suspect, Jose Villagomez. He was subsequently charged with the same crimes. 8 days after Ms. Ferris was attacked, she died in her hospital bed, unable to recover from her brutal injuries. Victor Martinez is an illegal alien from Mexico. He had been arrested by the Santa Maria Police Department 6 times in the previous 15 months. He was released from the Santa Barbara County Jail 96 hours before he attacked Ms. Ferris. Villagomez is a U.S. citizen, although he spent much of his life in Mexico. He had had 1 previous arrest. Both are currently in custody awaiting trial. I believe that when the federal and the state government fails to do its job, it falls on the shoulders of local government, and we are not equipped to deal with these issues financially or with personnel. The arrest sheet on Martinez is a glaring example of federal and state failures. On one occasion in 2014, ICE filed a Form I-247 immigration detainer. However, the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Department does not recognize the lawful hold based on the Miranda Olivares versus Clackamas County decision, which is a federal court ruling. 2 weeks before the attack, Martinez was cited as opposed to being arrested for possession of methamphetamine because recently California passed Prop 47, which I'll address in just a moment. On July 16, 2015, 8 days before assaulting Ms. Ferris, Martinez was arrested again for felony possession of a dirk or dagger, as well as possession of drug paraphernalia. He was additionally charged at that time with 2 additional misdemeanors because he had 2 outstanding warrants for $10,000 apiece. One for failure to appear in court, and the other was failure to appear in court, and the other one was a probation violation. He was released that day. 4 days later, he attacks Ms. Ferris. Now, the state of California passed Prop 47 in November of 14. It was a complete con job pulled on the people. It was titled Safe Schools and Safe Neighborhoods, but in reality, it was just nothing more than a title. What it did was, in the fine print, reduce felony drug possession, like possession of heroin, possession of cocaine, possession of methamphetamine, to a misdemeanor citable offense. So now thousands of arrestees are petitioning the courts to reduce their convictions, as did Martinez. And the reason I bring this up is that if the convictions are then reduced to misdemeanors, ICE will look at those later on and see the felonies are now misdemeanors. Now, the city of Santa Maria, as well as other cities throughout California, are seeing an increase in homeless persons that have been with high drug dependency. And many of these persons would have been removed from our streets, been required to appear in court, and referred to drug rehabilitation and treatment programs. But the numbers have substantially decreased because of Prop 47. So it's a combination of federal issues and state issues. You know, I can't help but think our U.S. Marine makes a wrong turn at the border, and he's locked up for months and months at a time. And yet we in the U.S. seem to be running a catch and release program for criminal aliens. Now, I've been in this business for 40 years, and when I hear of incidents, whether it's the Root case or others, and people say it's a tragedy or some kind of senseless tragedy, you know, I just shake my head and say no, because when we do not enforce our federal and our state laws, all we truly have is predictable consequences. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Hartling, you're now recognized.
Hi, my name is Wendy Hartling, and my life will never be the same after June 15th, 2015. I am here on behalf of my daughter Casey, who was stabbed to death over 15 times and stuffed into a closet by a criminal alien, Jean Jacques. He was found guilty of attempted murder in 1996 and served 16 years in Connecticut prison. He should have automatically deported by Immigration and Customs Enforcement when he was released from prison. Instead, he killed Casey on June 15, 2015, and was found guilty of her murder after a trial. My hope is that he never gets out of prison. According to laws passed by Congress, Jacques should have been deported. ICE had him in custody and detention 3 times. Tragically, ICE released him 3 times, and he killed Casey just a few months after his last release by ICE. From defensive wounds, we know that Casey fought courageously and that she suffered greatly before her death. If ICE and Homeland Security had done their job, Casey would not have died, and I would no longer be here as a part of a club of homicide survivors, which no parent ever wants to join. My attorney, Chester Fairley, has written an article on the failure of deportation of criminal aliens. I would like to submit a copy of the deportations process contributed to the, oh, wait a minute, no, I've got to go back. Mr. Fairley states, this miscarriage of deportation process contributed to the death of Casey Chadwick and caused grief and suffering to her parents and friends. I understand that the Inspector General of Homeland Security has undertaken a full investigation of the Jacques failed deportation case, and we are awaiting the report. My daughter was loved by so many, family, and friends. Over 300 people came to her wake. Casey and I were very close. She called or texted me every day. I can no longer talk to my daughter, hold her, hug her, or simply just hang out with her or go out to eat, which was one of her favorite things to do. This breaks my heart of every second of every day. Her best friend, Costa, of 13 years plus, who came with me on this trip as support, is devastated, as is Casey's boyfriend. This is what I have lost. I can't watch her walk down the aisle on the arm of her father. She will never have the chance of becoming a mom, something she was thinking of before her death. She will never see her 2 nephews grow up or go to her siblings' weddings. She will never again be at our family functions and holidays. The tragedy of Casey's death is not an isolated case and is occurring frighteningly around the country. Something has to be done to fix this horrible problem. I would never want any family to have to go through this. The pain is always with me. My heart is broken. I go to Survivors of Homicide group, which is very helpful. An important thing that I learned there was that the pain will never go away. I have to learn to live with it. I am trying, but it is the hardest thing for me in my entire life. Still, I must find the courage and strength to advocate for Casey, who cannot speak for herself. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And of course, we'll include that letter into the record. And you did great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Root, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Chavez, Ranking Member Cummins, and respected members of House Committee and Oversight Government. My name is Scott Root, and I thank you for the opportunity to be the voice of my murdered daughter, Sarah Rayanne Root, murdered on Sunday, January 31st at approximately 2 a.m. by a drunk driver and illegal immigrant, Edwin Mejia. Less than 24 hours, Sarah walked with a 4.0 grade point average at Bachelor's in Criminal Investigations from Bellevue University. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Officer Bose, Rizzo, Adam and Don Turnbull, and Swanson from the Omaha Police Department. We would also like to thank Congressman and staff Steve King, Robert Goodlay, also thank Senators Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Sass, Sessions, and the doctors and nurses at the University of Nebraska Medical Center. As a 30-year member of the Steamfitters Local 464, it is ironic that I find myself thanking a Republican House and a Senate member who reached out to us within weeks of Sarah's death. My ex-wife were not contacted by any Democrats or ICE until April 22nd, after I learned I would testify, and 82 days after my daughter was murdered. They were told ICE had a victims unit and they would be reaching out. I am an Army veteran. I served with the 1st Cav. My father was a World War II medic and was a recipient of the Purple Heart, Silver Star, and the French Medal Croix de Guerre. I don't want to share this to talk about ourselves, rather to point out that the Root family has served their country when called upon. Now they're asking for your help in getting answers and justice. My mother and sister legally immigrated to the United States after World War II and become American citizens. In my opinion, the Obama administration with open borders policy has changed us. We no longer ask for immigrants to assimilate to our way of life. Rather, schools, governments are required to accommodate to their needs of their country. My mother and sister took pride in becoming Americans and learning the language and culture. By allowing illegal immigrants to take custody of illegal immigrants with no controls in place for a person like Edwin Mejia, the man who killed my daughter, were to break our laws. Sarah was a daughter, sister, granddaughter, cousin, niece, and a friend. She was bright, smart, loving, caring, respectful, and strong. Like her brother and mom, she stood up for her beliefs. My son Scott lost his best friend, confidant, when Sarah died. Her mother lost her best friend. Daughter and fellow Kansas City's chief, I'd like to take this opportunity to walk my daughter down the aisle on her wedding day and spoil her grandchildren she wanted. She loved to fish, and this year she wanted to try deer hunting. In the early morning of January 31st, I received no call a parent should ever have to change. My family was summoned to the hospital at approximately 4 a.m. I thought we had to deal with a broken leg or a broken arm. I didn't dare think the worst. I was awaiting something that no father should have to go through. That was identify their child. Her spinal cord was snapped, her skull fractured in 2 places, her face was swollen and beyond recognition.
We identified her by her tattoo on her rib cage, live, laugh, love, and a crucifix. The neurosurgeon said on a scale from 1 to 10 that her chance for recovery was 0. No parent should have to deal with that, especially when the situation could have been prevented if the laws had been followed and enforced. Sarah was an organ donor. Her mother and I kept her on life support 3 days to allow organ recipients and their doctors to prepare themselves for harvesting. Sarah, through her unselfish act, was able to save 6 individuals. She also helped 4 to 5 dozen more through donation of tissue and tendons, bones. Since the accident, I learned Edwin had been apprehended in Arizona at 16-year-old minor, yet our government allowed him to be turned over to his brother, another illegal immigrant. Due to pressure being applied to the mentioned congressman senators, Edwin is now on the ICE top 10 most wanted list. This is ironic. On the webpage it says unlawful, illegal. When apprehended in Arizona, he was released to another illegal. When the Omaha police approached ICE 5 times requesting a detainer, we were reached each time with unlawful, illegal. Edwin was released 4 days in jail, and his brother posted 10% of $50,000, which is $5,000. It costs more to bury my daughter than her family and friends have been given a death sentence and a denial of her love, companionship. My family understands that her questions have not been answered, but I would like to go on for record of the following. At a local level, my friends are collecting signatures against Jeffrey Marcuso to remove him from the bench. He failed to show up for minor traffic infractions and presented a flight risk. Our question at the federal level, who is accountable? Sarah Sedania, Jed Johnson, Barack Obama. Harry Truman used to say, the buck stops here. This is not only a case of administration. Marcuso recently sent bail for another illegal immigrant accused of vehicle homicide in Omaha, $2 million for the local. ICE set a detainer on him. Congressman Goodlay, Senator Grassley, and a joint letter to Jed Johnson demanding answers for our case. Senator Sass has demanded answers from Sarah Saldana. If they cannot get answers from a family from Iowa, held accountable, has anyone been held accountable for the local level? It's been 2.5 months since the senators and congressmen have asked answers from ICE. When can we expect to get the answers? The Omaha Police Department did their jobs. How is it that illegal brother was able to bail him out and disappeared? Do I get a choice which laws to follow? If not, which does an unlawful or legal immigrant mean? Sarah's family and friends are punished. Would officials of ICE Edwin's crime and the criteria for level? Would someone please explain to me how a daughter had a spinal cord and a skull fractured in 2,000 places by a 6,000-pound pickup with 1,000 pounds of roofing equipment traveling at 70 to 80 miles per hour in an underage person, three times over the legal limit, drag racing from Honduras, not violent? Explain that to me. What information do we have on Edwin's family and friends? Who owned the vehicle that Edwin was driving that killed my daughter? I understand it's another illegal from Wichita, Kansas. He was driving the streets with Omaha with no driver's license, no registration, no insurance. He did not show up for obligations for minor traffic violations. It was assumed he would show up for motor vehicle homicide. On attention level, has a red pool notice been issued? Are those steps in place? Does he have a cellular card? What is being done in the country of Honduras? Edwin was apprehended in Arizona. Was a file created? If so, what information has been communicated? If the Obama administration position on this is not to enforce immigration law, what is the purpose of ICE and our tax dollars being wasted? The only incentive to capture him is $5,000 reward through the Omaha Crime Stoppers. What other tools and means are available to the national law enforcement and people in Honduras, Mexico, or the United States to turn Edwin to the authorities? In my closing, my family and friends will not stop until people at the local and federal level are held accountable to her killer and brought to justice. When Edwin is caught, he will face a 20-year prison sentence and 8 to 10 with good behavior. But my family is facing a sentence without her. Her sentence is unavoidable and would have occurred if the failed policies, the Obama administration, and the laws that allowed be ignored in an incompetent local judicial system. This was the last time I saw Sarah was January 31st. She graduated from Bellevue University. Now I carry a cross on my heart with a crucifix around my neck. I want to leave you with a personal story. When Sarah was young, she had a patch of hair on her back. I would tease her by calling her Monkey Girl. She hated it, but she knew it came from a father's love. I love you forever, Monkey Girl. Thank you for this opportunity to share Sarah's story and my family's story. Scott Root.
Ms. Root, thank you. Thank you for your personal service to this country and for the strength to be able to offer that statement and be here today. And God bless you. Between yourself and Ms. Hartling, thank you for sharing your stories. We'll now recognize Chief Burbank for 5 minutes.
To begin, I would like to say to the Hartling family and the Root family that I am sincerely sorry for your loss. You deserve much better, the tireless effort of law enforcement and the love of your communities. Committee members, we are experiencing a modern transformation of our world and especially of our nation. Demographics, cultures, economies, and public expectation are evolving rapidly. Interconnection of the globe through technology and the migration of people is a dynamic driver of change. Modern immigration has introduced cultural, religious, and intellectual diversity, creating avenues for multicultural competitiveness. Robust scientific evidence indicates that immigrants contribute economically, improve the local tax base, stabilize economy, and drive down crime, whether they move lawfully or unlawfully into new communities. Some of the highest immigrant-populated cities have experienced the steepest declines in crime. Coincidentally, this dramatic change has also marked an increase in bias, inequity, vitriol, and fear. Immigrants are ever increasingly stereotyped and demonized inappropriately for their involvement in criminal activity. Research conducted over the past 30 years has consistently shown that immigrants are less likely to commit serious crimes or to be incarcerated. This holds true whether documented or undocumented and regardless of their country of origin. It is a fact, as undocumented immigration has increased, crime has decreased dramatically. There's no demonstrable correlation between immigrants and crime. Additionally, there is no documented relationship between enhanced immigration enforcement and reduced crime. Public policy must be driven by evidence and not anecdotes. We have demonstrated that enforcement, arrest, incarceration, and force are not the most effective tools to prevent crime. A case in point, as incarceration rates soared in the 90s, so did police officers, search warrants, and other enforcement activities. We were at war against drugs, against gangs, and yet violent crime increased. The lasting legacy of this period was not crime reduction, but rather historically high incarceration rates, zero-tolerance approaches, stop-and-frisk practices, and the over-incarceration of individuals of color for misdemeanor violations, harming our communities far more than helping. In fact, the mistrust of communities of color that we face today is a result of hard-on crime, indifferent enforcement tactics perpetrated on neighborhoods labeled high crime. People experience their lives within neighborhoods, rarely at a national, state, or even city level. This is especially evident in socioeconomically depressed communities. Effective and appropriate policy and practices must understand and address life issues, education, health, housing, safety, and transportation. Public safety is exercised through community policing, is best accomplished at a local level, capable of a nimble, small government approach to addressing these life issues. Immigration enforcement has created a double standard wrought with constitutional concerns. Immigrants not only face potential criminal penalty, but excessive detention without due process and ultimately deportation. Immigration enforcement can only be accomplished through racial profiling. Immigrants have been stopped for pretext traffic violations, questioned about their status, detained for numerous days without probable cause, transferred to the custody of ICE, and deported without notification to their families. This most certainly does not represent equal treatment under the law. Recidivism rates hover around 67% for individuals incarcerated. Conversely, Persons adjudicated within a restorative justice model, designed to be an alternative to incarceration, reoffend at a rate less than 40%. Education or knowledge about society, social norms, laws, and traffic codes gained through participation and inclusion is the way out of addiction, substance abuse, and misdemeanor crime. When communities or groups of people are afraid to participate, we systematically isolate them, creating a negative environment where success is difficult, if not impossible. Studies have shown that immigration enforcement is not viewed as a legitimate public safety tool and does not serve to enhance community well-being, but further divides communities and undermines the already difficult job law enforcement has of maintaining public trust. Throughout history, law enforcement has been an efficient tool of social oppression, directed to protect certain races against the symbolic threats of others. We are still working to repair the mistrust, resentment, and rage that many in our communities continue to feel. It is not surprising that law enforcement officials across the nation are troubled at the proposition of mandatory immigration enforcement practices that appear motivated by prejudice and are likely to result in an increased crime. The time has come to accomplish comprehensive immigration reform. We must bring millions of people residing in our neighborhoods, contributing to our economy, adding value to our lives, out of the shadows and into mainstream. Crime prevention is best accomplished when we are partners in the effort with all members of society. Just as we have been unable to incarcerate our way out of crime, we will never solve immigration issues through deportation. Thank you.
We got a lot to talk about, Mr. Burbank, because I think you are in totally the wrong planet. But we're going to get after that. There is a vote on the floor. And so our apologies for this panel. But the committee is going to recess. We have 3 votes. And then we will come back and resume the questioning portion of this. So committee will stand in recess and will reconvene no sooner than 1:30. Thank you.
All right, guys, that is the end of this hearing. Let me go ahead and play something for you now. So, in case you guys missed it, Ted Cruz comes out, holds a press conference, basically addressing the comments that former Speaker of the House John Boehner made about him. John Boehner last night speaking at Stanford, calling him Lucifer in the flesh. Let's hear what he had to say this morning.
It's great to be here in Fort Wayne. We continue barnstorming the state of Indiana. We're on our bus tour. The energy, the passion, the excitement we're seeing on the ground is growing day by day. And I couldn't be more encouraged that Indiana will play the decisive role that it is going to play in this primary. That this election, that the common sense Midwestern judgment of the Hoosier State is going to play a pivotal role in this Republican nomination. The eyes of the entire country are looking to Indiana. And Indiana has the opportunity to make a decision, not just for the Republican Party, but for the country. Do we want to go down the road of nominating a campaign based on yelling and screaming and cursing and insults? Or do we want to unite behind a positive, optimistic, forward-looking conservative campaign based on solid policy solutions to the real problems facing this country, based on bringing jobs back to America, bringing manufacturing jobs back to Indiana, raising wages for the working men and women of this country? Yesterday, we made a major announcement that if I am the Republican nominee, my vice presidential nominee will be Carly Fiorina. The reaction has been tremendously positive to that announcement. Carly is a remarkable leader, an incredibly successful business leader who started as a secretary and climbed the corporate ladder to become the CEO of the largest technology company in the world, the first female CEO of a Fortune 20 company in history. Carly has spent her whole life shattering glass ceilings. And in naming a vice presidential nominee, that may well be the most solemn and serious decision any presidential candidate has. You look for someone who is prepared to do the job from day one. The most important job of a vice president is, if the president is incapacitated, to be prepared to step in and lead the country, to be prepared to deal with the challenges facing America, the economic challenges, bringing jobs back to America. You want to nominate someone who has the knowledge, both of our domestic economy and of the world, to do the job. Someone who has the judgment, someone who is measured and careful, not hot-headed, not rash, not popping off at whatever the latest Twitter storm is, but instead who is a serious leader we can trust to be commander-in-chief and keep this country safe. And you want someone with character. You want someone who is honest and trustworthy, who can be counted on to fulfill the promises made to the American people. All of us are furious with politicians who say anything, who play a role, who play a part, who pretend on the campaign trail and then go to Washington and they become part of that same corrupt Washington system that enriches big business, enriches Wall Street, and leaves the working men and women of Indiana out in the cold. Enough of that already. We need instead leaders who will fight for the hard-working men and women of this country. And I will tell you, you could not ask for a clearer contrast than the contrast between Carly and me on the one side as conservative, tested, trusted leaders that you can count on to fight for you, versus on the other side, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. Donald and Hillary are flip sides of the same coin. Hillary has made millions selling power and influence in Washington, and Donald has made billions buying politicians like Hillary Clinton. Hillary and Donald are the system. If you're fed up with the corruption of Washington, that's why so many Hoosiers, it's why so many Republicans, it's why so many Americans are uniting behind our campaign, because we want instead real solutions to the problems facing this country. Carla?
Well, it's fantastic to be here in Indiana. Obviously, I was very humbled and honored to accept the the senator's offer to be his running mate yesterday, and it's very exciting as we barnstorm the state in the bus, back in the bus with the girls. But I think, you know, he talked about Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump being two sides of the same coin, part of the system. Boy, is that ever true. Boy, is that ever true. And all you got to do is look at the amount of money Donald Trump has given, whether it's to the DCCC or the John Boehner super PAC. I mean, he's bought off politicians all his life. And that system, that corrupt system of insiders and double dealing and crony capitalism is why the people of America, the vast majority of the American people, 80% of us, have now concluded the federal government is incompetent and corrupt. It is. And that we have an insider system that works for some. It works for people like Donald Trump. He's big and powerful and wealthy and well-connected. But it doesn't work for most of us. And so what you have here is a fearless fighter who, as a conservative, understands that the thing that ails us is too much money and too much power concentrated in the hands of too few. And we need to put money and power back where it belongs, in citizens' hands, in communities' hands, and in the states.
Senator, a two-part question for you. Number one, how do you and Mr. Farina combat the criticism that you're hearing that this move, naming her your running mate, is an act of desperation? And then part two, can you answer that one, then I can ask the part two?
No,
after?
you ask both.
Part two is John Boehner calling you now, in his words, the most miserable SOB he's ever worked with, saying that you are Lucifer in the flesh. And I'm wondering how you square that with the necessity to pull together some of those establishment Republicans in order to get the nomination. Reaction to that?
Well, let's start with the first point. It surprises precisely nobody that Donald Trump's response to my announcing Carly was to engage in insults. Listen, Donald does one of four things. He yells, he screams, he curses, or he insults. I suppose you could start a drinking game on which one of the four Donald is going to respond to any given stimulus that might occur. But the one he does most frequently is he insults. He insults everybody and anybody he encounters. So, of course, he would scream desperate. That is Donald Trump. It's the only way he knows how to operate.
Thank you, everybody. Wow, that's so nice. So I've never done this. I did it last night. I've never done this before because, you know, I'm running and I'm supposed to be introduced, but in this case I have to do a quick introduction, right? You know what I'm talking about. Because there's a certain man that truly loves Indiana. Truly loves Indiana. Good. And he loves our country dearly, dearly. But here's the story, because I checked it, and I knew it was good. I didn't even know it was this good. But, you know, Bobby called me up. He called me up about a year ago. And he said to me, hey, Donald, I don't know him. I didn't know him. I knew of him. He was, to me, the best. You don't get any better. Tough, tough. Would you say he was tough enough? Would you say? But, you know, not just tough. Smart, tactical. He was a winner. He was a winner. And still is a winner, believe me, the best. So he just calls me and he said to me, if you ever run, this was before I decided to run. I was thinking, I mean, you know, doing that is hard. It's hard to run. It's like, what do I need this for, right? My wife is saying, what do you need it for? We want to make America great again. That's all. That's all. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. And, you know, we have a chance. We have a chance, honestly, and I see this because no matter where we go, we have thousands and thousands of people. And I think we really have a chance to make America greater than ever before. I really mean it. With that being said, we can't slip. We can't slip. We can't have another 4 years of effectively Obama again. We can't. We can't do it. All right. So Bobby called and he said, you know, if you ever run, if you decide to run, because people were talking maybe I'd run. If you decide to run, I would love to endorse you, to help you if you decide to run, because you could be, like, good, real good. So I said, you know, Bobby, I really appreciate that. At first I had to make sure it was really him, and we did, and it was really him. I said, give me a number, Bobby. He gives me a number. I put it down. I put it aside, and that was a year ago. And then on June 16th, I decided to run. And who knew that Indiana, usually, you know, it's over or something, but all of a sudden, Indiana's going to have such an unbelievable impact on the decision on who it's going to be. Who it's going to be. And I'm the only one going to beat Hillary, and we'll beat her so badly. So badly. These others will not. The others are just cookie cutters. And I watched Ted Cruz this morning. Oh, I can't listen. So dramatic. Can't watch. So anyway, I called Bobby. I said, hey, Bobby, it's Donald Trump. He goes, I've been waiting for this call. That was 3 weeks ago. I said, is the offer still good? He said, it's good, it's good. When do you want to do it? And we did it last night, and the place went crazy, okay? Because he's a winner. He is such a, we like that. I mean, we need it. And that's what we need in the country. We don't win anymore. We're going to start winning again. So I'm with his friend, and Charlie's back there, great friend of Bobby, and I said, give me the whole thing. I knew he won the 3 national championships. He won the Olympics. He won the Pan Am Games. He won 900 games. 900 games. Then he had the perfect season, okay? He had a perfect, and I didn't realize this. In fact, I was surprised. There hasn't been a perfect season since. And he said, I said, do you mind if I talk about, because the season before that wasn't so bad. He lost 1 game, right? He said, and it was my fault as a coach, Donald, and I want you to tell them that. Just say, if he didn't screw up, he would have had 2 perfect seasons. I said, Bobby, I can't say that. He said, say it. It's okay. It was my fault. But I mean, think of it. He had 1 loss, and then the next season he had a perfect season. And he loves you people, that I can tell you. So I want to introduce a total, absolute winner, smart, tough. He's got the whole package. And the fact that he endorsed me means a lot. And then I'm going to come back and we'll talk for a little while, okay? Bobby Knight. Bobby Knight.
Let me first tell you that I was very, very selective with players during the time I was here. And I'll tell you one thing, that man that was just up here a moment ago, I'll tell you, that sumbitch could play for me. This was a real neat thing for me because I have for some time leading up to where we are now felt that above anything else this country needed Donald Trump, and that was before I ever even got to know him. I thought that just reading about him and studying about him. And I think it's a tremendous opportunity that you folks have. You know, I have never voted. I'm not here to represent the Republican Party. You know, quite frankly, I don't give a damn about the Republicans. And then on the other hand, I don't give a damn about the Democrats either. But I really think that we have, as Americans, a great opportunity not to represent a political party, but to pick the best man that we have available to lead the United States back to where we want it to be. And this man's not a Republican, he's not a Democrat. At heart, he's just a great American. And you will find, as time progresses, and I was a history major in college, and I've spent a lot of time studying about history, and as I've gotten to know a little bit about politics, I've studied that. But just believe me when I tell you that there has never been a person with a background that has better prepared him for entrance into the White House than the backing, all that he's done, the things that he's gone through, what he's done, the businesses that he has erected, and even some of the problems that he's had, because what he's done that nobody we have now can do, what Mr. Trump has done is when things have gone wrong, he hasn't whined and complained about it. He's figured out how the hell to fix it. And that's one thing that you can bet on. I mean, he's going to take care of things that have not been taken care of before. And you folks here in Indiana, first of all, let me tell you that I want to thank you for having had the opportunity to coach here, because basketball... Basketball, my favorite thing probably in the world next to my wife is basketball. And you folks adopted the game before anybody else did, and you thought more of the game of basketball than anybody else has. You've had great players and great teams at different schools, and I just want to thank you for having been a part of that and having had the support that you folks had. And I'll tell you this, I want you to keep in mind that Mr. Trump said about how many games we'd won and so forth. Well, those games were won by kids that wanted to play at Indiana, and they played with a uniform that said on it, Indiana. And that's something that you should take great pride in. And are you guys all standing, or can you sit down, or what do we got there? I mean, you know, boy, I'll tell you what, you can stand long enough till your ass is dragging now. That's why I want you to sit down and relax a little bit here. That's great. I mentioned this, that I'm not here to represent the Republicans or the Democrats. You know, I'm here because I think he's the best man. I think, you know, you've had some great politicians here, and why I don't think the party makes a damn bit of difference, because I'm going to throw two names out to you that I will forever be grateful for having known, and they were Doc Bowen and Birch Bayh. One was a Republican, the other one was a Democrat, but both of them were Indiana people. And that's the same thing with Donald Trump. More than anything else, not a Republican, not a Democrat, not born here, he's an American. And if you folks will get together and go out and vote for this man, you will be putting him on the first step for the United States to recovery, as what we all want. You just vote for him, and he'll do the rest. He needs you to get him started, and he'll do the rest, and we will be so proud of what he's doing. I can't even tell you what the kind of pride we'll have in this country when that happens. Tell you my little story that I think is important. I've liked this story, kind of made it up myself. I always kind of thought that when I coached, I was in charge. You know, I didn't need somebody else to tell me who to play or how to play or anything else, but I'm a great fan of the man in charge, the man or the lady in charge. And whichever male, female, now that I got a license, am I going to be able to use the car once in a while? Your car or mom's car, or what do you think? And he said, well, son, I knew this day would come. You know, all of us as parents, we've had that with our kids wanting to drive the car. I knew this would come, son, but there are some prerequisites. Number one, your grades have slipped. Number two, mom isn't real happy with the way you treat your brother and your sister. Number three, we've got a couple of other things where you're supposed to be doing some work with things and you haven't gotten it done. And these are prerequisites, son, that when you get hold of, then we'll talk about the car. But now, there's one other thing, too, in this little group of prerequisites with the car, and it's that damn long hair of yours. I am tired of seeing it. I've told you about it, and that's one of these prerequisites. And when you come to see me, John, then we'll talk about it when you think you have fulfilled my prerequisites. About 3 weeks later, Johnny comes in to see his dad. Dad looks at him and said, well, son, I think you're here to talk to me about our prerequisites. I said, Mom is really pleased with the way you're helping with the youngers. You've done a great job with your academics. You're back in stride where you should be. And everything I've required of you you've accomplished. And but John, there's one thing left, and it's that damn long hair that you still have. And John looked at his dad and he said, well, Dad, now among other things, you told me that I would get an awful lot out of reading the Bible, not necessarily the religious side of it, but all of the great things that are in it, and suggestions and thoughts and ideas. And Dad, now this is a man in charge, and that's why we need this guy, because he'll be the best man in charge in history. And here's what happened by the man in charge. He looked at his son and he said, you've done really well, John, and yet you have not fulfilled that last prerequisite, that damn long hair of yours. Well, now, Dad, it's partly because of you, because you suggested that I spend time reading the Bible. And when I was reading the Bible, I found that Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, and Jesus himself all had long hair, Dad. And his dad looked at him, and this is the kind of man in charge we all want. His dad looked at him and he said, son, you are absolutely right about that. And they walked their ass off everywhere they went. And I think that's kind of a pretty good moniker to hang on a guy, is that he's the man in charge, and then that's what we've got here. I think that just a couple of things about Mr. Trump that I think you need to know about Mr. Trump are these. You know, he's got a great job ahead of him, a tremendous job, a tremendous responsibility. And he's a man that will take care of that in a way that we all want. He's got a great reputation abroad. Jobs is a big issue right now, not just in the United States, but all over the world. This man has created more jobs and hired more people than any American ever has during his lifetime to date. He's been into all kinds of things. And he's done this not just in America, but across the world. And he has a great reputation, a great feeling people have for him and his intelligence and his diligence all over the world. This man isn't just here in our country. He's a man that's highly thought of for what he's done, what he's contributed. Now, with all the businesses that he's developed and all the things that have been successful, he's also like all of us. He's had some problems. This thing went kind of screwy. This thing went wrong, like we all have. But you know, what he was able to do in all of those circumstances, and this is what we haven't had anybody in the White House be able to do, he figured out how to correct things. When something went wrong, when something went wrong, he figured out a way to correct it. And he figured a better way to do something. And that's going to be astronomical as far as this country is concerned. A man who not only gets things done, but he gets things done in the right way. And when something needs to be corrected, he can correct it. Now, I'll guarantee you a couple of things in the Trump administration. Number one, how many of you have sons, daughters, friends, or whatever, military people who are kind of spread out around the world? How many, wherever they might be? Just raise your hands, wherever they might be. We in a Trump administration will never, ever have anything close to what happened in Benghazi. And those people who failed to take care of those 4 men that never came back from that Benghazi situation, that will never happen under a Trump administration. The White House and the military have not had a particularly great relationship over the years. Donald Trump will settle that the first day he's in office, because he has a tremendous respect for the military. And with that, I want every person in here, male or female, that has had any association with any branch of the United States military to please stand. I'd like all of you to please stand. And I think that's the kind of respect that he will have for our military structure. And I think it will be a tremendous step forward for the United States. I mentioned the thing about jobs, so important to all of us. This man will find jobs. He'll create jobs. He'll work on having jobs for his American constituents. I just think that just be an absolute shame if we continue going in the same direction. Now, one other thing I'd like to ask you about the military is, how many Navy people did we have in the military over all these years? You Navy people, I want you Navy people to hold your hands up. Okay, good. Now I want you to know this, though. You may not like this. I want you to know this. I spent 8 years at West Point with the Army, and Navy, I love you, I respect you, and we beat your ass every time we played you. But what we'll see now is a great relationship between the White House and the military. And they will be able to count on us, and we will be able to count on them. Another thing about Mr. Trump is he has a great ability to find people. And you got to find a lot of people in politics. And he has a lot of ability to get the right people in the right positions. And also, he has a way of getting rid of the people that shouldn't be there. And we haven't had a lot of that lately. I think that, you know, I've talked now enough, and as I said, I'll always be grateful about the opportunity to having coached in Indiana because of you people and your approach to basketball. I hope that as I have visited with you here today, I hope that I have made an impact on your thinking relative to the opportunity that we have to make America great again and to keep America great. And to do that, we need a leader. And right there to my right is the best leader in the world. And he will far more than reach the things that we are hoping for and we want for this country. As I step away from this podium, I hope as I do that, you people will think for just a moment and you'll say to yourselves, each and every one of you, damn it, how soon can I go out and vote for that guy? And I hope that's what you all have to say. Thank you.
How's that? Good? That's good. Yeah, a friend of mine from Indiana said, well, if you could get Bobby Knight, that would be good. So there's nobody like him. So thank you very much. We have so many things to do. And I have so much time. I'm not leaving Indiana. We're going to be here. We're going to be here. And I'll be here enough that you're going to be sick of me. You're going to say, oh, when's he getting out, right? When's he getting out? We're going to do great here. And I guess all of the polls are indicating we're going to do well. And it's very important. Getting out to vote on Tuesday is so important. We have a movement going on. You know, in a way, I call it the smart movement. We want to be smart again. We're not smart anymore, folks. We don't win anymore, but we're not smart anymore. So we call it the smart movement, and that's what I want to have. So let me ask you, is there somebody named Chad here? He was wearing a blue shirt. He was on television this morning on NBC. Where's Chad? You know, because outside we have thousands. And in another room, is that Chad? Is that you? Were you interviewed? Were you wearing blue before, or is that it? Oh, there it is. That's it. That's my Chad. He was so great. He was so great. Right? On NBC. I was watching this morning, and they're interviewing. He's standing in line for hours, right? Hours. And they come up to him, and they start saying, well, what do you think? I love Trump. You know, these guys are the world's most dishonest people. They want you to change, and, you know. And he wasn't, you weren't changing for anybody, were you, Chad? I love this guy. So I said, I'm going to mark it down. If I see Chad, I want to give him a little shout out. Thank you. You know, we have. Now, tomorrow you'll see Chad announces that he's running for mayor. Thank you very much, Chad. We have the most loyal people of anybody, and that's in the polls. That's not me saying it, you know, in the polls. In fact, they said something like 92%, whereas 30 and 20 and 10 is sort of common. If Cruz sneezes, if he just sneezes, his people leave him. Believe me, there's no loyalty. Nobody who can listen to him. Today, you know, I've been campaigning. We're going to end Obamacare. We're going to protect our Second Amendment. We're going to end Common Core. We're going to do, and then I'm watching this morning, and Lion Ted, I never saw anything like it. Donald Trump loves Obamacare. I love Obamacare. I mean, my whole thing is we're going to end it. And I hear him saying, and I said to a few people that were watching it, I said, let me ask you, do people believe this when he says that? It's terrible. It's terrible. And that's why in the Senate he's known as a liar. Marco Rubio, who's a good guy, called him a liar during the debate. Remember that? He said, you're a liar. I said, that's great. When another senator can call a senator a liar, I said, now I can do it also. So it's great. So we came up with Lion Ted, L-Y-I-N, boom, hyphen. But it's true. It's terrible. And now he's getting creamed in the polls, and he lost the last 5 elections. He was saying, I'm the only one that can beat Donald Trump. I have proven it time and time again. I'm saying, oh, please. And I'm killing him. And he said, I won 7 times. Remember the debate? And I said, yeah, but I won 21 times. And he looked. Oh, so I won 7 times. And I mean, it's like unbelievable. So now he's getting clobbered. And he goes to New York last week, and they ran him out of the place. You can't run if you can't get like 12% in New York, okay? You can't run. You just can't. Too big. It's too important. I think I'm going to win New York, by the way. I really do. I mean, in the general election. And nobody else, honestly, because it's very important that we win. We got to beat Hillary Clinton. Crooked Hillary Clinton. Got to beat her. She's crooked. She is crooked. But no Republican other than me will campaign in New York. I mean, they won't campaign. They're not going to do it because they have no chance. They have no chance. And Kasich has no chance. I mean, zero. So, and I understand it. And for years and years, they don't even go to New York and campaign. They assume that's lost. If somebody ever won New York, it totally, with the Electoral College, it totally changes the map. And I think we'll win New York. I really do. I think we're going to win Michigan. We're going to win Pennsylvania. We're going to win Florida. We're going to win places. I mean, look how well we did in Florida. We're going to win places that a lot of people say you're not going to win, that you can't win. As a Republican, you can't win. And Michigan's a great example. Nobody else will go to Michigan. I'll be encamped in Michigan because I think we can win it. So we're going to win states that nobody thought were winnable as a Republican, and we're going to do really great. But so I love this. The whole political world, it's so evil. I mean, it's so evil. You hear about people that you've never heard of before. It's just like worse than business. Somebody said, what's the difference between, these certain politicians? Because certain politicians are terrific. I spoke to one today, Senator Corker, who's fantastic. We have a lot of great people. We have a lot of great people. Jeff Sessions, Senator Sessions, he's fantastic. And there are others. And once we get to the top, it's going to be so magnificent. I mean, so magnificent. But you saw what happened. So Cruz had this horrible thing. He came in third, meaning he came in last in all of these states. He did horribly, came in last in New York. Then we went to Pennsylvania. We went to all these people. He didn't even, he went and they said, don't even come here. And he got ridden out of town and he left. And I hate to tell you, he came to Indiana. He might as well come to Indiana because you're going to lose all those elections. And I hear him, he came to Indiana and he starts lying. That's why I wanted to get here fast. I didn't want a lot. I didn't take a big vacation after winning all 5 by a landslide, right? Didn't take a lot of time. I didn't want to take too much time because I know you got him back here lying like hell. So I said, I better get back to Indiana fast. I said, get me Bobby Knight really fast, please. But it's true, I won. And people said, oh, good, you're going to take a day off. Because New York was hard. It's a big state. I went to Syracuse, I went to all over, Patchogue, I went to out in Long Island, Bethpage, and I was all over the place. And it's the same thing. The businesses are being sucked out of our country. And if you look at New York, you look at Indiana, you look at Pennsylvania, you look at all of them, Maryland, I won them all. But they all have one thing in common. No matter where you go, it's like 40%, it's like 50%, 60%. Jobs are gone. And I'm the one that brings up Carrier all the time. This morning, I hear Cruz. He said, and Carrier air conditioning, I've been talking about this company for 4 months. All of a sudden, he starts talking about Carrier. Carrier's my baby. I want to do the number on Carrier, folks. I want to do it. I don't like what they did. Now, Cruz was actually defending them, which was interesting. He said, we should really defend. You don't want to defend. When they leave, they let go of 1,400 people to move to Mexico. And you know what? They have to pay a consequence when they do that. They have to pay a consequence. They have to pay. And they want to move, that's fine. And they let them go viciously. It was almost like they were like on The Apprentice, right? All right? 1,400 people, you're fired. Oh, it's pretty rough. They had some upper mid-level management guy, and somebody had the cell phone up. Those are dangerous. But they had the cell phone, And I saw it on television, and I thought it was terrible. I thought the way he did it was terrible. Basically, he said, we're letting everybody go, you're fired, but we're letting everybody go, and we're moving to Mexico. Oh, thanks a lot. And some of these people, they're following me. Is anybody here from Carrier today? Because they're all over the place, every place I go. But what happens is, so they let him go, and Carrier has to know that if they do that, and I'm not only speaking to them, I'm speaking to Nabisco and Ford and hundreds of other companies. They have to know that there are consequences when you want to leave and fire all these people. And you're not just going to go to another country, make your product, sell it across our really weak borders, because our borders are going to be so strong, folks. Our borders will be so strong, believe me. So you're just not going to make your product, sell it across the borders. And this goes for all, not just air conditioners. And I would tell them. Now, ideally, I'd tell them early. And in all fairness, you know, you need the federal government has to set a standard. You can't do it from just a local basis, unless they're moving to another state. Then you got to fight it out. But we're keeping them in the country. But people aren't doing that. They're moving to Mexico. Mexico is a mini China right now. If you look at the automobile industry, what's going on in Mexico is incredible. NAFTA is a disaster. NAFTA was one of the worst things ever signed in the history of this country from an economic standpoint. NAFTA, it sucked our jobs away. It sucked them away. And John Kasich approved NAFTA when he was in Congress. He was a deciding vote for NAFTA. And it was signed by President Bill Clinton. There's a relative that's going to be running for office. Signed by Clinton. No, but I mean, you look at your empty factories. You look at what's going on. You look at, by the way, and you talk about an industry that's getting hit. Take a look at your steel industry, and I know what to do to fix it, folks. Believe me, these guys don't. These politicians don't know. Look at your steel industry in Indiana. And you look at U.S. Steel and these great, great companies at one time, and now it's like they're just not the same deal. And we're going to change it around. You know, China is dumping like crazy. They're dumping all over the place. And people said to me, oh, but maybe the product's going to cost more. And, you know, that's true. And they never say the second part. But we're going to have jobs, and that's going to more than offset the price, because we're going to have jobs again. We're going to have jobs. Our jobs are being taken away. And we're going to have a time, if I win, where Apple is going to make its product in the United States. So you watch. You watch. So Kasich approved NAFTA. You look at Cruz, and he doesn't want to talk about China's manipulation of their currency, because TPP, Trans-Pacific Partnership, study it and remember the words. Because if I don't get in, I'll bet you it gets approved, and that will make NAFTA look like a baby. That's big time. That's not Mexico and this. That's 12 countries. They are going to do a number. And then China's going to be lurking in the background. They're not involved with it, but they are actually involved, because if they love it, they're going to come right through the back door. This is a 5,000-page document that nobody in our country, in my estimation, has ever read. Probably never even looked at. And all of the countries that are beneficiaries of it, meaning taking our money, our jobs, and everything else, they know every single word. They know where the commas are. They know where the paragraphs begin. And we don't have anybody that reads documents. You know, when you looked at Obamacare, it was thousands of pages, and nobody read it. Nobody read it. It's a disaster, by the way, total disaster. Your rates are going up 35, 45, 55%. It's a disaster. Nobody read it. Nobody even knows how to define it. The only way you can do it is you have to buy books, the definition, and they tell you chapters. It's horrible. It's horrible. Trans-Pacific Partnership is a disaster. So here's what happens. Okay, we have to go back, because, you know, you all know how I feel. Just trust me. Trade, you're going to be so happy. You're going to be so proud of your country. You're going to be so proud of me. Me. I didn't need this. I built this great company. I have a nice life. I said, oh, what do I do? What do I do? My wife always says, are you sure you want this? I say, yeah, we're going to make America great again. We're going to do something great. It's very important. It's very important. My daughter Ivanka, who's so great, she's such a terrific person. She loves the country. She said, Dad, it's a lot of work. You know, when I do this and then I do 3 more today. And she said, Dad, do you enjoy it? And actually, I enjoy it. I must be honest. I think I enjoy it. It's a dirty business. It's a hard business. It's a rigged deal. I mean, the whole thing is rigged. You know, if I wasn't winning by so much, I'd have no chance because all the delegate stuff is rigged. I mean, it's rigged. You look at Louisiana, which I won, and that's when I found out. The state of Louisiana is where I found out, in all fairness. And then it happened in Wyoming, even worse, because they didn't even get a chance to vote. And then it happened in Colorado where they never voted. The bosses picked the winners. The boss. I never met the boss. I don't know. I want people to vote. But in Louisiana, I wasn't supposed to win. That was Cruz territory. Heavy on evangelicals who love me because they don't like liars. Remember with the Bible? The Bible held high and then he lies. But I've been winning with the evangelicals by a lot because they know 2 things. Pastor Jeffress said it. They know Pastor Jeffress has been incredible. If you look at Jerry Falwell Jr., who has been amazing, Liberty University, so many of the pastors and ministers and people that really understand, they say, you know, we need strength. We need protection. Like with the women, I won the women in New York by a tremendous margin. I mean, there's nobody cherishes and nobody respects women more than Donald Trump. That I can tell you. Nobody. And I won it so big in New York. And I was saying to somebody, women are going to do, I will be so much better to women than Hillary Clinton is. So much better on health care issues. And you know what else? On the protection of our country. Because ultimately, that's number 1, 2, and 3. We have to protect our country. We are in an evil world right now. We are in the most evil world. It's one of the most evil times ever. And I'm going to protect our country. And everybody agrees to that. Even the congressman that didn't like me said, well, I agree that Trump is tougher. And I agree that maybe he'll be better with the military. Well, once you're better with that, that's like about 80% of it. But we'll protect our country. We're going to make our military so strong, so powerful, cheapest thing we can do, that nobody's going to mess with us, and we're going to take care of our vets who are treated far worse in many cases than illegal immigrants, far worse. And we're going to make our vets proud that they served our country. Proud. Thank you. We love our vets. They're not being treated right. They're not being treated right. So we've been doing really well. But then, all of a sudden, we had this massive victory in New York where I got everything. I mean, I got virtually everything. You know, the dishonest media back there, they're saying like, well, let's see. Trump probably can't break 45. Well, we got almost 62. And that's hard when you have 3 people running. And you know, it's also hard. We had states where I had 9 people, and I'd get like 32 and win the state, and they'd say, he didn't break 50. Now, they're not stupid. They know you can't. You have 9 people. So we're doing good. We broke, and now we come to the next. New York was fantastic. And you know what the nice part about New York, which affects you? The New York people, the voters, know me better than anybody, okay? They know everything about Donald Trump. I mean, that's where I go. You know, it's been a long time I've been doing this, okay? Not this, but I've been out there a long time. And to get a landslide, which was almost 100%, far greater even than the polls, and every aspect and every location in the city did phenomenally well, and you win with numbers that nobody ever thought was possible. And those are the people that know you. So even if you come from Indiana or you come from someplace else, it's nice that the people that know you best can give you that kind of, you know, like for instance, if you do Hillary and you go to Arkansas, she doesn't do great in Arkansas. That's where she comes from. I'll beat her in Arkansas. She comes from Arkansas. And the truth is, They abandoned their state. I mean, they abandoned Arkansas, right? They abandoned Arkansas. So I don't know why. I mean, I'll say it. See, nobody else will say it. Nobody ever says it. They abandoned Arkansas for New York. And as far as New York, they're not real New Yorkers because they didn't come from New York. So either way, they can't win, okay? We'll win both of them. But it's interesting because, so now Cruz is getting clobbered. Now we win New York. Lion Ted, that's right. Let's go. Lion Ted, he's one lion. He is one dishonest guy. So here's what happens. So now I win New York, this incredible victory. Then we go to the 5 states, and these are very different because you have Delaware and Rhode Island, then you have Maryland, Connecticut, and you have Pennsylvania. Big, big. So you have 3 big ones, you have 2 beauties on each end, very diverse, very different. The one thing they have in common, they're all losing a lot of jobs to other countries. They're tremendous, 45, 50%. You know, it used to be I'd say to my statisticians, give me the information, like on Delaware, and then give me Pennsylvania the next day, and give me Maryland. And it was almost like 45% loss, 50% loss, 55% loss, manufacturing gone. But I almost didn't need it. I just go up. I have to say, hey, you got about 50% of your jobs are being lost. Every place, all over the country. It's like a disaster. They're being taken away from us, and the politicians don't know how to do anything about it. So Cruz is getting absolutely killed. Kasich is getting absolutely killed. Think of it. Kasich is now 1 for 38 or 42 or something. He won 1. And if I campaigned there for 2 days more, I would have won. 2 days more. I left Florida. I was all set to go to Ohio, and I had a dirty poll put out by the media. A dirty poll. You know what that is? A phony poll. And it said, because I was going to win Florida easily. And Florida was set up so that it was meant for Jeb or Marco, who's a good guy, Marco, I have to tell you. And Jeb is going to come around. I really believe that. But it was meant for the establishment, not for me. Winner take all. When they heard I was in the race, winner take all. Meaning the establishment will get 100% of the 99 delegates. That's one of the biggest, Florida's a great place. Great governor, Rick Scott, great guy, great governor, doing a great job. A lot of jobs coming in. Florida's doing great. So 99 delegates, winner take all. And then 2 weeks after they formally did that, a poll comes out. There were like 6 people, 7 people. Donald Trump had almost 50% of the vote. They said, whoa, we got to go back. This is no good. And then I won Florida. Big. I wouldn't let him change it. But it's a rigged deal. You see, it's rigged. And what happened is with Louisiana, I was down like 4 or 5 points. But I know people in Louisiana, like I know people here, the Hilberts. I have so many friends here. And they're unbelievable people. And I said, let's go to Louisiana. I got 3 days. Let's go around and campaign. You know, I've never done it, so it's fun for me, right? I've been doing this for 9 months. Am I doing a good job for 9 months? In all fair. You know, it's funny. When the results came out a couple of days ago, the results came out, and it was Trump wins in a landslide, all of those 5 states, and Trump wins in a landslide, New York, the week before. And one of the pundits, who actually hates me, which is interesting, but they said, you know the amazing thing? He's only been doing this for 9 months. He's beating these senators and these governors. They've been there for like 20 years and 30 years. He's been doing this for 9 months. But, you know, you can be smart. You can be smart. And I've been dealing in politics for a long time. Nobody knows politicians. Believe me, nobody knows politicians like I know politicians. So with Louisiana, so I go, I campaign. Then they have their election different from you. Yours is Tuesday. You got to vote. Is everybody going to vote on Tuesday, please? So different. They have their election on Saturday. And I go Friday night. I say, I'm going to be there. And I land, and they have this massive, massive hangar. And the place is packed. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people. And it's brimming outside of the hangar, through the doors, practically through the windows. I mean, the people were all over the place, going back into the runways. And I say, I think they like me here. Just like outside. You know how many people, you're in this room, and then we have another room that's bigger, that's packed. And then outside, we have thousands of people listening to what I'm saying. You believe it? You believe it? No, it's amazing. And it's like that all over. Because we have a movement, and everyone's talking about it. I'll tell you, everyone's talking about it. So I go to Louisiana, and I campaign for a few days, and I see there's something going on because they want jobs, and they want strong military, and they want to get rid of Obamacare. They want all the things that we all want, right? They say Trump figured it out. I said, there's nothing to figure out. People are making less money now in real wages than they made 20 years ago. And they're working harder, and some of them are working 2 jobs and they're making less. It's supposed to be the other way around as we get older, right? It's supposed to be. But don't feel bad. I'm working harder also, so I am working harder. But the truth is, look, I go to Louisiana, and I have this big crowd, and the next day they have the election on a Saturday, and the results are announced that night. Trump wins. I wasn't supposed to. It was supposed to be Lion Ted Cruz wins. And I do great with the evangelicals, and they really brought me over the top. So I win Louisiana. Then about 2 weeks later, they're showing me everything, and they're showing how well I'm doing because I'm winning South Carolina. I'm winning so many places, right? I won the South. I wasn't supposed to win the South. Alabama, Arkansas. We win Kentucky. We win Florida. We're winning all these places, some of which I was not supposed to be winning. And I win by landslides. Then we win in Massachusetts. I win Alabama, Massachusetts. That's quite diverse, right? So we win, and they're showing me how well I'm doing. And I see Louisiana, and then I see delegates. So I win by a lot of votes, Louisiana. Then on here is right-hand column, it says delegates. I said, wait a minute, what's wrong? They said, what's wrong, sir? I said, I won the state of Louisiana, but why do I have less delegates than Cruz, who I beat? Oh, well, he went there, and he started whining and dining all of these delegates, bringing them out for state dinners, bringing them out for steak, for hotels, for maybe cruises. Maybe they went fishing with all of these people that he's paying. I said, wait a minute, I don't understand. This is my first, don't forget, you know. And I realized it's a crooked system. So I said, wait a minute. So I won the state, but I get less delegates than this guy. That was my first. Who the hell would ever think this could happen? So then I hear about Colorado, right? Where they're whining and dining, and, you know, they were having people protesting on the streets. They took the vote away from, they didn't even have a vote because they went out to a poll, and I did great in the poll in Colorado, and I was going to win Colorado like I won Florida and other places. So they gave the vote to the bosses, and you go out and you wine and dine the delegates. All of a sudden I say, when are we going to Colorado? No reason to go, sir. I said, what do you mean no reason to go? Well, it's over. Colorado is all delegates. It's all, you know, they get wined and dined. I said, you can almost buy the election. Put $100 million worth of freebies in a bag. Let's go buy the election. So I said, it's a rigged system. So then I realized, and here's the good news, a lot of it, well, actually, Colorado's really unfair. So is Wyoming. Very, very bad. They got to change that because that's bad, because that actually counts on the front row. Because Cruz can't win when you have to get a vote. He can do it because they have this team of very good experts. I could get much better, got much more money than he does, but it's just an unfair deal. It's an unfair deal. So here's the story. So now we start a streak. And we win in Arizona, and we're winning all over the place. And the only way it's working for me, I mean, I'm still not happy, and we're going to do it on the first ballot. And when you hear he signed all these delegates, they're signing them for second, third, fourth, and they're not signing them for the first ballot. The first ballot, fortunately, they're locked in, right? They're all locked in. And Pennsylvania had the same thing. I won in a massive, massive landslide. And they have a great Republican chairman. And really a great guy, Mr. Gleason, great guy. But he's a fair guy. But one thing with Pennsylvania, they have a moral obligation, and I've heard it for a long time, that whoever wins, there's a moral obligation of the people, of the delegates, to vote for the person that wins. So today they announced I had like 52 or 54 out of the 70. But I said, what about the rest of them? Yeah, but I did say, I think they announced 54 today. So I win the state in a massive landslide. I got 17. And they have like 70-something. I said, wait a minute, I got 17. But the good news is today, I think they announced I got an additional 34 or something. But here's the thing. But there's like 22 or 21 out there. I said, what about them? What about them? I won in a landslide. I won every county. I won everything. What about them? Well, we'll work. It's a rigged system, folks. It's horrible. It's a horrible, horrible system. It's a horrible system. And it's done so that the bosses can pick whoever they want. Now, here's the only problem. I've been winning by so much that you can't. And you probably heard me say it a couple of times, I've said it, the boxer. I know a guy's a champ. I know all the boxers. I love the boxers. We love the boxers. There's a toughness, you know. And this is a champ, and he wants to fight in a certain territory where the challenger lives. And the challenge is very good and very popular. And it's a great area, a lot of money. And the champ wants to fight there. I say, what are you, crazy? He said, you'll get a bad decision. If it goes, he said, no, you don't understand. There's one thing they can't do. If I knock him out, Mr. Trump, if I knock him on his ass and he's unconscious, there's nothing they can do, Mr. Trump. And that's what he did. He knocked him out. He knocked him out. And we're doing the same thing because I'm winning by millions of votes. And in fact, today, with a long way to go, although we don't have a long way if I can win in Indiana. If I win, we win. It's over. It's over. If we win in Indiana, it's over. But, you know, with a long way to go, millions and millions of votes. California, New Jersey, all great places. Great places. Oregon, state of Washington, New Mexico, lots of states. But I have now broken the all-time record in the history of the Republican Party for votes. For votes. And we're not even done. I mean, we've already gotten more votes than Mitt Romney got through the whole thing, who unfortunately let us down. He joked. What can I tell you? That was an election should have been won, folks. That was an election should have been won. You know, I backed him. We lost. I backed McCain. Nice guy, but we lost. I said, this time, folks, we're going to do it ourselves, okay? We're doing it ourselves. But I'm watching the television this morning, and I see it in the papers. In the history of the primaries, it said, Donald Trump breaks the all-time record. I said, how can I break a record? We're like, 3/4 through. I got more votes, which to me means much more than delegates, to be honest with you. You know, it should be based on votes, not based on people that are, they like a certain steak in a certain place. But with that, I have now a lot of loyal delegates. They've been great. But it should be based on votes. It should be more based on votes. All right. But what happens is, so I break the record, the all-time record, and I'm saying to myself, I can't believe it. In the history of Dwight Eisenhower, you look at some of the great names on there, and we've beaten them already. So we're going to break the record by millions of votes by the time it ends, by millions. And I'm saying to myself, how would you like to be the guy that's running the party? And Reince, I think, is a good guy, Reince Priebus. He runs RNC. Republican National Committee. But how would you like to be the guy where Cruz goes around and, I would never use the word bribe. Some people would say bribes the delegates. I would never say a thing like that. But he gets, the steaks are really good, really expensive, or maybe the trips to Paris or whatever the hell they do. And they get these delegates on the second and the third and the fourth round. They're committed. Why? Because they like to have good meals, right? So, which I'm not doing. But I have the first. But let's say we're 20 short or 100 short. But let's say, and we're not going to be, we're going to get it in the first, by the way. Don't worry about it. I don't want to scare you. Don't worry about it. But let's say we were 30 or 40 or 100. Let's say we should. Okay. So now you have Trump, who goes to a second. And I don't care about the second, right? I'm not playing for the second. That's why when you hear Cruz got delegates, he got them for the second, third, fourth, etc. It doesn't mean anything if you win on the first. How would you like to be the man that has to make the decision where Trump got 5 million more votes, broke the all-time record in the history of the Republican Party in primaries, has 500 delegates more than Cruz, and beyond that with Kasich, okay, beyond that. I mean, I've been calling Kasich 1 in 38. I actually think, including the islands, he's now 1 in 42. Okay, so I have millions of more votes, hundreds of more delegates. We go to a second ballot, and you put in a guy that lost by 5 million votes and hundreds of delegates. I don't think it can happen. I think there'd be a little problem. No. How do you do that? How do you do it? If a man has, and then they do polls. And the polls are asking very specifically, if something like that should happen, what they all, 72 or 74% say you got to go by whoever gets the most votes, which is really, I think, the right way, okay? But can you imagine that? Now, Cruz is no good at this stuff anyway. But can you imagine if he got 5 million votes less, 500 delegates less, and he becomes the nominee? And he's no good. He can't campaign properly. He doesn't speak properly. It doesn't work. So here's what he does. So he forms an alliance, right? A coalition. He forms an alliance. He colludes. It's called collusion. So he sees he's getting killed. He's getting absolutely annihilated in New York. Now he gets annihilated this last weekend and this last week in 5 states. And he says, boy, I'm in trouble. And I'm going to Indiana. I'm in trouble. So what does he do? He gets Kasich to join together. Stop Trump. And I see these negative ads. They're phony as hell. By the way, they're so wrong. A couple of them are right, but that's okay. But they're for the most part, they're absolutely wrong. I mean, absolutely wrong. They're vicious and horrible. I'm watching television at my Holiday Inn Express. Everyone thinks I fly back home every night. No, they all say, these, the liars back there, they say, Donald Trump gets in his 757 Boeing and he flies back home. And then he comes, I don't want to fly for hours and back and forth. I don't even want to spend that money. You want to know the truth. I'm at a Holiday Inn. Can you believe I'm at a Holiday Inn and I do it? And by the way, and I'm oftentimes at different places, Marriott Courtyard. I mean, I know more about these hotels. In fact, if I lose, I'm going to start buying out some of these chains, I think. So at least I learned something. No, they're fine. But you ever notice they always say, Donald Trump has left Indiana and flown back home to Fifth Avenue, where he stood for the night or slept for the evening in his beautiful apartment. Then he got on the plane in the morning, and he flew back to Indiana. Give me a break, okay? So it's just crazy. Okay. But this is the kind of stuff you hear. I call them, you have Lion Ted, but you have liars back there too, big liars. So anyway, no, it's been great. It's been great. It's been great. And I've enjoyed it. So here's the story, folks. So we have a rigged system, we have a phony system, but we're beating it because we're doing so well and we're doing so much better. And we're going to end up winning, and we're going to make our country so strong, so wonderful, so great. You're going to be so proud. You got to get out and vote, okay? So they form, and I want to talk about jobs, but this is so interesting to me because it's such a con job. I love seeing it. It's just like a total con. So now what happens? He's losing badly. So he forms this alliance with Kasich, the man that eats like with the large bites. You ever see? News conference. Where do you want your news conference? Around my table as I stuff pancakes down my throat. Seriously, did you ever see a guy eat like this? Honestly, I'm being honest. You think, if I have cameras, I tell you, I have a lot of times where I have no choice and I'm sitting and cameras start forming and all. And usually I don't eat. I just sort of don't eat. Number one, I was taught, don't speak when you have a mouthful of food, by my mother, Mary McLeod. My mother said, don't ever eat with your mouth full, okay? And I've sort of remembered that, right? But, I have a lot where there's no time or they just come, they're like brutal. They break through Secret Service. I mean, they can do anything. And all of a sudden I'm eating. And you know what I do? I stop eating. I talk. I don't eat. This guy is always, do you ever notice? It's like he doesn't have press conferences. Every time you see him, he's eating. And he's stuffing his face. I've never seen the pizza. He ate a piece of pizza. I'm telling you, it was 4 or 5 inches long by 4 or 5 inches. And he couldn't get it in his mouth. And he's pushing it in with the fork. And he's got 20 cameras on. I don't understand. So what happens is Cruz called or Kasich called or somebody called. And because it's a rigged business and because it's a dishonest business, I say, hey, listen, Trump is beating us badly. We got to do something. We got to do something. And let's start with the people of Indiana because they probably think you're stupid or foolish or something. And boy, do I know the opposite. Because as soon as I heard that, I said the people of Indiana are not going to put up with this one. So they form an alliance, which is collusion. In business, when you collude like that, they throw you in jail. Only in politics are you allowed collusion, right? Only in politics. So they form this phony alliance, And Kasich is a, difficult guy. He always pretends like he's the nicest guy. Oh, he's such a, you know why he's a nice guy? Because I was so busy fighting these 16 people, and nobody cared about him. He was always at the other side, right? Toward the end. Remember, I was center stage for every single debate. Ever. I won every debate. And I don't debate professionally. These guys, every night they're debating. I don't do that. But, look, hey, folks, if we're smart, we're smart. Is that right? You're smart, we're smart. I have the smartest people. I have the most loyal and I have the smart. So Kasich's over there, and nobody talks to him. And we're fighting. I'm fighting with Marco. I'm fighting with this one. I'm fighting with Cruz. I'm fighting with all of them, right? And then one day he raised his mouth. I said, wait a minute. Weren't you a managing partner of Lehman Brothers, Kasich? Weren't you a managing partner of Lehman Brothers? And Lehman Brothers failed and almost took down the world? Wasn't that you? You were a managing partner of Lehman Brothers. And Lehman Brothers almost took down the world. And after that, he never spoke badly to me again. It's an amazing, he was quiet. It's an amazing thing. Amazing thing. So he was at the end of the stage, and I'm fighting, and I'm calling names, and they're calling names. Everybody's calling names. Okay. And we all look like we're like little crazy, right? But you have to. My wife said, be more presidential. I said, I don't want to be presidential. I want to win. I got to win. Okay? You know what presidential is? They're calling your names, and you're standing here like this. I'm the president. I should not fight back. In the meantime, you get your ass kicked, okay? I have a feeling that the great Bobby Knight would fight back like I did. Don't we have that feeling? Don't we have it? I think so. I think so. So Kasich is never picked on. He's never talked about. Nobody cared about him. And then all of a sudden, it's a win, it's a win. Guys are dropping out. This one leaves, this one leaves, this one leaves. Some terrific people that really did much better than he did. Ben Carson, Dr. Ben Carson, who endorsed me. Look, okay, come on, Bobby.
We got to talk about this presidential crap just for a moment here. Just you older folks remember this, or mothers, fathers have taught you this. I'll tell you who they said wasn't presidential. I don't even know what the hell presidential means, but they told him that he wasn't presidential. And that guy they told, all these people that wanted to say you're not presidential, that guy was Harry Truman. And Harry Truman, with what he did in dropping and having the guts to drop the bomb in 1944, saved billions of American lives. And that's what Harry Truman did, and he became one of the 3 great presidents of the United States. And here's a man who would do the same thing, because he's going to become one of the 4 great presidents of the United States.
Such a great guy. Wow. How do you top that? How do you top that? What a great guy. You should be very proud of him in Indiana. This is the place he loves more than any place in the world. Okay, you got to be very proud of that guy. That is a national treasure, okay? So anyway, and by the way, does Bobby love it? Is he having a good time too? We're all having a good time. We're talking about a bad subject because our country's in trouble, but when you say make America great again, one of the reporters said, that's a very negative statement. I said, no, you have to understand. That's a very positive theme. It's very positive. It's not negative. It's positive, and it's meant to be, because that's what's going to happen. We're going to make America great again. So that's it. But anyway, so they formed this alliance, and it's like a disaster. And 11 o'clock, one of my people call up at my place, and I'm a worker like you. If it's 11, if it's 12, it's 2 in the morning, that's okay. We work, right? Whatever it is. They need a statement, because they just formed this alliance. I said, you have to be kidding. That makes them look weak. It makes Cruz look totally desperate. It makes them look like they're trying to take advantage of the people of Indiana. And Kasich said, before the ink was dry, not that they used ink, but before the ink was dry, Kasich said, well, I still want them to vote for me. In other words, he broke the deal. They're politicians. They can't make deals. They don't know how to make deals. So Cruz now looks like a fool. And I said the other thing. How unfair is it to Kasich's people? He has people like we all do running around trying to get people to vote, right? A lot of people, a lot of money, a lot of people. So now he fires all those people. Now they're going along, they're saying, what happened? And I saw a couple of them interviewed, just like our man back there, and they were interviewed. They said, we're voting for Trump. They worked for Kasich, and they said, we're voting for Trump. We're voting for Trump. It's terrible. So they're out there fighting for him, and that's the first thing I thought of. I said, you know, it's sort of amazing. They went out and they fired all these people. And that's not nice. You know, I mean, it's not right. Okay, so anyway, so they formed this alliance. It's a disaster. I mean, I haven't seen any polls yet, and maybe I'll be wrong, and maybe they'll be up 200 points. But I have a feeling it's not a good thing. And Cruz looks like a fool because he can't make a deal. He can't make it. He doesn't know the first thing about deal making. He did not write The Art of the Deal. Number one, folks. So here's the story. So that's bad. So now he's got to recover. What does he do to recover? He gets Carly Fiorina. Now, Carly, she's very nice. Everything's fine. Carly got out. She had no standing. I mean, she had the one good debate on the children's stage, not on our stage. She was on the children's stage. Remember, she didn't debate against me. I beat Cruz 11 times in debating, according to Drudge, according to Time Magazine, according to 7 different online polling services. And then the other day I heard him say, I would like to debate Donald Trump. I beat him 11 times. How many times can you ask somebody the same question? You know, I don't mind debating. I like to debate. I actually enjoyed the debating process. But I hear him, we want to debate. And, I mean, the whole thing is so crazy. So what does he do? He now goes out and gets Carly, who left the race because she had no votes. She had nothing. And that's okay. She's a nice woman. But it's not going to help. It's not going to help. And I said yesterday, and this was like the most quoted statement, I said he broke a record, right? I said it's the first time in the history of the United States where somebody running for president who has no mathematical chance of getting elected. Zero path. Zero path. He lost that 2 weeks ago. So he has zero chance of getting elected. He announced who his vice president of the United States is going to be, folks. First time in history. My vice president will be, he can't get elected. So that's the story. Okay. So here's what we're doing. We're going to make our country, and you have to do this because we have that movement. We're on the cover of Time Magazine. I'm the messenger. I'm a good messenger, but I'm the messenger. We're going to do something very special. I got a call, and I've told this story, from one of the top writers in the world. And he said, how does it feel, Mr. Trump? I don't know him. How does it feel? And I said, how does what feel? He said, what you've done has never been done before in the history of our country. I mean, and I sort of understand it. You know, first I'm saying, what does that mean? But when you look outside and you have thousands of people outside, and then you look, because after I'm finished with you, I am going over to your other 4,000-person room, and then I'm going to try and go outside if I can. But we have a room this size right next door where, you know, they're watching this whole thing on a screen. But he said, how does it feel? And I said, what? He goes, what you've done's never been done, and it's amazing. I said, it's only amazing if I win. If I lose, I've wasted a lot of time. He said, no. If you win, if you lose, doesn't matter. He said, if you lose, you've done something that in the history of our country has never, you've changed the whole process. I said, let me just tell you something. I appreciate you saying that, but if I don't win, and that means nomination, but it means beating crooked Hillary Clinton and becoming president, so we can really effectuate the right things and get our country going again and take our jobs back and strengthen our military and all of the things, right? I said, if I don't win all the way, then I will consider it a tremendous waste of time, energy, and money, because I'm self-funding. So it's money. It's my money. It's not somebody sending in checks all over the place. I mean, they had one gentleman. I don't talk about people that we've defeated because I like them all. Every time we defeated somebody, I like them, okay? It's amazing how competition works. I'm sure it's the same with Bobby. He can't stand him. Then he beats him. Hey, coach, great job. Great coaching job tonight, folks. You know, we beat him. Bobby will say, we beat him by 40 points. Hey, I love him. But when you defeat somebody, you feel a little bit differently. But one of them had $168 million in a fund. And I was first and spent almost nothing. And that person was like last. And I said to myself, Who do you want as president? I mean, is that what you want? Who do you want as president? So here's the story. You got to go out on Tuesday, you got to vote. We are going to make things so good. When companies leave Indiana, when they leave our country, when they leave, there are going to be consequences. I've been watching for years as the politicians, because this has been going on for 5 or 6 years. I've been watching for years as politicians have come up with these tremendous. I went to Wharton. I understand complexity. I loved best business school in the world. But you know what? Hardest to get into. Hardest. But you know what? I'll tell you what. I've been watching for years as they try and think, well, we're going to give tax incentives, and we're going to give this, and we're going to loan low-interest loans. We're going to, so complicated. Can you imagine government guys, let's see, we'll give you a low-interest loan. No. When Carrier leaves and they want to move to Mexico, you're going to tell them, I'm sorry, folks, but enjoy your stay in Mexico. Every unit you make that comes across my now very powerful border, because we will build a wall, believe me, folks, we will build a wall. And don't forget, last week, the Border Patrol agents, 16,500. In the history, they've never done this. They endorsed Donald Trump for president. They've never done it. And these are great people. But they're told to stand back, let people come across. And Sheriff Joe Arpaio endorsed me. So, I mean, he's a great guy and very tough, and Jan Brewer, the whole group, all great people. Because they want to have borders. If we don't have borders, we don't have a country. We don't have a country. So I'm going to tell Carrier, and I have Carl Icahn, one of the great businessmen of the world, and I have many of the top business people in the world endorsing me, right? They've endorsed me. And they know what's going on. Corporate inversions are a disaster. That's companies that are leaving. Billions and trillions of dollars are outside. They can't even bring the money back in because the politicians can't get together and everybody agrees it should be brought back in. So here's what's the story. We tell Carrie, I'd like to do it myself. I always tell my wife, I want to do it myself. She said, delegate it. I want to do it myself. It's so easy. Too easy. I love doing this stuff. You know, I love it. I love it. Believe me, I'm going to make our nation so rich again because, you know, unless we're rich, we can't be strong. We can't be strong. So we're going to say to whoever heads up Carrier, who I'm not particularly fond with right now, I'm not a particularly fond, I don't have great feelings about him. So we're going to say every unit you make and bring into the United States, you're going to pay a 35% tax. 35%. And we can say that to Ford, and we can say that to Nabisco, who moved their big plant out of Chicago. 35% tax. And here's what's going to happen. If they haven't already moved, many of them have already gone. If they haven't already moved, they're going to call up. And if they have Hillary or any of these other guys, their lobbyists and their special interests, they have them totally under control. They won't do anything, 100%. With me, I'm working for you folks. I'm not getting their money. I'm not. So here's what's going to happen. They're going to call up and they're going to try and talk to me. I won't even take the phone call. Say, do it, take it or leave it. You know the old expression? We don't use it in this country very much. Take it or leave it. They'll say, Mr. President, we've decided to stay in Indiana. 100%, not 90%. We've decided. Now, if it's already too late, because, you know, I'm just getting here, folks. A lot of companies have left, big companies. But they're not going to take advantage of us anymore. So when a company moves out of Indiana or any of our other states, there are going to be consequences. And we don't have to get fancy, and we don't have to talk about low-interest loans that maybe they don't pay back. We don't have to do anything. All we have to do is use our powers. And again, I am a free trader on the record. The problem with free trading is you need smart people to negotiate good deals. We don't have those people. We have people that don't have a clue. We have people that are grossly incompetent. So our trade deals are going to be so good, and they're going to be so strong. I met a woman, a fantastic woman. She heard my speech a couple of months ago. She said, Mr. Trump, I love what you say. You are so terrific. The only thing, I don't like when you say, and I'm voting for you. She said, but I don't like what you say, we're going to make America rich again. Because that doesn't sound nice. I said, it sounds nice to me because we can't, and I explained to her, we can't make our country great unless we're going to bring back our jobs and bring back our money and get rid of, we have $19 trillion in debt. We have health care that nobody can afford. We have horrible schooling. We have horrible roads. Our infrastructure is dying. Our bridges are unsafe. I said, we have to make ourselves viable again. We're not viable. So here's the story, folks. We're going to make great trade deals. We're not going to let China have a $300 billion and a $400 billion, and now it's up to $500 billion trade deficit. $505 billion. $505 billion. Mexico, $58 billion trade deficit. And then they say, one of these guys comes off the stage 2 months ago, said to me, Donald, you know you can't build a wall. I said, of course you can. Okay, you know that story. Believe me, that's so easy. But for a politician, they can't do that. They'll never be able to do it. Then another guy comes off a few weeks later, because I said Mexico's going to pay for the wall. And I get along great with Mexico. But, you know, they've taken advantage because their leaders are smarter, tougher, they have more street smarts. And what they're doing to us is unbelievable. I mean, and look at the trade deficit, just the trade deficit alone. And they came, they said, you know you can't get Mexico to pay for the wall. And then I said, listen, I'm not going to help you get elected, but here's the story. You're going to hear me say it anyway, and they all copy me. This morning I heard Cruz say, we will build a wall. I said, where's this coming from? Cruz, he said you're going to build a wall. What happened? Where did it come from? Okay, but I told him, I said, we have a trade deficit of $58 billion a year, and it's going to go up. It's going up, unless I'm elected president. It's not going up, believe me, folks. It's going down. But we have a big trade deficit. We have a wall that's going to cost $10 billion. When you have that kind of a deficit and that kind of a cost, the worst business person in this room can make that deal really easy. Believe me, really, really easy. So we're going to have strong borders, and we're going to have people come into our country because we want that. And we want immigration. We want people to come in to our country. But they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. So our country doesn't win anymore. We used to win all the time. We used to have General Patton, George. He couldn't be a general today. He's too tough. He'd be screaming at his men. They'd say, you can't do that. That's not politically correct. They'd throw him out of the military. He'd use a foul. He had a tendency to use slightly foul language. The great thing about Bobby Knight, I'll bet he never used foul language. Do we agree? Yeah, Bobby, I would say a little bit. I've heard on television a little of the language. These are great people. A guy like George Patton, General George Patton, he was known, he was a rough guy. His troops would die for him. They'd die for him. Vince Lombardi, they'd die for him. Bobby Knight, they die for these people, okay? And here's the story. We are going to have a military that's going to be so strong, so powerful, so great. We are going to, as I said, we're going to take care of our cherished veterans. We're going to take care. It's part of it. And, folks, we don't win anymore, but we're going to start winning. We're going to win with our military. We're going to knock the hell out of ISIS. We're going to take care of our vets. We're going to get rid of Common Core, bring education locally. We're going to win with education. We're going to get rid of Obamacare. We're going to come up with plans that are so good and so much better and so much less expensive. We're going to win on the border. We're going to win, and we're going to build the wall. And believe me, Mexico's going to pay for the wall. We're going to stop drugs from pouring in. Believe me. And we're going to win with great trade deals. We're not going to let the entire world rip us off anymore. And speaking of our military, we're defending the whole world, and they think we're all a bunch of jerks. From now on, we want to help everybody, but they have to help us, and they're going to have to help us monetarily when we defend them. Big league. So, thank you. People don't even know that. We defend Germany, we defend Japan, we defend South Korea, we defend Saudi Arabia. They were making, with the good oil price, now they're still making a fortune, they were making $1 billion a day. And we pay rent on basis. We pay rent. Okay? Those days are all gone. And you know what? These countries will like us more with me as president than they do now, and they're ripping us. So here's the story, folks. We're going to start winning again. And we're going to win so much. We're just going to win. And I love doing this, so we'll do it. People tend to like it. We're going to win. We're going to win with the military. We're going to win with trade. We're going to win, 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 win. That some people are going to go, no, Mr. President, please, sir, we can't take it anymore. We don't want to win so much. We're not used to it. We're used to losing all the time. Please, Mr. President. And I'm going to say, I don't care. We're going to win, win, win. And we're going to make our country great again. We're going to make America great again. So get out there on Tuesday and vote. I love you all. Thank you very much, Indiana. Indiana. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Tuesday, Tuesday.
The system. Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Carter, the gentleman from Georgia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank all of you for being here. I can only imagine the feelings that you have, and please know that you are in our prayers, and we appreciate your courage for being here.
Thank you.
Mr. Martin, if I could ask you specifically, Victor Martinez Ramirez, he was the illegal alien who killed Air Force veteran Marilyn Ferris. He had been arrested by your police department 6 times in the previous 15 months. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
6 times in the previous 15 months.
Yes, sir.
And it's my understanding he had been released by the Santa Barbara County Jail only 96 hours prior to doing this?
Yes, sir.
Had ICE issued a detainer for this guy?
Not in this particular case. They did provide a detainer in 2014, but that was the only one we knew.
Is your city, Mr. Martin, is your city or Santa Barbara County a sanctuary jurisdiction?
No, sir. The city of Santa Maria is not a sanctuary city, never has been. In fact, I have letters from our city manager, which was authored by our city council, stating specifically they have never voted for at any time in the past or in the present to be a sanctuary city.
Have you ever contacted ICE previously about to request a detainer on someone or on a suspected illegal alien? Have you ever had that experience?
No, sir. What we do is when we arrest someone, the Santa Maria Police Department makes an arrest, we fill out a form that goes with the prisoner to the county jail. Santa Maria Police Department, we don't have a jail for people to put in. We just have a booking processing area. And in this form, we do check the officer, does the officer request an immigration review? And in this particular case for Victor Martinez, we checked yes. So then it would be in the hands of the Sheriff's Department and ICE for them to go down and make the review.
Okay. And you're not sure what happened after that in that particular case?
No, sir.
Okay. Wouldn't you agree that Sheriff, that increased communication between local law enforcement and federal law enforcement would federal law enforcement especially, because obviously they're the ones who are responsible for the immigration enforcement, wouldn't you agree that better communication would obviously benefit everyone in this case?
Yes, sir, I would.
And hopefully keep a tragedy like this from happening again. I mean, obviously, this is obviously not our best work and could qualify as being our worst work. Mr. Chairman, obviously, I'm appalled, as we all are, at what has happened in this particular case and what has happened in many cases like this. And I, you know, especially when you had a veteran who was murdered at the hands of an illegal alien who was in police custody only hours before. Only hours before this person was in police custody. So I want to bring to your attention, Mr. Chairman, other members of the committee, a bill that I have. It's H.R. 4007, the Alerted Act, and it helps to increase communication at all levels of law enforcement, and it ensures that DHS and that ICE are responsive to those inquiries, just like Mr. Martin just indicated, and that is that they will work to make sure that these illegal aliens are indeed checked on and that our immigration laws are enforced. Again, it's H.R. 4007. That's a bill that I'm sponsoring. It's called the Alerted Act. Hopefully, it will improve communication between local law enforcement and between the federal government. That's what we need more of. Again, thank you for being here. And again, our condolences. Thank you so much. We appreciate your courage. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Georgia. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. And first of all, I want to thank the ranking member for asking you to tell us about Casey and Sarah. And if you can, Mr. Martin, tell us a little bit about Marilyn Ferris. We don't want these people to just be statistics. And I watched and as people wipe tears. As a dad of 2 daughters, I can't imagine what you've been through. All of us are very, very grateful for you coming. This has been very helpful. Mr. Root, is it true that Mr. Mejia's bail was less than the cost of Sarah's funeral?
Yes, it is.
Do you know whether or not Mr. Mejia had a driver's license?
He did not.
Do you know whether or not he ever had one?
I do not know that fact. I know there's no insurance. The vehicle that killed my daughter, I'm not even sure the true owner of that vehicle. It's in the Omaha impound lot right now. Mm-hmm. I heard it was from another illegal roofing contractor from Wichita, Kansas. But, you know, they won't let me take it out of there to get it dusted for prints or whatever you want to say. So.
Okay. Mr. Martin, I listened to Mr. Burbank's response to Chairman Chavitz about deporting drunk drivers. And frankly, that didn't go over well with me. But I'm going to ask you, do you think we have enough legal citizens who drive drunk without adding illegal immigrant drunk drivers to that number?
Yes, sir.
Do you think it makes sense when we know that they have a record of drunk driving? And I'd like for you to answer that again. You didn't have your microphone on. I ask you if you think we have enough without adding illegal drunk drivers to that.
Yes, sir, we have enough.
Do you think it makes sense when they're picked up for drunk driving, since they're here illegally, regardless of race, national origin, sex, gender? Does it matter? Since they're here illegally and they're breaking our laws, does it make sense for them to stay here?
No, sir, it does not. I view the vehicle just as I would a pistol.
Mm-hmm. And in this case, in Sarah Root's case, it was just as deadly as a pistol, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Burbank, in your last comments, you seem to imply that the American taxpayers should pay for substance abuse treatment for people who are here illegally. Is that what you're saying that we need to do as a nation?
I don't believe I said that.
I believe you did.
American taxpayers. I said that we have demonstrated through restorative justice programs in which substance abuse treatment, that is the direction that we bring people out and they do not reoffend. We are more effective than we are with incarceration.
Okay, but you said that in the context of illegals. And if they're here illegally and they're in these substance abuse programs, you're pretty much saying that we need to invest American taxpayer dollars in providing substance abuse for people who are here illegally. Does that not create another incentive for them to come here illegally?
We have people who exist in this country in all different forms and status.
Listen, you're trying to turn this into something that's not, and I'm not going to let you do it. And the chairman probably pulled me out of the chair. But we're sick of this. You've got 3 people here representing families who've lost loved ones. We know that there was 124 people who are here illegally who've committed murders. Just this month, in my home state of Alabama, they've arrested 3 illegals, 2 Hondurans and a Mexican, who were here to do a home invasion, and one of them said that had the family been there with a firearm, he would have shot them. They were arrested, Mr. Martin, by local police in Oxford, Alabama, who were alert enough to see that they were carrying weapons and arrested them. They had prior convictions as well. One of them was carrying a pistol stolen from Arlington, Texas. One of them had a felony that goes back to 2008. It's insane. It's criminal. And you're sitting next to people who have lost 2 of the most precious things they'll ever lose in their lives. And frankly, I find it offensive.
May I respond?
Yes, you may.
So I sympathize with these individuals. In fact, in the year 2000, my friend and colleague lost his life at the hands of an undocumented immigrant. I would not want that person caught who has never been found. He was held in custody and released. But I would not want that person found at the expense of someone else's constitutional rights or civil rights.
We're not talking about constitutional rights, and I think you have crossed a line in trying to imply that people who are here illegally have the same rights as people who are here legally, who are citizens of the country. And we're not denying people due process. We're not denying them access to the justice system. We're trying to treat people as humanely as we possibly can. But the fact of the matter is, I don't care if it was just one in the last 10 years, it would have been one too many if it were my daughter or my son. I yield back. I recognize Mr. Grothman for 2 minutes.
We don't even need 2 minutes. I just wanted to do a follow-up with Chief Martin. I'd like to thank you for being here today. I see Congressman Connolly had left. I just didn't want to respond a little to his comment. I thought it was completely out of line. I think the implication was completely unwarranted without anything to back it up. I appreciate what you're saying, and I think we see both from Representative Connolly and former Chief Burbank kind of the mentality that we've got to get over in this country if we're going to save our country, because we're going to lose our country unless we begin to take these immigration laws seriously. And we have too many people thinking of any ridiculous pretext under the world not to do the obvious. And we've seen that here today, but I just would like to thank Chief Martin and thank all the other law enforcement officers around the country who I think are doing a tremendous job. I think it's unfortunate so many people want to disparage them. That's all.
I recognize the ranking member for a closing statement.
Again, I want to thank all of you for being here. And I think when we look at this total problem, we have to understand that there's a lot of pain, and rightfully so. And at the same time, when our nation was put together, the founding fathers tried to create all kind of balances so that we keep our people safe, make sure that there's equal protection under the law, and a true sense of justice. And sometimes these things seem to kind of collide, but I am convinced that we can do better. I think, and I think that, I mean, as I heard Director Sedania talk, she was clear that there's some things that we need to do, we as members of Congress need to do, perhaps in looking at the code and figuring out things that, ways we can help them be more effective and efficient in what they do. No system, unfortunately, is perfect. None. I practiced law for many years, and I saw a lot of things that will go with me in a negative way until I die. But I think what we have to do as Americans is constantly reach for that more perfect union. Whether we'll ever get there, I don't know, but we need to be striving for it every day. And there's so many people who, and I want us to always be careful, though, and I go back to my opening statement, that we don't just label a group of people, and because I think that's very dangerous, too. Because when we turn against each other, then I think it's almost impossible for us to truly pursue that more perfect union. So that means that we've got to kind of try to address the issues that come out of this. We've got to look at ICE and make sure that ICE is doing what it's supposed to do, and all the other agencies. And where there are places that need to be strengthened, we need to do that. But in the end, we want to try to make sure to all of you that these kind of things don't happen again. But we've got to, and again, we may only be able to minimize the possibility. Because, Chief, as you know, things happen. People, even when you have the laws, people find a way to get around them. You know that, because I know you've been in this business long enough. And so, but again, your testimony has been very helpful to all of us. And I really, from the depths of my heart, I thank you. I really do. And I think somebody said it a little bit earlier. You know, you never get over the loss. You don't. You just learn to live with it. You learn to live with it. And you're learning to live with it because it's still new. The idea that you're able to do what you're doing, to come here and speak for your loved ones. And like you said, Ms. Eileen, you know, I think you said something to the effect that I don't want to see her having died in vain. You want to see something come out of this to help somebody else. And that's one of the greatest ways you can deal with it. And we really appreciate it. And you came to the right place.
Well, this is where I wanted to be.
Well, we're glad you came. But all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We thank all of our witnesses for their appearance here today. If there's no further business, without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Take it.
All right, folks, we're going to take you to Baltimore, where there's a live breaking news situation happening at a building in Baltimore where suspect torched his own car and then went into a building and does not want to come out. I'm going to get you guys more details, but I just wanted to give you guys that little bit right now while we get this breaking news to you. All right, folks, a television station in Baltimore has been evacuated after employees say a man threatened to blow up the station. The Baltimore Police Department says that it's investigating a bomb scare at WBFF-TV, the Fox affiliate at the base of the city's TV Hill. The area is home to 2 other TV stations and a radio station. WBFF employees tweeted videos discussing the threat, which they said was made by a man who appeared there in person. All right, folks, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. A television station in Baltimore has been evacuated after employees say a man threatened to blow up the station today. You're watching this all unfold live on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com.
Of loud bangs, about 4 of them in succession. The man went down in the street. We are still waiting to confirm what it was happened, but again, the man walked out of the building. Again, the man who they say strapped a bomb to himself was inside Fox 45, walked out onto the street. We heard a couple of loud bangs, and then police shouted to get down. So all of the media crews, including ourselves, came to a place of safe refuge behind a car here. We're still waiting to find out. Very active scene out here. Police still on the move there. We can't really see what's going on right now, but again, we will say that we saw.
All right, folks. We'll work to get you guys some updates as Fox did cut out of there. Work to get you guys more updates as the day goes on.
Leader who started as a secretary and climbed the corporate ladder to become the CEO of the largest technology company in the world, the first female CEO of a Fortune 20 company in history. Carly has spent her whole life shattering glass ceilings and in naming a vice presidential nominee. That may well be the most solemn and serious decision any presidential candidate has. You look for someone who is prepared to do the job from day one. The most important job of a vice president is, if the president is incapacitated, to be prepared to step in and lead the country, to be prepared to deal with the challenges facing America, the economic challenges, bringing jobs back to America. You want to nominate someone who has the knowledge, both of our domestic economy and of the world, to do the job. Someone who has the judgment, someone who is measured and careful, not hot-headed, not rash, not popping off at whatever the latest Twitter storm is, but instead who is a serious leader we can trust to be commander-in-chief and keep this country safe. And you want someone with character. You want someone who is honest and trustworthy, who can be counted on to fulfill the promises made to the American people. All of us are furious with politicians who say anything, who play a role, who play a part, who pretend on the campaign trail and then go to Washington and they become part of that same corrupt Washington system that enriches big business, enriches Wall Street, and leaves the working men and women of Indiana out in the cold. Enough of that already. We need instead leaders who will fight for the hard-working men and women of this country. And I will tell you, you could not ask for a clearer contrast than the contrast between Carly and me on the one side as conservative, tested, trusted leaders that you can count on to fight for you, versus on the other side, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. Donald and Hillary are flip sides of the same coin. Hillary has made millions selling power and influence in Washington, and Donald has made billions buying politicians like Hillary Clinton. Hillary and Donald are the system. If you're fed up with the corruption of Washington, that's why so many Hoosiers, that's why so many Republicans, it's why so many Americans are uniting behind our campaign, because we want instead real solutions to the problems facing this country. Carl?
Well, it's fantastic to be here in Indiana. Obviously, I was very humbled and honored to accept the senator's offer to be his running mate yesterday, and it's very exciting as we barnstorm the state in the bus, back in the bus with the girls. But I think, you know, he talked about Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump being two sides of the same coin, part of the system. Boy, is that ever true. Boy, is that ever true. And all you got to do is look at the amount of money Donald Trump has given, whether it's to the DCCC or the John Boehner's super PAC, I mean, he's bought off politicians all his life. And that system, that corrupt system of insiders and double dealing and crony capitalism is why the people of America, the vast majority of the American people, 80% of us, have now concluded the federal government is incompetent and corrupt. It is. And that we have an insider system that works for some. It works for people like Donald Trump. He's big and powerful and wealthy and well-connected. But it doesn't work for most of us. And so what you have here is a fearless fighter who, as a conservative, understands that the thing that ails us is too much money and too much power concentrated in the hands of too few. And we need to put money and power back where it belongs, in citizens' hands, in communities' hands, and in the states.
Senator, a two-part question for you. Number one, how do you and Ms. Farina combat the criticism that you're hearing that this move, naming her your running mate, is an act of desperation? And then part two, can you answer that one, then I can ask the part two?
No,
after?
you ask
Fine.
about
Part two is John Boehner calling you now, in his words, the most miserable SOB he's ever worked with, saying that you are Lucifer in the flesh. And I'm wondering how you square that with the necessity to pull together some of those establishment Republicans who are...
All right, folks, we're going to take you out to, back out to Baltimore. This is a Periscope feed where the Fox affiliate there in Baltimore has a bomb threat in the building.
Let's see what I can get a little bit closer here. Don't want to be stupid, but I'm a little closer now. So he's right through those doors in our main lobby. He's been there now almost an hour and a half. That outer lobby is secured. You can't come in or out without getting buzzed through. And at this point, he may actually be stuck in there because he might not be able to exit. I don't know exactly. Once there's somebody not at the front desk, he might actually be stuck in there. So from the other angle, we could see that he was wearing some kind of goofy, almost looked like a panda suit. He was wearing a surgical mask, and he had dark glasses on, and there was definitely something under his jacket. Somebody jokingly said here on Periscope that it was a bag of weed. I don't know what it was, but there was definitely something poking out from underneath. So he's not moving much. He's either crouched down or sitting. It's pretty quiet, with the exception of the helicopter overhead. Things have gotten pretty quiet and very still.
All right, folks, if you're just joining us right now, our Fox affiliate in Baltimore has a bomb threat on the building. The news team had to evacuate as a person said they strapped themselves to a bomb and then entered the building. Right now, you could see that there's a heavy police presence in this area.
throw him off. He didn't get down. He came across like he was doing something. They pop, pop, pop. They took him down. He went down. They shot him. They shot him. So that, yeah, and he's still alive. He's laying there. He's still alive. And then he's still alive. He's not dead. Huh?
All right, everybody, that was the chief meteorologist at the Fox Baltimore station describing the suspect who was in a panda suit who was shot and saying he's alive, he's not dead. I'm going to replay that for you right now.
Throw him off. He didn't get down. He came across like he was doing something. They pop, pop, pop. They took him down. He went down. They shot him. They shot him. So that, yeah, and he's still alive. He's laying there. He's still alive. And then he's still alive. He's not dead. Huh?
All right, folks, we don't know how many suspects might be there for this TV station bomb threat, but we are hearing, though, that one suspect has been shot. Witnesses say they saw the suspect just walk across the street, and we heard loud pops. The suspect is down and not moving.
Set his car on fire before he went into the building.
So that's his car?
That's his car, yeah. He tried to set it on fire before he went into the building. So that was the concern, that he has intention. We know he has. Now, he was telling the security guard, who he's back here. I mean, he's awesome for what he did. The security guard was amazing for how he handled it.
Right.
Kept calm. This guy is like amazing. That he was saying that his a government conspiracy covering up something about you know, suns and the sun and black holes and all this kind of really bizarre stuff. But anyway, so that was basically it. That's all I had. I think those were flashbangs. I think those were just flashbangs. Yeah. So this is what I saw when he was coming in. When he was, that's him down in the street. You can see him. That's him in the street. There's the cam. There's the. This is the
no worries.
The robot. They sent the robot up.
I'm just trying to.
But here, I'm gonna move over. This is when they were. Let me see if I.
Show me that video. I've got you live on Periscope right now.
Oh, I'm sorry about the video.
No worries.
This is. I have a better video here. Hold on. I think that's after the shot. Hold on 1 second, guys. Right here. This is him in the street. You can see. I zoomed in on him. He came out.
Excuse me.
They just shot him. Heard several explosions.
Catherine, are you getting that? Can't see it.
And he came out.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I'll turn it. So that's him laying in the street. That's before they sent up the robot. And then you see the police are all kind of huddled here. They're waiting because they don't know. He still moves. I thought he might be dead, but then I saw him lift his head and then he moved his arm.
So
he's still alive, unless I don't know what the situation now. They just drove by that armored truck.
So they shot him.
Yeah, that's why he
We've
went down.
got Baltimore City Police PIOs coming out here now.
Yeah, they took him down because he kept moving. Now there's a
Agent
scene
Donnie
with
Moses.
the robot. You want it with the robot?
Troy.
I can have a video with the robot. It's the robot and
I'm going to pause here and talk to.
All right, folks, so that was the scene just moments ago as witnesses from the station at Fox Baltimore describing, at Fox 45 in Baltimore, describing the scene there at their station. As you can imagine, just a very, very scary situation for anybody. But then when they had to evacuate the newsroom because, in the whole building really, because of that situation of a suspect getting in and saying that he had a bomb. very scary situation for all those involved, including the first responders, including people that worked at the station. You are watching Fox 10 News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com.
Get back because he could still set something off if he has a bomb on him.
Has anybody said anything about how the car fire related to this?
Well, the car fire, he tried to set his car on fire before he went into the building.
So that's his car?
That's his car, yeah. He tried to set it on fire before he went into the building. So that was the concern, that he has intention. We know he has. Now, he was telling the security guard, who he's back here. I mean, he's awesome for what he did. The security guard was amazing for how he handled it.
Right.
Kept calm. This guy is like amazing. That he was saying that he is a government conspiracy covering up something about, suns and the sun and black holes and all this kind of really bizarre stuff. But anyway, so that was basically it. That's all I had. I think those were flash bands. I think those were just flash bands. Yeah. So this is what I saw when he was coming in. When he was, that's him down in the street. You can see him. That's him in the street. There's the cam. This is the the robot. They sent the robot up.
I'm just trying to.
But here, I'm gonna move over. This is when they were. Let me see if I.
Show me that video. I've got you live on Periscope right now.
Oh, I'm sorry about the video. This is. I have a better video here. Hold on. I think that's after the shot. Hold on 1 second, guys. Right here. This is him in the street. You can see. I zoomed in on him. He came out.
Excuse me.
They just shot him. Heard several explosions.
Catherine, are you getting there? Can't see it.
And he came out.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I'll turn it. So that's him laying in the street. That's before they sent up the robot. And then you see the police are all kind of huddled here. They're waiting because they don't know. He still moves. I thought he might be dead, but then I saw him lift his head and then he moved his arm.
So he's waiting.
He's still alive, unless I don't know what the situation is. They just drove by that armored truck. And now he's laying in the street there.
So they shot him.
Yeah, that's why he went down.
We've got Baltimore City Police PIOs coming out here now.
Yeah, they took him down because he kept moving. Now there's a
Agent
scene
Donnie
with
Moses.
the robot. You want it with the robot?
Troy.
I can have a video with the robot. There's the robot and
I'm going to pause here and talk to police for a second.
alive
We're
right
back.
there. So they're telling everybody to get back because he could still set something off if he has a bomb on him.
Has anybody said anything about how the car fire related to this?
Well, the car fire, he tried to set his car on fire before he went into the building.
So that's his car?
That's
certain
his
about
car,
that?
yeah. He tried to set it on fire before he went into the building. So that was the concern, that he has intention. We know he has. Now, he was telling the security guard, who he's back here. I mean, he's awesome for what he did. The security guard was amazing for how he handled it.
Right.
Kept calm. This guy is like amazing. That he was saying that he is a government conspiracy covering up something about, suns and the sun and black holes and all this kind of really bizarre stuff. But anyway, so that was basically it. That's all I had. I think those were flash bands. I think those were just flash bands. Yeah. So this is what I saw when he was coming in. When he was, that's him down in the street. You can see him. That's him in the street. There's the cam. This is the the robot. They sent the robot up.
I'm just trying to.
But here, I'm gonna move over. This is when they were. Let me see if I.
Show me that video. I've got you live on Periscope right now.
Oh, I'm sorry about the video. This is. I have a better video here. Hold on. I think that's after the shot. Hold on 1 second, guys. Right here. This is him in the street. You can see. I zoomed in on him. He came out.
Excuse me.
They just shot him. Heard several explosions.
Catherine, are you getting that? Can't see it. Can you see it?
Yeah, I'll turn it. So that's him laying in the street. That's before they sent up the robot. And then you see the police are all kind of huddled here. They're waiting because they don't know. He still moves. I thought he might be dead, but then I saw him lift his head and then he moved his arm.
So he's waiting.
He's still alive, unless I don't know what the situation now. They just drove by that armored truck.
So they shot him.
Yeah, that's why he
We've
went down.
got Baltimore City Police PIOs coming out here now.
Yeah, they took him down because he kept moving. Now there's a
Agent
scene
Donnie
with
Moses.
the robot. You want it with the robot?
Troy.
I have a video with the robot. There's the robot and
I'm going to pause here and talk to police for a second.
All right, everybody, we're going to keep you updated on this story right now happening in Baltimore. It seems to be, though, the good thing is from the witnesses, what they're saying is that the suspect is down, and right now the police and the bomb squad are just looking around the area to just make sure that there was no booby traps or any kind of other bombs in the area. So we'll keep you updated on that story. Right now, we're going to head to a live Bernie Sanders rally happening right now.
To provide hundreds of billions of dollars in tax breaks to the top 0.2% by repealing the estate tax. In a country in which 47 million people are living in poverty, billionaires like Donald Trump do not need tax breaks. But that's not all. Republicans want to give huge tax breaks to people who don't need it, but at the same time, most of them want to make devastating cuts to the programs that are keeping millions of people alive. Today, all over this country, in Oregon, in Vermont, all over this country, we've got disabled veterans and seniors trying to make it on $10,000 or $11,000 a year Social Security. Republicans want to cut Social Security. Republicans want to cut Medicare. They want to cut Medicaid. They want to cut federal aid to education. They want to cut food stamps for hungry children. They want to throw millions of people off of the Affordable Care Act, and they have no substitute for those millions of people who will lose their health insurance. And let's be clear, when you're throwing millions of people off of health insurance, some of those people will certainly die, and many others will become much sicker and suffer in a way that they did not have to. But that's what they want to do, eliminate the Affordable Care Act. Millions of people lose their health insurance. Not a whit of concern for those people. At a time when we are seeing an increasingly corrupt campaign finance system, what Republicans want to do is not overturn Citizens United. You know what they want to do? They want to end all campaign finance regulations so that billionaires can directly fund their candidates. You know, and I think we are reaching the day when you're going to have members of Congress with patches on their jackets, sponsored by the Koch brothers, sponsored by ExxonMobil, sponsored by the Pfizer drug company, because that is where the Republican Party is going. Now, right now, as a member of the Senate Committee on the Environment, I can tell you what all of you already know. And that is climate change is causing devastating problems in our country and the world. But you have a Republican Party that is rejecting science. Not one of the many Republicans who ran for president even acknowledged the reality of climate.
All right, folks, we're going to take you out here live. Looks like there's going to be a press conference in Baltimore at any moment now. All right, folks, we're waiting for an upcoming press conference here. You can see that the media here is getting ready in Baltimore.
My name is Jesse Diamba. I'm from the University of North Texas.
All right, they cut back to Josh Earnest live in Washington, D.C.
Could your administration discuss a bit on recent calls in the election cycle, especially from the Democratic side, over making college more affordable, as in free, just like most Western European nations? We're speaking with the Secretary of Education, John King, and I kind of found it ironic that the Secretary of Education for the richest country in the history of the world is still paying his graduate student debt. So could you comment on maybe making on the comments that the presidential candidates are saying in the future?
Yeah. Well, let me just talk to you about what the administration has done. So obviously, as I mentioned earlier, we've been very focused on looking for ways that we can expand the assistance that we provide to middle-class students and students that are trying to get into the middle class. We've also been looking for ways that we can expand assistance to families who are paying for their child to get a college education. And we've been looking for creative policy ways that we can put downward pressure on college costs, and making clear to college administrators that they have a responsibility to try to keep a limit on the growth in education costs. We've also been encouraging of state governments that they need to look for ways to at least protect the amount of support that they provide to state-run colleges and universities.
Played a significant public role with us in the evacuation of the building. Can't thank them enough for being proactive and helping us out. We'll go over what we know now.
Afternoon that we got a call about a person in the lobby. This person had on some sort of outfit. He had a surgical style mask or something over his face. He made some suggestions to a person that he encountered. The person that he encountered wasn't actually an employee of Fox 45. It was a contractor servicing the business for something else. He said something to him and then displayed what appeared to be wires and some other things inside of his jacket that appeared to be some type of explosive device. Outside of the building, a vehicle was set on fire. It appears to be arson related. That vehicle that was set on fire, as what we know, is that there was a rag inside of the gas tank area of the vehicle. It was no type of explosion, no type of bomb detonated at any time. At this point in time, the suspect came out of the building and started advancing towards officers, was not listening to any of the officers' orders. Officers were telling him to take his hands out of his pockets. He had on a hooded jacket. He had his hands in his pocket, had a surgical mask on, and a counter sniper shot the suspect. The suspect at this time is not deceased. The suspect is in the roadway or in the street area at this particular time, and we were using our robot to advance on him and provide and give him commands. The suspect is still not complying with the orders as officers are giving it to him as we speak. And right now, again, it's still an evolving situation. So at this point in time, we don't have a lot more information. We're still urging, of course, the public to stay away from this immediate area as we try to secure the situation. I know there are going to be a litany of questions. I understand we might not be able to answer all those questions right now. And as the commissioner said, we'll provide another briefing as we get more information. Why did he do this? We don't know the answer to that, and we want to know the answer to that. What I can tell you is what we believe the suspect is a white male, appears to be in his 20s, and we don't have a confirmed ID on the suspect at this point in time.
What do you know about what's on his chest? Public right now?
Well, of course there's a threat to the public right now because we have not yet secured this person. We haven't confirmed what's on his body. He had some type of device in his hand as he gave orders, so to speak, to the witnesses that were inside the building. I'm sorry?
You say police shot him. What did they shoot him with?
I don't know what type of gun, but it's a counter sniper. So odds are it's a long type rifle.
So it wasn't like rubber bullets or beanbags or anything?
No. It wasn't. It was not less lethal force used.
Has he been neutralized, TJ, in terms of the device?
No, not yet. No, the situation is not secure. The situation is not safe. Again, we're still approaching him. We're using a robot to approach him. And literally at this point in time, the officers are still using the robot to talk to him, to give him commands. And unfortunately, we can tell that he's still alive at this point, and he's not complying with those demands.
And we'll use that. We'll use the robot. We'll use the robot to manipulate his body as well. Because one thing we obviously want to manipulate is that hand that's still inside of his pocket. We don't know if that's on a trigger switch of sorts. So the robot does a lot of things for us.
Is he able to speak at this point?
Right now, the last update that we got is he does appear to be conscious.
Is he able to speak?
We don't have that information right now. Well, we don't have the exact information as to where he was shot. Again, we haven't been able to. We're doing our best to get him to cooperate with us so we can get him medical treatment and resolve this situation.
TJ, maybe I missed it. Is he an actual bomb?
Have you guys been able to complete a sweep of the building to make sure? No, we have not, but we were able to confirm with Fox 45 that all of their employees are accounted for. We were able to confirm that all of our police officers were accounted for. So at this point, we don't believe anyone else is in the building, but we haven't been able to make entry in the building yet because the suspect was still in the building as of moments ago.
Does he have an actual bomb?
When he left the building, did he leave anything in the building?
We don't know yet.
Does he have an actual bomb?
We can't tell you right now if it's an actual explosive device, but certainly based on the information that we have, it's something that looks like it. We don't have information on whether it actually is or not.
Is he saying anything to you?
The car fire is related to the situation we have now.
No. Again, this happened at 1:20. It's about 3:30, a little after 3:30, and we haven't secured the premises. We haven't secured this incident. So a lot of those questions we hope to get the answer to. Is it a coincidence that there happened to be an arson car fire? Likely not, but we can't confirm that yet. So that's something that we're going to follow up on.
TJ, has he said anything to you?
Made some demands. What does he want?
Involving a television station in the last 2 years.
Any thoughts about that, concerns about that?
Well, I'd say that public spaces in places where people, get their news from and government agencies that serve our community are occasionally vulnerable, if not always vulnerable. So I think it's particularly important to train employees in all of our workplaces, like Fox 45 seems to have done, that when they're in the midst of that critical event, that we have to act. And, I think, again, Fox 45 did a great job, and their employees assisted us to getting to this point right now. But we're going to be here for a while tonight, even after we secure this person. We have to check the rest of the building. We have to make sure that there are no other cars that he may have, manipulated or that he drove there with. So we're going to be here for a while, but our immediate concern right now is getting this person in custody in a safe manner where no one gets hurt.
And it's also important to note, to follow up on what the commissioner said, the situation that happened last year at Channel 2, different security procedures are in place there as they have been for other stations here. And this area is a secured vestibule area, which might have assisted in not allowing this suspect to get inside the building and do something else. So we were fortunate enough that he was pretty well contained as this situation is evolving. So, anything?
Can you talk about? You said his hand was still in his pocket as if he were clutching that device.
Right. Yes. Again, we have to have all precautions. I mean, for a person to do this, you have something that you have to monitor there, and for him not to be complying and his hand's still in the pocket, we have to have just make sure we just take all necessary precautions, because we don't know if this is
Karen, an inevitable question is going to be the treatment of this person after he was shot by the police. But right now, he still poses a significant public safety threat. So I wish we were in a position to render first aid to him immediately. We're not, because he is still in a position to do a lot of people harm. So that's inevitably going to be one of the questions that I imagine one of you guys might ask. We're very aware of it, and we want to treat him. We want him to get the attention he needs. We have to make sure it's safe to do so.
We're in a residential area. Has anyone else been evacuated?
Were you guys on the phone with him? Did you talk him out, or did he just walk out?
He just walked out. Basically, he just walked out. And again, it's a tactic that we use if somebody's coming out voluntarily and we're giving them orders and they're following commands. But people sometimes come out and aren't. So again, we don't want to speculate as to why he did this. We don't want to speculate what his purpose was for walking out and advancing. So we don't want to speculate at this point. I'm going to take one last question.
Has he had any dialogue since he's come out?
Again, he's not being very cooperative at this point. And what was that?
Has anyone else been evacuated other than Fox 45?
I'm not 100% sure. We might have gotten some evacuations in the immediate area, but it's not a lot of houses right next to the station. It kind of sits alone. And Kai, did you have a last question?
Well, Commissioner, I do. Would you explain again the role of the robots, and at what point do your officers make a move toward this guy?
Well, the robot can do many different things, and the robot has arms attached to it, and it can manipulate a person or a thing. And we often use robots to manipulate things, like a potential explosive device is located on a city street corner. Robots are routinely used to manipulate that device. But in this particular case, we're using the robot to manipulate his body. He has one hand that's still in his pocket. He appears to still be alive, still be conscious, and we want to make sure we get his hand away from a potential trigger or some type of switch that could potentially serve to activate an explosive. So we're really being thoughtful about this. We got the best of the best with the Baltimore Police Department, the Baltimore Fire Department. The bomb squad here is fantastic. We're just trying to resolve this situation.
And Jennifer Vitas, last two.
Was there any communication with him? Does he have a phone? Were you negotiating with him at all?
I'm not sure exactly where we were with our negotiations with him, if in fact they had begun or not. By the time we brief next, I anticipate that we'll be able to fully answer that question.
And Vitas?
And you said that the medical attention can't get to him because he's still moving.
He still poses a threat. He still poses a threat, and that puts everyone in danger. So unfortunately, we can't, but we're certainly continuing our efforts.
And they're speaking to him
through the robot. Can't get into if anything's being communicated backwards. All right.
Still giving commands.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There you have it. Baltimore Police Commissioner.
Thank you for doing that. I really appreciate that.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome.
Go ahead.
Often find in the federal government, particularly when it comes to education, is that we have a tradition in this country of local control of schools. And that's a good thing. We want communities to be engaged and to play the predominant role in setting policies and guidelines for how the schools in those communities are going to operate. But what the federal government can do is to offer some expertise and to share best practices and bring schools and administrators together to help them understand how these problems are being handled in other communities. And so what this administration has done is made an effort to try to lift up best practices, to seek out the most effective educators, particularly when it comes to disciplinary policies, and make sure that we're sharing those ideas with other schools. And there's plenty of academic data and research to indicate that there is some bias inherent in the way that some schools administer discipline. And that does put some students, particularly minority students, at a disadvantage. And helping well-intentioned administrators recognize the potential for bias and give them some tips for how to work around it and overcome it is a really valuable thing. And I know that this is something that the Department of Education has made a real priority. Okay. All right. Others. Yes, that gentleman right there.
Sean Bassett, I'm from the MSU spokesman at Morgan State University.
Great. Nice to see you, Sean.
What is the future of historically black colleges and universities at the Obama administration?
Well, under President Obama's leadership, funding for historically black colleges and universities has increased. President Obama has had an opportunity to deliver a couple of commencement addresses at HBCUs. In both of those speeches, the president has talked about how important a role those institutions play, not just in a modern African-American community in the United States, but actually a role they have to play in our country. The president's actually going to speak at Howard University later this summer at their commencement. The president's looking forward to that opportunity, and it would be an opportunity for him to both reflect on the tradition that's built into HBCUs of providing a good, high-quality education to African Americans, but he'll also talk about the responsibility that those who graduate from those kinds of institutions have to contribute not just to the African American community, but to our country as a whole. And this is something the president feels strongly about, and something he'll talk about again later this summer when he speaks at Howard. Okay. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. I'm Kate Correjo from the Fordham Rim at Fordham University. And we just released our sexual assault climate survey, or the results of the survey, rather. It turns out Fordham is reporting sexual assault just a little bit above the national average. This is around 5% right now. We're reporting at 8%. So I was wondering if the administration is doing anything to incentivize colleges to increase that percentage, to make it easier and more accessible for victims to report their sexual assault, so we can get more accurate numbers on how sexual assault exists on college campuses.
Yeah. Well, that seems like a bad thing. Look at this. It's that remote there, guys.
Lock it, turn it down.
There we go. That's never happened before. So, I'm sorry that had to happen to you. You've asked a very serious question. What the administration has done is tried to work with colleges and universities to help them establish a clear process for reporting these kinds of crimes when they occur, and making sure that there's a process internally for handling them appropriately, consistent with fairness, but also consistent with the law. So that is certainly an important step. The other thing that we believe is important is transparency. That as students are considering which college or institution to attend, they should understand exactly what the climate is like on that campus. How safe are they going to be if they go to school there? How much of a priority have school administrators made the safety of their students? So that kind of transparency is important as well. But look, you know, as I was saying earlier, this can't just be about government. This also has to be about students taking responsibility for what happens on their campus and what kind of community they want to be a part of. And how willing are they to engage in that community to assert the kinds of norms and mutual respect that that we'd all like to have, particularly when we're living in a community like a college campus where you know, we're sort of encouraged to try new things and to explore you know, new experiences. That having a safe environment in which to do that is particularly important. Okay. Other questions? Yes, that gentleman right there.
I'm Jacob Solis from the University of Nevada, reporting for the Nevada Sagebrush. We've heard a lot today, especially from the Education Secretary, of pay-as-you-earn loan repayment plans for student loans. Mm-hmm. However, the reason we're talking about it is because 70%, according to the GAO, 70% of delinquent borrowers are eligible for pay-as-you-earn, but aren't on the plan. How did that number get so high?
Yeah. Well, I think there are a couple of reasons. One is that the pay-as-you-earn program is something that's relatively new. And we are setting a goal today to try to expand the number of people who take advantage of this program. The pay-as-you-earn program essentially caps your student loan repayment rates at 10% of your income. The president has also fought hard to establish the CFPB.
Hey.
And, oh, well.
I hear there's some hot-shot journalists here. You know, Josh was speaking for me, and I want to make sure he was getting it right. How's it going, everybody? Are you guys having an interesting time here? Was Josh thorough in his briefing? Well, I heard you guys were around today, so I wanted to stop by and say hello. I also have a bit of breaking news for you, and then I might take some questions. I overheard Josh talking about student loans, and I know that's a big priority for a lot of your listeners and readers. And that's one of the reasons why my administration has spent a lot of time focused on college affordability. So we expanded Pell Grants to make sure that more young people could access it. We created the Pay-as-you-earn program that ensures that people can cap the amount that they're repaying on their loans each month, and so that young people who want to go into jobs that aren't as lucrative are still able to pursue their passions and their dreams while managing their debt load. Today I want to announce that we're aiming to enroll 2 million more people in Pay-as-you-earn by this time next year. And you can find out how at studentloans.gov/repay. That's studentloans.gov/repay. And we're also going to be making some additional announcements about how we're going to get our agencies coordinating so that as young people are managing their student loan debt, there's one-stop shopping. They can figure out how to do it, and they can make sure that there are consumer protections in terms of how they're being treated in their repayment process. While I have you here, I might as well mention a couple other things. You may have heard that there is a Supreme Court vacancy. For those of you who've been studying our system of government, we have 3 branches, and one of the most important is the judiciary. And right now, our Supreme Court is absent one sitting member with the passing of Justice Scalia. I've nominated an individual named Merrick Garland, who's currently the Chief Judge on the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, which is the second most important court in the land. By all accounts, he is extremely well qualified, and traditionally, what's happened is that the Senate then, exercising its constitutional duties of advise and consent, will meet with the judge and then have a hearing for him and then have a vote. In part because politics have gotten so polarized lately and the importance of this seat, so far at least, the Republican leader on the Senate side, Mitch McConnell, has refused to had the Republican caucus meet with him and schedule an actual vote, although to their credit, there have been a number of Republicans who've broken ranks and gone ahead and met with Judge Garland. I mention this because I think it's important for all of you while you're in town, and many of you who are going to end up being journalists covering important national policy, to recognize that our system only works when, even when we have big disagreements, even when there are big policy disputes, there is still a willingness to follow the rules and treat people fairly, especially those who are on the other side of the debate. That's something that's been lost a little bit in this town of late. And as I said at my State of the Union address, my hope is that despite some of the unusual rhetoric that we've been hearing during this presidential campaign, that it's young people like you who are going to restore that sense of us being able to work together and make this democracy function effectively. And journalists play a critical role in that. You know, sometimes both Josh and I probably have our disagreements with the press corps and feel picked on or misunderstood. But the truth of the matter is, and I've said this before, what separates us out in part from a lot of other countries in the world is we've got this incredible free press that pokes and prods and calls into account our leaders. And that is how we can make sure that leaders are accountable to the people who elect them. And that's how we make sure that you don't see major abuses of power, and when you do, that in fact the American people know about it and are able to make changes. And so you guys are going to have a critical role, those of you who end up following journalism. I hope many of you do. I want to thank the White House Press Corps, because I understand they gave you a lot of time today, and some of the best journalists in the country operate here. I normally don't say nice things about them in front of them, but I figured since they took the time to work with you today, I wanted to make sure to acknowledge the great work that they are doing. All right? So with that, I'm going to take a couple of questions. All right, let's see. We'll start with that young man right there in the black suit. Or blue, I guess. Well, no, right here in the red tie. But I may get, I may get to you too. So.
Mr. President, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name's Dan Corey, and I'm the editor-in-chief of the Daily Fargo. It's the second oldest college newspaper in the United States, and it serves the Rutgers University New Brunswick community.
Outstanding.
We recently ran a student referendum to keep our presence on campus. We passed, and we're allowed to continue publishing, and we're actually going to reach a historic 150 years of publication.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'm also very nervous right now. But
You're doing great so far. Just never admit that you're nervous. Just pretend like this is routine.
Well, in light of the news of you speaking at our commencement, I was wondering, would you be interested in being interviewed by our newspaper?
You know, that's a good use of your time right there. You know, I have to say that normally I coordinate carefully with my press team before we grant interviews, but I am favorably disposed towards giving you a little bit of time. It may not be a really long interview, but I figure you should give the college newspaper a little bit of play. So, all right, young lady right here.
Mr. President, it's an absolute pleasure to meet you. Emily Archak, reporting for the Spectrum newspaper and the Pulse Television News magazine show at Star University. My question is, you announced the other day you'll be visiting Flint, Michigan, based on a letter received from a young girl. What are you planning to do during your visit there? And have you heard from the girl in response to your visit? And if possible, after, may I take a photo with you?
All right, the photo I can't do, because if I do, then I've got a long line. All right, but I will be visiting Flint, and obviously, since the news of the terrible things that have been taking place there, the lead in the drinking water and the potential health hazards, as well as the people who were responsible for the health and safety of those residents, not carrying out their duties the way they need to. I think it's important not only for us to have responded as we have with FEMA, and that's the Federal Emergency Management Agency that responds to a lot of problems like this. It's important not only that we are helping the city plan over the long term, but I think it's also important for me to shine a spotlight on the fact that Flint, although extreme, is not unique, that we have underinvested in some of our basic infrastructure that we rely on for our public health. And hopefully it'll give me a chance to speak to the nation as a whole about how we need to ensure that our air is clean, our water is clean, and that our kids are safe. And I hope I get a chance to meet that young lady as well. All right. Young man right here.
Hello, Mr. Obama. It's a pleasure. I'm Jesse Diamba from the University of North Texas, and I just had 2 questions for you. First of all, what is your proudest achievement you've achieved here in these 8 years? And after January 20th, what are your goals or plans after you leave the White House?
Well, I'm proud of a lot of stuff. Providing health insurance to 20 million people who didn't have it, and setting us on the path where hopefully everybody has health insurance that's affordable and high quality. I'm proud about the work we did to save the economy, because right after I came in, we were in a free fall and could have experienced a worldwide depression. I'm proud of the reforms we've done on Wall Street to make sure that the recklessness that led to the crisis hopefully doesn't happen again. I'm proud of the work we've done in education to make sure that millions of kids who previously couldn't afford to go to college can, and that in addition to the work we've done on student debt and reducing that, we've also been doing things to make it, the process of encouraging young people to go to college easier. And this is a good time for me to give a shout out to the First Lady, who, as many of you know, just this week had her annual sign-up getting young people to apply for the FAFSA form. That is the gateway for you to be able to get financial aid. She was up in New York, but there was I think 1,000 participants nationwide who were helping to let young people know if you are willing to work hard and have a vision for your future, then nothing's preventing you from getting the kind of higher education that you need. So I'm proud of all that stuff. Probably the thing I'm most proud of is that mainly as the assistant to Michelle Obama, I've done. I've raised 2 daughters who are amazing, and I'm really proud of them. And being able to do that while still focused on my job, I think is something I'll look back on and appreciate. I'm really busy right now, so I'm not thinking too much about after the presidency. Typically, presidents build libraries, but I'm more interested in the programming, not just the building. And I'm very confident that a lot of the programming that I do will relate to young people and how I can encourage them to get involved in civic life. All right. Let's see. I'm trying to alternate boy, girl here, just to be fair. Young lady right there in the red. Yeah. You.
Hey, my name's Danielle.
Hey.
My name is Danielle Orteza, and I'm reporting for Newswatch Ole Miss at the University of Mississippi. And pending the Supreme Court's decision, will this administration take further action in immigration?
As you know, we took some initial steps to try to make a more rational, smarter immigration process. Our immigration system has been broken for quite some time. On the one hand, you've had some serious work by our administration and previous administrations to slow the flow of undocumented workers across the border, to strengthen border security, to improve how we manage the influx of folks who come in by air, and to make sure that they're not overstaying their visas and so forth. On the other hand, we also want to remind everybody this is a nation of immigrants, and immigration has been a source of strength for our country, and that we have people here who may not have initially come here legally, but have since that time put down roots, raised families. There are neighbors, there are friends. They may be, in some cases, seeing their sons and daughters go off to war in our country's uniform, and that it doesn't make sense for us to simply pretend like we're going to send all those folks out, and instead we should bring them out of the shadows and give them a chance to earn legal residence and ultimately citizenship. So we put forward a plan. Part of it we were able to implement. The DREAM Act kids who we were able to make sure were treated like the young Americans that they are. We then had an additional program through administrative action that the Supreme Court put a stay on, or the lower courts put a stay on, and is about to go to the Supreme Court. In part, the process takes a long time generally. With the Supreme Court one justice short, it'll be interesting to see whether or not they can come to a ruling, or whether they arrive at a tie, a 4-4 tie. We don't know yet. That's pending. In the meantime, we're still implementing a number of reforms and changes to make the legal immigration system smoother, not as expensive, fairer to people, to treat families with more respect. We have changed our priorities in terms of enforcement so that we're not deporting and separating families as much, and more focused on going after criminals and people who pose a security threat to the community. But our hands are a little bit tied on some of the bigger things until the Supreme Court rules. Now, even if we do all that, it's critically important that we still push Congress to pass legislation, because my executive orders can be overturned by the next president. The only way to have a permanent solution to this problem is for the kind of legislation to pass that we saw the Senate actually pass on a bipartisan basis, that would continue to strengthen border security, but also give a pathway to citizenship for those who had been here for quite some time. That way we can be a nation of law and a nation of immigrants, and it's the right thing to do. I'm not optimistic about us getting the legislation done before I leave, given the makeup of this Congress. But I think this is going to be a major issue in the election, and people need to pay attention to it. All right, I'm going to take two more questions. Let's see. You're all very good-looking people, I got to say. This gentleman over here. I haven't forgotten about you over there. Go ahead.
My name is Alden Woods. I work for the Indian Daily student at Indiana University. My question is about Syrian refugees.
I thought you were going to ask about basketball wings.
You can do that if you want.
No, go ahead.
As the deadline for your pledge to let in 10,000 Syrian refugees gets kind of closer, starting to creep up on us, it looks kind of iffy whether that's going to be made. Do you have any plans to speed up that flow or encourage more Syrian refugees coming into the country?
Well, we're going to keep on pushing, and part of what has made this challenging is that we want to make sure that we can, as much as possible, provide the American people an assurance that everybody here has been vetted at a very high standard. As you will recall, there was a lot of emotions around our initial announcement that we should be admitting some Syrian refugees, and people making claims that somehow this would be letting potential terrorists onto our shores. The truth of the matter is that the refugee process generally is much more rigorous in its screening and its vetting than the average tourist who comes in here. These are people who themselves have been victims of terrorism and victims of incredible violence and suffering at the hands of the Assad regime in Syria. It is the right thing to do. Our closest friends and allies, like Canada, like Germany, and other European countries, as well as countries bordering Syria, like Turkey and Jordan, have taken on an enormous burden. And as the most powerful nation on earth, it's important for us to do our duty as well here, our humanitarian obligation, and it's important for us to send a signal around the world that we care about these folks. So administratively, I think now we have the process to speed it up. There may be efforts on the part of Congress to try to block us, but our goal is to continue to try to make the case to Congress and the American people this is the right thing to do, and we believe that we can hit those marks before the end of the year. More broadly, one of the things we're going to be doing is at the United Nations, we're going to convene at the margins of the United Nations General Assembly, which takes place in September every year. We're going to try to make sure that we have an international conference around how we can deal with much larger refugee flows generally. Some of them as a consequence of conflict, in some cases because of drought or other natural disasters. There are about 60 million displaced people around the world. And I've met with some of them, not just in those who are fleeing areas like Syria, but also in Southeast Asia and parts of Africa. And a lot of these folks are your age or younger, have the same hopes, dreams, aspirations, and have just been dealt a very bad hand. We can't solve every problem in the world, but we have to make sure that we take leadership in trying to help stabilize their lives. Okay? All right, I'll take two more because I promised that I was going to get that young man who thought I had called on him. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, for joining us here today. My name is Sonali Seth, and I'm from the University of Southern California, here representing the Daily Trojan. In light of your Pell Grant announcement today, it seems like a central tenet of your administration's strategy in addressing college affordability is increasing access to grants and loans. How sustainable would you say the strategy is in addressing the long-term rising trends of the cost of college?
That's a great question. It is not sustainable if the overall cost of college keeps on going up as fast as it's going up. So one of the things that we have to do, even as we make sure that we're providing more access to grants, keeping loans manageable, interest rates at a reasonable level, we still have to work with colleges and universities to figure out new ways to reduce costs. And we've actually seen universities around the country begin experiments that are having some impact. I'll just give you a couple of examples. I made an announcement a while back about our initiative for making the first 2 years of community college free. That's something that is affordable for most states to do, and we are prepared to help with federal support. If we were able to do that, and we could just close a few loopholes that corporations currently use to avoid paying taxes to pay for it, then for a large proportion of young people who either get their primary, secondary school education from a community college or started a community college and then transfer to a four-year university for graduation, their costs are being cut anywhere from half to 100%, down to zero. And this is something achievable. Now, Congress has not moved on our proposal, but what we've also seen is that there have been 27 jurisdictions around the country that have taken us up on this challenge and are doing it themselves, are figuring out ways to make this happen. So that's one example. A second example, some of you, because I can tell that you guys were high-achieving type A folks, unlike the kind of slacker kid that I was. Some of you, I suspect, were taking college credit courses while you were in high school. And what we've seen is a number of high schools systems or public school systems partner with community colleges and universities so that they make arrangements. You start taking your college credits while in high school, and you extend your what seems like high school for an extra year, and when you graduate you now have an associate's degree, so you have the equivalent of a community college degree. When you then go to a four-year institution, you have enough credits that you can graduate in 3 years instead of 4. That, again, by eliminating 1 year, means that you've just reduced your costs significantly. There's been discussion of how can we use technology to cut costs. Are there ways in which we can take the best practices of online learning and make that more accessible for young people who may not have the luxury of being on a campus for 4 years with room and board, might have to work part-time because they need to help their families or support themselves. Are there ways that we can make that work? And we have to be careful about that because there have been some for-profit institutions that frankly haven't done a very good job. They take the money, but the young person who who's taking classes with them doesn't end up getting a degree that's useful for them getting a job, and then they have problems repaying their loans. But there's no doubt that if done well, that technology potentially can reduce costs. And then we're talking to colleges and universities about what are the contributors to these higher costs. And this may be sensitive to some folks, but I've said this before. If you have the option of cutting your college costs in half, but your dorm rooms aren't quite as nice, or the sports facilities or the student center or the cafeteria aren't as good, is that a deal you're willing to take? And can we figure out how to empower more parents and more students to demand a lower cost option that still gives you a great education but maybe doesn't have all the bells and whistles to it? And that's part of the reason why we put forward this college report card. The idea is just it provides you online data so that as you're selecting a college or university, that you're able to see, all right, what are the costs, what are the graduation rates, all the indicators and benchmarks of getting good value for what you're spending. And this has been a long-term trend of ever rising college costs. The good news is that through the work that we've done over the last several years, we've started to see some good trends. Delinquencies, hardship deferrals, defaults on student loans have started to go in a better direction. They were skyrocketing. Some of that is the improvement of the economy generally. Some of it is some of the policies that we've engaged in. But we're going to have to keep on working with universities to make sure that we're doing a smarter, better job in order for the people who are coming behind you to be able to afford college. All right. Last question. The gentleman right there.
Kind of president. Earlier today we spoke about.
What's your name?
Patrick Ford from the Fresno City College Rampage.
From the what?
Fresno City College.
Fresno City College. Fantastic.
Earlier today one thing we talked about was civic engagement, and a line you used in the State of the Union address of "Don't give in to the cynicism of the day."
Right.
Poll released by Reuters yesterday showed that nearly half of Americans feel that the elections are rigged in some way.
Yeah.
Is there any goal or plan for the administration to help revitalize the faith in democracy that is seeming to be lacking?
Well, you know what? This is something that I've tried to do ever since I got into public office. As you know, I came into this work as a community organizer and strongly believe that our democracy only works when people participate. There are a lot of forces that feed cynicism. And there's no dispute that our democracy is not working as well as it should. I can tell you some of the reasons for that. One of it is that we have set up a system for electing state legislatures and members of Congress that involve the drawing of district lines that are gerrymandered. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the phrase, it basically means that those who are already in power draw the maps in such a way where they can be assured that these are either going to be Democratic seats or Republican seats. And what that's done is it's made very few seats competitive. So, for example, in the last election in 2012, Democrats actually cast substantially more votes in congressional elections, but ended up with substantially fewer seats. And the reason for that is in 2010, when the census was done and redistricting of congressional and House legislative seats were drawn, Republican governors and Republican majorities were responsible for drawing most of the seats. Now, I want to be clear, Democrats aren't blameless on this either. But California, for example, has gone to a process of nonpartisan districting. The advantage there is not only do you make more seats competitive, but it also means that politicians have to compete for everybody's votes because they're not in safe seats. They're not in a safely Republican district or Democratic district. And what that does is it means they've got to not just appeal to the extremes of their party. Part of the reason we've seen polarization and gridlock here in Washington is because there's been this great sorting, and Democrats have moved much further, have moved left. Republicans have just gone way to the right. And it's harder then to compromise because members of Congress, and this same thing is true in state legislatures, are always looking over their shoulder seeing if somebody in their own party might challenge them. And then the system doesn't work. So that's a big chunk of why people are cynical, because they feel like their votes don't count, and if you draw districts that are ironclad one party or another, then they're not entirely wrong. Another reason that people are cynical is money in politics. The Supreme Court issued a ruling, Citizens United, that allowed super PACs and very wealthy individuals to just finance all these ads that you guys see on TV all the time. Half the time nobody knows who's funding them, and that makes you cynical, partly because most of this money is spent on negative ads. And so you're just hearing constantly how horrible everybody is. That'll make you feel pretty bad about the political process. And I'm a strong believer in finding ways in which we can make the financing of campaigns more democratic. Now, we've seen some interesting work being done for, you've got to give Bernie Sanders, for example, credit. Building off some of the work that I did, I in turn built off the work that Howard Dean did for smaller donations, grassroots donors, to be able, in small contributions, to allow candidates to be competitive. But I think that we don't want to leave that to chance. And that's much harder to do for members of Congress who are lower profile, so they don't get the sort of viral presence that allows them to raise that kind of money to compete. So we're going to have to solve money in politics. You as journalists are going to have a role to play in reducing cynicism. It is very hard to get good stories placed. People will assign you stories about what's not working. It's very hard for you to write a story about, wow, this thing really works good. And just to take the federal government as an example, every day I've got 2 million people who work for the federal government, whether in our military, our law enforcement, our environmental protection, helping veterans, et cetera, and they are doing great work. And you rely on it in all kinds of ways, including when you check the weather, because you can thank the National Weather Service for putting satellites up so your smartphones tell you whether to bring an umbrella or not. But we just take that for granted. And if out of those 2 million employees, one person screws up somewhere, which every day you can count on somebody out of 2 million people probably doing something they shouldn't be doing, that's what's going to get reported on. Now, that helps keep government on its toes and accountable. But one of the things we have to think about is how do we tell a story about the things we do together that actually work, so that people don't feel so cynical overall. But look, here's the bottom line, is that let's take the political process. As cynical as everybody is, and everybody's always trying to come up with these radical new plans to try to fix our democracy, and we need to do this and we need to do that. The truth is that part of the reason why our government doesn't work as well is because in a good presidential year, slightly more than half the people vote who are eligible, and the other half don't. And during an off-year election, when the president's not at the top of the ticket and people aren't getting as much attention, 40% of the people vote. Now, this system doesn't work if people opt out. And the easiest cure, the simplest cure for what ails our democracy is everybody voting. Now, it's true that there's some states that purposely make it hard for people to vote. We're the only major democracy in the world that actively makes it hard for people to vote. And so you should be, particularly as in your student newspapers, as you go back to your home states, you should be asking, why is it that we have laws that are purposely making it harder for people to vote, purposely making it harder for young people to vote? And there's a political agenda there. The people in power don't want things to change. They want cynicism. Because obviously the existing system, as frustrating as it is for everybody else, works for them. Well, if you want to upend that, we got to vote. But even in those states that purposely make it harder to vote, the truth of the matter is on your college campuses, half the folks, maybe 2/3 of the folks who don't vote because they're just not paying attention. They don't consider it important. And they're not willing to take the 15 minutes or half hour that it takes to make sure that you're registered and make sure you actually vote. Well, if you care about climate change, you care about college costs, you care about career opportunities, you care about war and peace and refugees, you can't just complain. You got to vote. And what's interesting is young people, as a voting bloc, are the least likely to vote, but when you do vote, have the biggest impact on elections. During a presidential year, young people account for like 19% of the total vote. During an off-year election, when folks aren't paying as much attention, they account for 12%. And that means that the kinds of candidates that get elected and the priorities that they reflect are entirely different, just based on whether or not you guys are going to the polls. So don't let people tell you that what you do doesn't matter. It does. Don't give away your power. That should be the main message that you deliver all the time. And it doesn't matter, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, whether you're conservative on some issues, liberal on others. If you participate and you take the time to be informed about the issues and you actually turn out and your peers turn out, you change the country. You do. It may not always happen as fast as you'd like, but you'll change it. So I'll keep on talking about this even after I leave the presidency. This is, you got me started. I went on a rant, didn't I? All right. So I'm counting on you guys. Don't let me down. All right? Don't let the country down. You guys are going to be delivering the message to your peer group that this is the greatest country on earth, but only because we have great citizens who are willing to invest their time and energy and effort to become informed on the issues, to argue about it in a respectful way, and to try to collectively solve the many challenges that we face. The good news is that there are no challenges, as JFK said, that man creates that man can't solve. I would add women to that. All right? Good luck, guys. Bye-bye.
I'm not going to try to top that. That doesn't happen every day. But obviously, the president felt strongly enough about your being here to come and spend some time with all of you. So thank you for making the time to be here, and I hope you go and write some good stories about it. All right. See you guys.
All right, guys, that wraps up this feed of young journalists visiting the White House. That seems like a pretty cool event. I naturally got very excited when I heard that one of the people in the room was indeed from Fresno City College, as many of you guys know. I too am from Fresno, so shout outs to that Fresno journalist. We're now going to go live to Baltimore. We have live aerials coming in from that situation that occurred, this bomb threat outside of the Fox station in Baltimore. Let's go ahead and pull that up for you now. Again, these are live aerials coming in. Let me go ahead and get you guys some more information. Again, you guys are looking at live aerials from Baltimore. I'm gonna go ahead and read some of the tweets that are coming in right now. A man wearing a animal onesie walked into a Baltimore TV station threatening to detonate a bomb strapped to his chest. The station was evacuated and tactical teams are in position. Unclear whether or not the bomb is real. We know that police have shot him. We're going to get you guys more information. All right, guys, some preliminary information, those of you just joining us. We know a man in a hedgehog suit who had a bomb strapped to his chest caused an evacuation at the Fox 45 headquarters in Baltimore. This happened around 1 p.m. Baltimore time, just today. Now the station is the Fox affiliate in the city, Fox 45. Now just after 3 p.m. the suspect emerged from the building. Again, this was just about a half an hour ago, and the suspect was shot 4 times by a Baltimore sniper. This shot was not fatal, and the man was alive and conscious. Right now, as far as we know, no medical treatment was immediately given because the suspect still posed a threat, according to police. Again, if this bomb was indeed real, he could possibly detonate it even after he was shot. Now, reporters at the scene have described the suspect lying in the street while Baltimore police officers removed the suspect's clothing, and we know that after he was wounded, he was then put into a police vehicle. Again, we have no confirmation whether the bomb was real or not, but these are live aerials coming in from Baltimore, and we'll work to get you guys more information. Here's an interesting fact. Now, according to the building's security guard, the security guard at the building at Fox 45 in Baltimore, according to him, the suspect was, quote, upset with the government. He apparently also had a flash drive to give to the station, according to a reporter out there in Baltimore as well. A photographer from the Fox station in Baltimore did send a tweet out confirming that none of the staff had been hurt in this incident. In addition to the suspect being strapped with the so-called bomb, and in addition to the suspect being shot by police, we also have been hearing reports that there was a car on fire in the parking lot. Now, according to Baltimore police, the vehicle was set on fire when a rag was ignited and put into the gas tank. Yeah, we're working to get you guys as much new information as we can. In the meantime, if you do want to comment on this story, if you have any questions, you can go ahead and tweet me at SamiaFox10. That's SAMIAFOX10. I'll actually throw it up on the screen right there. You guys can send in your questions, comments, concern. We're going to go ahead and read them live here on air on Fox 10 News Now. Again, what we know so far, the man was dressed in some sort of animal suit, the man being the suspect, the man who allegedly had a bomb strapped to his chest. He did give the security guard at Fox 45 a flash drive and said that this was information he wanted on air. He also told the security guard that he was upset with the government. Again, we have not verified whether that bomb was real or not. As of right now, no one inside the station has been hurt in this situation. Police have shot the suspect, and the suspect is in their custody. However, no word yet on whether this bomb was a real bomb or a fake. We are working to get you guys information. I am reading tweets right now. If you guys want to go ahead and tweet me at SamiaFox10, if you have any thoughts, concerns, anything you want to say regarding this situation, please let me know. Tweet me and we'll be starting that discussion. Why do you think this happened? Do you think that news stations need to have better security in place? Let me know. We're hearing from another reporter that the security guard at Fox 45 says the suspect said he had a bomb attached to his body. Apparently the security guard spoke with this suspect for 45 minutes while staffers evacuated. This video that's going around on the internet as well is video of the suspect in the panda suit actually getting shot. Now the actual shooting is blurred, but I want to go ahead and pull this up for you guys. Give me a second while I go pull this up. I'm gonna keep the aerials in the upper right hand corner so we don't miss out on any possible aerials. And I'm gonna go ahead and show you guys this video.
Station has been evacuated. This is after a bomb threat. Look at.
That is the man in the panda suit, the suspect in question. We also have this video from a reporter out there. Let's go ahead and look this up for you. The tweet reads, "Everyone is okay. Station has been evacuated. Firefighters are pushing us back further down the street." This tweet comes in from Shelly O, Fox 45. We have another tweet right here. "Man unfastened vest himself. Second robot now." There you can see this aerial view of the situation. The suspect right there. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up one more tweet. Here is a picture of the person threatening to blow up Fox Baltimore. All employees safely evacuated. Doesn't look like you can really see a photo of a person in here, but this is a photo that was tweeted as well. Let's go back now to those live aerials coming in from Baltimore. Right now I'm seeing tweets that reporters are sending out. Unofficially, reporters are hearing that the incident is over and the man is in custody. Again, this bomb threat is being investigated. Thankfully, no innocent lives were lost in this incident. No one was injured except for the suspect. Again, the suspect was wearing an animal outfit, an animal jumpsuit, and a surgical style mask. Some people describing the animal jumpsuit as that of a hedgehog. Again, he claimed that he had a bomb on him. No word yet on whether that bomb actually posed a threat or not. Again, Fox 45, one of the top trends in the U.S. on Twitter right now, in the top 10 trends nationwide. I want to go ahead and pull up some tweets for you so you guys can go ahead and look at some of the tweets coming in case you guys don't have Twitter open on your screen. Let's go ahead and pull up these tweets so that you guys can see for yourself what people on the internet are saying. These are new tweets coming in every second. Situation that happened at Fox 45 today is ridiculous. What is wrong with people? Now we're going to begin surveillance on baseball mascots. Yo, really tried to blow up the Fox 45 building in a hedgehog suit. The Fox 45 news station reporting on the Fox 45 news station getting a bomb threat. We're so glad everyone at Fox 45 is okay. Security guard at Fox 45, so the man handed him a thumb drive. And I live in Baltimore. A man walks into the Fox 45 news station in a panda outfit with what is suspected to be a bomb strapped to his chest. Let's see, there was this video.
So that there were no devices hidden inside of the building, and so there was no danger to the employees. A lot of credit has to be given to our security guard, Jay, who was incredibly instrumental in keeping the suspect on and getting every...
You can see lots of people tweeting about the situation. Thankfully, it is all under control. Let's go back to some live aerials.
Stations on your Edge Live Channel 1, we're just going to switch sources for this Baltimore shot. We're going to take you to a ground shot of WBFF. The source is WTTG, coming up on your Edge Live Channel.
In case you guys didn't hear that, that was Fox National telling us we're about to get a ground shot of the scene that you're looking at right now. We've been looking at aerials. We're about to get a ground shot. There we go. This is a ground shot from the scene.
All right, listen up. 75 looks to all units on the scene. The scene has been cleared tactically, and the scene is cleared explosive ordnance disposal wise. The scene is still secure for CID. Secure for time-lapse operation.
Hello. The only thing I would change is say that he had a bomb, that he had a bomb on him, not that he threatened to blow in the station. Because that's the only thing I don't know. No, said he had a bomb. Right. Yeah. Okay. Where am I standing? On there?
Back up a little bit. Actually, right about where your cords are, you can. Actually, more over here.
Like right here?
Perfect.
Huh?
Yeah. That way I can still see Fox 45.
Baltimore police took the man into custody about a half an hour ago. We understand that it was a robot that went up to the robot went up to the man who had been For the most part, this very tense situation here in Baltimore for the last couple of hours is now over. We're told that the man who had been shot by Baltimore police, is now in custody. This is Fox 45 behind me here on Television Hill in Baltimore. Sometime after 1 o'clock this afternoon, a man walked into Fox 45. The man walked into Fox 45, and he had a thumb drive. And he handed it to the security guard. He says, "This is a story that needs to get on the air." At that point, the news director came down. Saw that this was a threat, called 911. Baltimore police said, "You need to evacuate the building. You need to evacuate the building." And as things unfolded, the man then suddenly After police arrived, the man then suddenly walked out. Let's show you this video now. Yes. All right.
Again, guys, the reporter on the scene is standing there. It looks like he's doing some live hits. So in case you're wondering why that reporter's sitting there awkwardly, that's what's going on. Again, this is ground video from Baltimore.
Well, Laura and Sarah, this intense, bizarre, and dangerous situation, for all intents and purposes, is basically over. We know that this man was placed into an ambulance and taken to a nearby hospital. The bomb squad now going over what may have been a device that was attached to his body. This is Fox 45 behind me here on Television Hill in Baltimore. This is what we know. Just after 1 o'clock this afternoon, this man walked into the vestibule here at Fox 45. He approached a security guard and he handed over a thumb drive and he said, "This is information I want to get on the air." At that point, the news director was called. He came down. He spoke with the man, realized this situation was very dangerous. He called police. Police told them evacuate the building. They did. Then police moved in. And then very suddenly, for an unknown reason, the man walked out of the building. And perhaps you're seeing that video right now. The man continued to walk with his hands in his pockets when Baltimore police say he would not listen to their commands and a counter sniper.
All right, guys, we're losing this feed from Baltimore. We just got the announcement that we're losing this feed from Baltimore. We're going straight to Indiana, apparently a Ted Cruz event with Carly Fiorina live. Ted Cruz event in Indiana. We are no longer carrying the feed from Baltimore.
Principles in place. There are more jobs and more prosperity and more opportunity that our rights and liberties are protected. So I want to talk about all that and talk about why I'm so proud to be standing by Ted Cruz's side, and I need you to stand by him as well and fight for him from now right on the way to Tuesday. Before I do that, I want to tell you, if I can, a little bit about Ted Cruz, the man. Of course, his beautiful and accomplished wife, Heidi, can tell you so much about him, more than I can. And I can tell you that the two of them are truly partners. Just like my husband, Frank, of over 30 years and I have been partners. And it says a lot about a man that he can be a strong partner to a strong woman. Tell you about Ted as a father, but you're going to meet his daughters in just a couple minutes, Caroline and Catherine, and they could tell you a lot more about him as a dad, but what I could say to you is these are little girls who adore their dad. These are little girls who are very respectful of the tough job he's trying to do, and they understand it. So while the first thing they want to do is run and go jump on his lap, they know sometimes they can't because he's working hard. And it says a lot about him when his children both adore and respect him. About the Ted that I've come to know. Because honestly, before I ever had a conversation with him about endorsing him, I went into the voting booth in the state of Virginia and I voted for him. And actually, it wasn't all that easy because I didn't know him that well. And my husband Frank and I were driving to the voting booth and I had just suspended my own campaign. And so Frank said to me, "I'm voting for you, honey." You know, he's my husband, right? And so I kind of looked at the ballot, and when you see your own name on a presidential ballot, it's kind of a thrill. And I have to say, I sort of paused. And I said, "No, we need a fighter, we need a conservative." And I checked the box for Ted Cruz, but I did that before I really knew him. Before I ever had a conversation about endorsing him. And since that endorsement, I've been on the bus with him for about 7 weeks. I want to tell you something. When you're on the bus with somebody for 7 weeks, you get to know them. You get to know them. So let me tell you something. I've never seen this man rattled. And running for president is high pressure. I've never seen this man lose his temper. And there's a lot that can kind of tick you off. I have never seen this man waver from the fight that he has in front of him or from his convictions. Now you might think, yeah, you can applaud. Now you might think that a man who doesn't lose his temper and doesn't get rattled and never wavers in his convictions, you might think a man like that can be kind of dull. But this man is not a dull man. He can be a lot of fun. And I will tell you that, you know, this is the Hoosier State and all, so we were all watching the finals you know, the NCAA, we're watching the finals, and Villanova, and that was college football, and Villanova and UNC are playing, and it's the last 4.38 seconds. Remember that game? The last 4.38 seconds, and what Senator Cruz like, he's laying money down on the table. Oh, I'm betting on, you know, it was fun. Here's the thing. Sometimes people say, well, it's important to want to have a beer or something, a Coke with a can. Let me tell you, I've had a few Cokes, maybe a beer or two with Ted, and it's fun. That's Ted the man. Yes, you can count on him to be unwavering in his convictions, but you can also count on him being a wonderful husband and a fine father and a very good friend and a great partner. I said that when I went into that voting booth that I thought a lot about what's really at stake. I thought about the fact that I know where jobs come from. And they come from entrepreneurship, innovation, and small businesses. And I know that the potential and the prosperity and the opportunity of this country are being crushed. And I know that our liberties are under assault. And so I know that we need a real conservative in the Oval Office. But I also know that we need someone who's going to fight against the system that is Washington. Now, sometimes, when I use the term constitutional conservative, I actually think that really matters. People wonder why that matters so much. I'll tell you why it matters so much. Because here's what I know about this great nation. You know, when I was a little girl, my mother said to me, one Sunday morning, she was my Sunday school teacher at the beginning of the year, and she said to me, what you are is God's gift to you. What you make of yourself is your gift to God. And I have learned that everyone is gifted by God. That no one of us is any better than any other one of us. Each of us has enormous potential that come from our God-given gifts, and that is true no matter where people are all over the world, because I've traveled all over the world. And I've lived and worked all over the world for decades, and I have seen people with so many gifts and so much potential, regardless of the circumstances in which they found themselves. But I also know, and this is why the Constitution matters so much, I also know that it is only in this nation that a young woman can start out the way I did, typing and filing and answering the phones for a little 9-person real estate firm in the middle of a deep recession, go on one day to become the chief executive of what we turned into the largest technology company in the world and run for president, and now run for vice president with the man you're going to make the next president. That is only possible in this great nation, ladies and gentlemen. And the reason why that's only possible here is because of our Constitution. And the reason I say that is because when you look at what our founders did, they were men of letters. They had studied history and philosophy, and so they knew what you know, what I know, that human nature doesn't change. Times can change and cultures can change, but human nature doesn't change. And there's some fundamentals about human nature that our founders understood. Number one, they understood that everyone has God-given gifts. They understood that everyone has potential, and so they said, they founded a nation on a visionary, radical idea, radical at the time, that here in this nation, each individual has the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Each of us has the right to find and use our God-given gifts. And the radical part of that idea was that the right to life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, to fulfill our potential, to find and use our God-given gifts, that right comes from God and cannot be taken away by man or government. But they knew something else about human nature, too. They knew that power concentrated is always power abused. And so the Constitution is not some faded, dusty relic from centuries ago. Because human nature doesn't change. The Constitution is as relevant today as the day it was written. Amen. And the Constitution says that each of us has the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and power must be restrained. And see, here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen, to fix what ails us, we must recognize that for too long, too much power and too much money had been concentrated in the hands of too few. This is the system that must be fought. So you need a fearless fighter who understands that the Constitution is the answer. It is how we are going to restore economic prosperity and create more jobs. Because it is those individual rights and liberties that create entrepreneurship and innovation that allow small businesses to flourish instead of big businesses only prospering. It is how our rights and liberties are preserved. And here's the thing, you gotta fight, because anytime you challenge a system of too much power concentrated in the hands of too few, and a whole bunch of them have R's on their jersey, whenever you fight a system, I don't care whether it's in business or in politics. And I've challenged the status quo a few times in my life. That's how you go from secretary to CEO. You've got to challenge the system. And when you do that, guess what? You're going to make a few enemies. Not everybody's going to like it. You know, John Boehner today said that he and Donald Trump were texting and golfing buddies. I have no doubt. You know, I have friends who voted for Donald Trump. So I respect people who vote for Donald Trump, but I think Donald Trump is fooling them. Because you see, Donald Trump, people who vote for him imagine that he will challenge the system. See, the thing is, you know someone, not by what they say, you know someone by what they do. You know someone by the pattern of their life. Hoosiers know that. Words are cheap. Words are cheap. Actions speak louder than words. And what is the pattern of Donald Trump's life? Well, the truth is, it's the same pattern as Hillary Clinton's life and too many other politicians. Here's the pattern of their lives. Hillary Clinton buys and sells access and influence, and Donald Trump has made his billions while she's made her millions, making sure the system works for him. You see, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton are not going to fight the system. They are the system. And guess what? A vote for John Kasich is a vote for Donald Trump. Yep. That's the truth, ladies and gentlemen. A vote for John Kasich is a vote for Donald Trump. The choice is now crystal clear. The choice is crystal clear. You have Ted Cruz, Carly Fiorina, or you have Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. And yes, I put them in the same category because they are two sides of the same coin. They are the system.
All right, guys, we're going to cut into this live Carly Fiorina speech because we're going to take you to the live coverage from Fox 45 in Baltimore. This is our Fox station out there. Let's go ahead and see what they're reporting live.
So that I needed to be,
right.
Especially, God forbid he had a bomb. That would have made me.
And that's been part of the concern. And Jennifer and I have asked this, whether or not this device is operable or not. That's what we really want to know at this point.
All right, so we are about to get an update from police. We are going to take that live when it happens. You can see the podium is being set up there, and TJ Smith said that he would be updating us very soon, so we are on standby waiting for that to happen. The police commissioner is still on the scene here, so obviously a lot of resources continuing to be devoted to what's happening here, and we hope to get an update very shortly.
And this can be the hi. I'm
Kathleen Cairns is stepping in. Hi, Kathleen.
Hi. This can be the frustrating part because we look at it and we're like, oh, it must be cleared, but there is a lot of things going on behind the scenes. You've been at crime scenes as well. You know that they're going through everything with a fine-tooth comb, collecting evidence, trying to figure out if there is anything else they need to be doing.
And as much as we're uncomfortable being out in the cold, I'll be uncomfortable until we know 100% sure that it's safe to go in, and we know that they are doing the job that they need to do. A fire department truck just pulling away from the scene. Again, one of the many resources that's been on standby. They were the first here this afternoon when that car fire occurred, and they've been here for the duration, but they are pulling away right now, and we are waiting for TJ Smith to take to the podium for the latest information.
And obviously a lot of people even in the region, you can see by the response. We've had crews from Washington, D.C. This is something that the whole nation is watching as this unfolds.
Yeah, this hit nationally on CNN pretty early on, and I'm sure like you've been hearing from people all over the country concerned for your safety, and it has been just a very bizarre, strange story happening.
And like
right
KC, here. Jennifer, I was periscoping as well down here because the reality is we can't get in our building. So we're broadcasters. What do we do for a living? We broadcast. So I knew we needed to have something up on the air, and I knew we had other crews. We had Casey, we had Karen Campbell, we had others who were out here periscoping. And Paul Gessler was periscoping, so I did some periscoping from down this angle. And I heard those shots as well when they happened. Couldn't see them because of the distance that we were at from this vantage point, but certainly heard those shots. And everyone just absolutely froze when those shots were fired because we didn't know what exactly was happening at that time. And so now that we're looking back again, the question we want to know: who is this man, the suspect? Why was he here, and whether or not this device that he had that was strapped to him was operable or not. And if it was in fact operable, what was it? How was it constructed? Where did he get it from? Those are a number of the questions that we obviously are going to have for authorities as this situation continues to play out here at Fox 45 and it continues to get sorted out.
And to figure out why he targeted Fox 45. I mean, is it because we're at the bottom of Television Hill? We're the first one you see when you come across the 41st Street Bridge. He didn't, seem in particular saying anything for any particular anchor or anything. He just wanted to get in the building and get this broadcast. So that will have to be determined as well.
Yeah, that's a very valid point. I mean, we are in a complex along with two other television stations here, but we are the first one that you see when you cross the 41st Street Bridge. So was it just, a matter of the time and place, or was there something else at work here? We just don't know. We have so many questions, and, piece by piece, we hope to get those answers.
Right.
So we are on standby, waiting for the latest update from TJ Smith and the police department to find out what is going on. Once again, this incident that began at 1:20 this afternoon here at Fox 45, when a man walked into the television station wearing what's been described as a hedgehog onesie or a panda suit, a costume, an outfit of some sort, and he said that he had a thumb drive or a flash drive that he wanted to have put on the air, and there was some sort of threat made, and in addition to that, he was wearing something that appeared to be wires, something that looked realistic enough to cause concern as some type of explosive device. And that is when our security guard, Jay, managed to keep him confined to the vestibule area. He never got into not even to the lobby, let's make that clear. He was outside of the lobby, but in an area that's a vestibule just outside of our lobby. And that's where he was the whole time. Meanwhile, Jay managed to evacuate, along with the help of some others, the entire building. Everyone got out safely. Everyone here at Fox 45 is safe. We want to make that clear, and we want to thank Jay and the police department and everyone that helped to make sure that happened today. And then there was some time that went on as this man stood there in the vestibule, and we didn't know what was going to happen next until around 3 o'clock, he walked out. For what reason, we still don't know. Yeah. He walked out. He was ordered by the tactical officers to get down, get down, get down. He did not do that. And then a series of shots were fired. Our assistant news director, Casey Clark, was very close to that scene and reports that there were 5 shots fired. The man went down, but he was still moving, and he was not complying with the officers' demands. And at that point, the situation was still determined to be dangerous, and they sent in 2 robots to neutralize him, to eventually strip him of everything he was wearing and make sure that there was nothing, or to neutralize whatever he was carrying. And again, as Kai has pointed out, we don't know if it was a real explosive device or not, but it was scary enough to take it seriously. He has since been transported to the hospital where he, at last word, was getting medical treatment. We do not have an update on his condition, nor do we know who this guy is yet. But police have been able to connect him to a vehicle that was outside of our station and on fire. Right around the same time, our producer Chris Baranato walked in today and saw a car in the parking lot where the gas tank was on fire. And that's when he walked in and said, "Hey, there's a fire," and realized that this guy in a costume was standing there and realized that something very unusual was happening. Well, we now know for sure that that car fire was related to this individual in the costume that caused this very scary and tense situation this afternoon at Fox 45. We are continuing to report in any way we can. We are sort of piecing this all together with a lot of different technologies and a lot of help from a lot of people. Being, out of our home this afternoon, we're on the streets, but we are trying to bring you this story that affected all of us very deeply today.
Yeah, not too many years ago, Jennifer, if we were out of the building, this wouldn't have happened. And we simply wouldn't have had the ability to, like you're saying, go live and to share with people real time what was happening. So even out of our building, we're able to share with people real time. And more than likely, particularly with the young generation today, we probably reach more people in this method using social media than we would if we were simply on the air, just because that's where the technology is, and because of the time of day, people would have been at work, other places like that, where they might not have even had the opportunity to view a television. So to that extent, it helped.
It was interesting when I was watching on Periscope, people were saying, "Why aren't you on the air?" And it's kind of, well, we need to be in our building to be on the air. That's why. Let's see. Do we have an update here?
Yeah, we're going to go. We're going to go once this news conference does start. And Luke, you're trained in on it. I think News Channel 8 is going to take a camera that's in the middle of that. And we'll go live over there, Jennifer. Once the news conference starts, we'll toss it back over to them.
Okay, I want to bring in our Christine Boynton. Christine is our social media director. She is also our traffic reporter. Christine, tell us where you were. Were you at your desk in the newsroom when this went down?
Yep, well, I had just sent a push notification about a live stream that never happened. Jay came in, told us that there was a bomb threat, and asked us to evacuate out of a door. So we were all pretty confused at that point, but we came outside. I think we were, pretty in shock for a little bit, and then I hijacked a coworker's phone that had a Wi-Fi hotspot, so I could start updating the web. And we've been trying to keep the web and social media updated ever since.
Yeah, I mean, just personally, my phone was being inundated with friends and colleagues and people, and so I took to social media right away. I put out a tweet and a Facebook post just letting people know I was safe, and then beyond that, it was the tool to find out what was going on. And the use, I mean, this is going to be discussed beyond the events of today in terms of how it was covered by Periscope. I mean, I watched both Paul Gessler's reporting and Casey Clark's reporting, which was really extraordinary, and using that tool in an extraordinary way. And that's really, the new wave of journalism, right?
Absolutely. All of our reporters are great about coming out and figuring out what was going on as soon as they could. They had their cameras out right away, trying to get updates as fast as they could. So yeah, they were on it right away, and we'll continue to post updates as we get them.
Right.
Christine Boynton.
Thank you, Christine. And we wanted to point out, and Jennifer, maybe you did, as I was looking down the street, but just how good you were while all of this was happening. You're outside of the building. Christine is keeping us connected. Our website, to update everybody and all the viewers in terms of what was happening. So we thank you for everything you did, Christine.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you, Christine. And we continue to watch and wait. The police helicopter continues to fly overhead here in North Baltimore, 41st Street, the base of Television Hill, where the news once again came to our front door today in a very serious and frightening way. Again, we thank all of those people, from our security guard Jay to our engineer Dwight, and each and every person who helped get people out safely and get the word out, and then the Baltimore City Police Department that showed up here with tremendous resources to deal with this situation. And you know, Kai, this is an example too of how police officers never know what they are walking into
on a day-to-day basis. Jennifer, that's a good point, because look, without overdoing it and over talking about it, all of us have had incidents at our various TV stations, and in many situations police come, they may address a person, find out what it is that they want, hopefully get them in custody non-violently, and then move on. Who knew that, like you just said, that this was going to turn into something that became a bomb threat, with the bomb squad coming out here, the arson unit, and also the tactical unit, shoot a guy, take him down, and then take him to the hospital. As you said, they don't know on a day-to-day basis what they're going into, even when they go into a situation, and this is a critical point, that looks similar to one they probably were in the day before. There's no telling what they're going into day to day, and so their training really plays a large part in how they're able to handle situations every single day.
Absolutely.
Casey wants to say something here.
Well, one thing that I did notice is, having been at a few hostage situations before, you'll see that the SWAT team and some of the tactical guys are usually trying to hide. When the sharpshooter arrived on the scene, he in no way tried to hide. He walked in plain view of our glass front doors with his rifle on his back and stood there talking to two other officers in plain view. It was, to me, a very obvious show of force. It was a very, very straightforward way of saying, we're here and we're not screwing around.
And hopefully to be a deterrent effect, presumably, to send that message. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to deter him. So we are now hearing that in 2 minutes we're going to go to this news conference to get an update on the very latest situation here. We're on standby again with TJ Smith, the communications director at the police department. Commissioner Davis is still on the scene, and we are waiting for the latest, and hopefully we'll get an update and shed a little bit more light on what happened here today.
I think, Jennifer, the reality of technology is starting to set in, because just about every phone battery around us within
every
a half-mile
battery's
radius is just pretty much dead. So we're trying to do the best we can, but we are thankful to a lot of our colleagues around here who have loaned us phones so that we can continue to either do Periscope and also send pictures to our sister stations down in Washington, WJLA and News Channel 8, so that they can use that information and put it on the air. So we're appreciative of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's been sort of an exercise in...
Goal of ours in Baltimore to keep the media informed about critical events that affect our community. Rarely do we keep the media informed about one of your homes. So we want to again thank Fox 45 for their proactive efforts to really help us evacuate that building. That saved us a whole lot of time. You guys are to be commended for your active role in this effort. So I'm going to turn it over to Director TJ Smith. As we said earlier, we've learned several things since we briefed you last. Chances are we'll probably brief again tomorrow as we continue to learn more things about this suspect. So just bear with us as we make our way through this information, but it's important, obviously I'm preaching to the choir, to get you information timely yet accurate. So that's what we want to be, timely and accurate. So I'll turn it over to Director Smith, and then we'll take some questions.
All right, Director TJ Smith, Media Relations Director for the Baltimore Police Department.
All right, let's go back to the beginning. About 1:20, we got a call here at Fox 45 here on 41st Avenue. This is in the 41st Street. This is in the area where multiple television stations are. This is on the main road facing 41st Street. 1:20, it was about a person in the lobby with some type of device. We also had a call for a car fire out in front of the location. We were quickly able to determine that that car was intentionally set on fire. Our bomb squad, the arson squad, the Baltimore City Fire Department, along with the Baltimore Police Department, were dispatched. We were also quickly able to learn that this person had essentially barricaded himself inside of the Fox 45 news station, so our SWAT team and our negotiators were also dispatched to the scene. So all of this is going on around 1:20 this afternoon. While officers were arriving, the Fox 45 staff were evacuating the rest of their employees from the facility. The security person who called it in is not an employee with Fox 45, but he was also able to escape after talking to the suspect for several minutes as this situation was evolving. Apparently the suspect brought in some type of device, we believe a flash drive, and wanted Fox 45 to air something on the news. What is it that he wanted them to air is something that we're still investigating. We don't know the full answers to that right now. The suspect had on some sort of outfit, and it's being described basically as a panda outfit onesie, a onesie type outfit that was a panda. The suspect is a 25-year-old white male, not from Baltimore. We believe he's from Howard County, Maryland. Again, we're still following up on this investigation as we speak. I'm not positively identifying him at this point because we have yet to charge the suspect. He's at a local hospital receiving treatment. Let me go back to the device that he had wrapped around him. He had on some type of surgical mask. He had some type of coat on underneath of this outfit, and there was this red device that is being described like maybe a red flotation type device with devices in it that look like explosives. What we've been able to find out is those devices were actually chocolate candy bars wrapped in aluminum foil with wiring connecting each of them. There was also a small motherboard, and that motherboard has been described as something that you might see in a fire extinguisher that was also attached to this contraption. And the wire was also running down the sleeve of his jacket into his hand, basically emulating some type of detonation type device. So it does not appear that this was a device capable of actual explosives, but the appearance of it was to be an actual explosive type device. The suspect was inside of the vestibule area. Our SWAT team, our police officers were all outside. We were attempting communication with the suspect. The suspect came out of the building, started to walk in advance across the street towards where officers were staged, and officers were forced to fire upon him. We know at this point that 3 officers fired and struck the suspect. The suspect was shot more than one time, I believe maybe 3 times. That number can change. The suspect is listed in serious but stable condition at a local hospital here in Baltimore. Why did this happen? Why did he wear a replica bomb today? We don't know. We're still investigating this. They used a robot to disarm him, to take the clothing off of him, to take the device off of him in order to move in to provide treatment to him. Once they were able to do that, they were able to closely examine the device and see what it actually was. We're still in the process of clearing the Fox 45 building. We were able to account for everyone, but of course public safety is the most important thing at this point in time. So as it stands, that's where we are. The suspect is expected to survive, and we'll be working with our state's attorney's office as well as our federal partners as we move through with charging. This is going to take more than the time that I'm standing here, and it's going to take more than a couple of days to determine everything that went on here. And with that, let's ask some questions.
Do you know anything about this guy's history? I know you're not publicly identifying him, but do you know anything about his background?
At this point, we do not have any information on his background.
Did he say anything as he was being taken into custody?
I know there was some
hesitation about what he was saying? Was there any communication with him when he was not complying initially after being?
Yeah, we were trying to get him to comply and to show us his hands so that we could get treatment to him quickly. He actually was, certainly we have information that he was nodding his head no when officers were trying to get him to show him his hands. So I can't get into all of his statements, but I can tell you that he was saying no when we were asking him to comply.
TJ, what's the timing from the car fire to when he walked into the building?
It all happened relatively quickly, and I don't know if the folks at Fox 45 exactly knew everything that was going on at the time. This vehicle, we didn't know if that was associated with an event, but we now know the vehicle was associated with it.
Was there ever a point where police were on the phone with him, negotiating with him, trying to get him out of the building?
I don't believe we were talking to him inside the building on the phone. I think we were using other devices.
Was it his car?
Yeah, we hadn't gotten there. We believe the vehicle was his. At least it's associated with him.
What was on the flash drive?
I'm sorry?
What was on the flash drive?
Something that he wanted the news people to air. I don't know what the content of it was. I don't know what it was, but something that he wanted them to air.
TJ, what's his condition right now?
His condition right now is serious but stable. He's expected to survive.
Was he unconscious after he was shot, and that's why the robot had to move in, or was he?
No, the scene wasn't secure. Understand, I'm telling you what the device is after the fact. When the robot was moving in, no one knew what the device was. As you see, we're right here, just a block away from the from Fox 45, and we're next to residential homes. The suspect came out of the business, out of the facility, and that's where he was shot. When the officers moved in with the robot, they removed his clothes out of safety.
After he was shot,
yes.
Was he conscious or was he not cooperating? For instance, was he not?
Appears to have not. He's been described as conscious and alert, and it just appears to be uncooperative. I mean, you just have to think about the person that takes to strap up a device like this and walk into a television station. So there are a lot of questions that we have.
Did he say anything when he left the building? Did he say anything to the officers across the street? Or did he leave anything in the building in the front where he was sitting?
We're certainly searching the building right now to make sure when we return the Fox 45 employees there that it's safe, and we don't have any statements that were made by the suspect.
How far did he get inside the building? How deep inside the building did he get?
We're investigating that right now. And again, that's going to be part of a extensive search to ensure that there aren't any other type of secondary devices. Again, the device that he had, we are able to say that that device is not an actual device. So we're still right now investigating it, and that's part of it. Before we put Fox 45, you guys back in that building, we're going to make sure it's nothing else in there, because we don't know, was he there earlier today? Was he there earlier in the week? We don't know this. That'll be part of our investigation.
Can you give more details about the device he was wearing was not capable of exploding, right?
Yeah, they were candy bars.
Right. What type of candy bars were in there?
I mean, we haven't decided. Chocolate candy bars.
Can you more detail about the car, what kind of car it was, what kind of damage it sustained?
No, I can't. I don't know the answer to that.
Can you say where he was shot? Where was he shot?
Was it with less than lethal rounds?
No, he was shot with.
He was shot with a rifle.
He was shot with a gun.
And there was no attempt for it to be a less than lethal shot. He was shot by a sniper.
Okay, Leland, let me explain to you again. The suspect, as we know, is walking out of the building after threatening a staff at Fox 45 with some type of outfit that appeared to be a bomb. Hindsight now being 2020, we know that there were candy bars in that bomb, and that device, that replica outfit that he had on. When he walked out on the street, he posed a threat to this community, a threat to the officers, and they were forced to use their real guns to shoot the suspect. The suspect has survived those injuries, but again, time is on our side, but when you have a non-compliant individual, you have to unfortunately do what you have to do.
The security guard says he talked for 45 minutes while he waited for people to get out in the building. That he kept talking to this guy, he kept him calm, he kept stalling him. I've got to ask you, Commissioner, I've got to ask you guys, what do you have to say about this guy who managed to keep this guy talking and not take any further action?
Well, I'm not sure we're in a position right now to kind of retrospectively right now look back at that interaction and offer a comment on that. This is thankfully a very, very unusual event, but in this day and age, these events seem to happen more and more across our country. They seem to happen more and more at places like news stations and police stations and government facilities and schools. So, it's become all too common in America for us to gather like this to examine the bizarre, dangerous behavior of a singular individual. And I don't necessarily have a rational explanation for irrational behavior. But when we learn more about him, yeah, everybody did a great job. Everybody at Fox 5 did a great job, and I'm sure your news organizations are equally prepared to deal with something unusual. And listen, we've learned a lot as a country to deal with these types of incidents, and we'll learn more about this man as time goes forward, and unfortunately, we'll probably learn the same old about him, and I can predict it.
How many times did police fire, and where was the suspect hit?
Several.
And
I'm not sure exactly where he's hit.
I addressed the fact that three officers fired at the suspect, and that he was shot at least 3 times. He's in serious but stable condition at the hospital.
Do we know if he got
Jennifer.
police officers or ATF agents who did the shooting?
No, Baltimore police officers.
Do we know for certain that he did not get beyond the vestibule?
No, we don't know that for certain at this point in time. We'll certainly review security footage, and that'll be part of our investigation. I know people want to know if he's known, if it's somebody we've had contact with. That's part of our investigation. We know everyone wants to know the answer. I would encourage everyone to follow us at Baltimore Police on Twitter, follow us on Facebook. We'll provide an update there. That'll be our next update, if any. It'll be a written update. We don't plan on having any further media briefs. At this time, the situation is being secured behind us at Fox 45, so we can get them back into normal business, and our investigation will continue. So that's going to be part of our investigation. I mean, again, it's 5:30. This happened at 1:30 in the afternoon. The most important thing right now is not what's on that flash drive. It's the safety of the citizens and the people in this area. That is the most important thing right now. So once we're able to say nothing's going to blow up down there, and the folks at Fox 45 are going to be able to go back to work and nothing's going to happen to them, then we'll start trying to figure out what's on that flash drive. And our investigators, we have investigators at police headquarters, at a secondary site away from here. We're working with our federal authorities right now. So we're certainly following up on him as we speak. But the most important thing right now, and I can't stress it enough, is public safety. We'll have another update later on in the evening, potentially with written information, and we'll invite the press potentially tomorrow for an additional update.
TJ,
Thank you guys very much.
Evaluation?
Thank you guys very much.
Mental evaluation, perhaps? Maybe? No. Yes or no?
We're going to do all the...
All right. Kevin Davis, Baltimore Police Commissioner, his chief spokesman, TJ Smith, wrapping up the event here. What we've learned is that the suspect is a 25-year-old man from Howard County.
All right, guys, this press conference has wrapped up. We're going to continue to bring you this feed in case they send us anything more from Baltimore, but if they cut out, we'll take you live to Ted Cruz. All right, guys, they're cutting out of this. They're taking us to Kasich in Oregon. We're going to bring you guys this live feed from Kasich in Oregon.
You know, I ran for the state senate when I was a kid. My father was a mailman. His father was a coal miner. My mother's mother could barely speak English. My mother was one of four. She was the only one to get a high school diploma. The other ones didn't even get out of the 8th grade. And one thing happened to me after another. I have never owed anybody anything in my lifetime. And nobody tells me what to do except my wife. And I ran for the legislature in a race that when I told my buddies that I was going to run, one of them dropped his drink from out of his hand onto the floor and said, "Are you crazy?" Because I was completely unknown. I had no support. Nobody knew me. And I worked like crazy, and we built a great team of people. At one point in one community in that district, I got out the phone book, and I knew that in Worthington, Ohio, the telephone exchange was 888 and 885. And I cold called out of the telephone book. And, if I called 10 people, probably, well, let's make it simpler. If I called 5 people, probably 3 would hang up. I would say, "Hi, I'm John Kasich. I'm running for the state senate." Click, okay? The 4th one would listen for a while and then hang up. And then the 5th one would listen. And I would say, "Could I come to your home and meet you?" And after I did that, I would say, "Could you bring your friends in to give me a listen?" And I did that well over 100 times. The weekend before that election, people told me, newspaper said, "He's a fine young man and he's going to get killed." And I ended up winning in a virtual landslide. I went to Congress, and I started offering my own budget against a Republican president of the United States. And then I ended up fighting the Democrats, the Republicans, both sides. And it took 10 years, but I got the budget balanced, along with some of my friends. And what was important about it? Well, I don't just balance budgets because I care about numbers. I always knew that if the debt goes up, the job opportunities go down, and when the debt goes down, the job opportunities go up. And I was proven right after we balanced the budget for the first time since man had walked on the moon. And it's interesting, on the flight out here, I've been reading that great book by Tom Wolfe, along with all my religious materials, called The Right Stuff. And we hadn't balanced the budget since, like I say, 40 years. And we haven't done it since I left. I wanted to limit the production of the B-2 bomber, and I fought one of your great representatives out here, Norm Dix. They had all the money, all the lobbyists, all the contractors, everybody else, and I teamed up with a Democrat by the name of Ron Dellums. I think that took about 10 years, too. And I remember the first press conference. We had a press conference to announce this great coalition of Dellums and me. And the Chicago Tribune showed up and the Columbus Dispatch, and there was no one else. But guess what? We wanted a baker's dozen of 13. The Pentagon wanted 132, and we ended up with 21. I left Washington, and I became governor. I was the first one never to run statewide who beat an incumbent in 96 years. And when I took over, they said, "You can't fix Ohio. You can't fix the state. It's dying." I mean, I went to New York, Steve, and I met with the rating agencies, and they said Ohio's best days are behind it. But building a team, because it's always with a team, it's always with a team of people who are motivated for the right things. We went from a 20% deficit in our operating budget to a $2 billion surplus, from a loss of 350,000 jobs to now a gain of over 420,000 jobs. And we've left no one behind. You know, and then I expanded Medicaid, and the people in my party and in the conservative movement attacked me to no end. But you know what? Now the mentally ill are getting care. Now the drug addicted are getting help. Now the working poor have hope, and now the developmentally disabled are rising. Bring it on. Bring the attacks on if you want to, because it's not about that. It's about having a moment in time when you can do something. And then I got into this race. There were 17 people. I'd go to debates and no one would call on me. People would say, do they not know that you're there? But I wouldn't talk about people's faces or anything about them that I felt would take me down into a low road. And, there were a lot of governors. I think there were 8 of them. Is that right, Doug? 8 governors. There's 1 left. There were 17 people. It's down to 3. And one of the people that's here has been outspent by 50 to 1, who was ignored basically until about 8 weeks ago. And I'm still standing. Now, there's one other thing that I would like to tell you beyond just the policy, because, policies matter. I mean, if you don't have jobs, people have a real hard time. If you have poverty, it's difficult. Any of these things are great challenges that need to be solved through public policy. And I happen to believe conservative public policy with less regulations. I talked to a guy today. He's a big developer in a city in California. He's developed some of the most beautiful places. And somebody in the planning commission tried to stop him from doing it. I said, that's like stopping Steph Curry from going into the gym because you're afraid he's going to miss the basket and make a mark on the wall. It is with lower taxes and fiscal responsibility. You don't have that, people are uncertain about the future. Those things are critical. But I happen to believe there's something that I have been talking about that's far more important than that. You see, I happen to believe that every single person has been made special. And you don't have to agree with my thinking on this, but this is what I think. And when you run for president, you'll be able to say what you think, okay? But you see, I've earned, I believe, the right to talk about this. You see, I believe that the Lord's made you special. There's never been anybody like you, and there will never be anybody like you again. And you were made for a purpose. And that purpose might be sitting right beside you. But here's what I will tell you, in my opinion, and that purpose is to live a life bigger than ourselves. Our purpose is to bring a healing to this world. Our purpose is to live a life bigger than ourselves. You know why things are failing in Washington? People there are not living a life bigger than themselves. They're really not living there with a noble purpose. And it all kind of falls down. But when people assume their responsibility to live a life bigger than themselves, to be a part of healing and justice and solutions, it's amazing what we can do as individuals, no matter where we live in this world, but particularly in this country. Now, I was telling a young lady this. She was made special when I was in Utah, and she was, 16 or 17, and she started to cry. And I looked at her and I said, I thought to myself, why is she crying? I told my wife about this. I said, it might have been because when I told her, she might have felt very special. My wife says you might have scared her, which is what it might have been. But when we realize those things, it gives us a certain fuel and a power and a confidence to do so much. And when I look at people who get caught up in the culture of drugs, and boy, it's a scourge in our country. Just learned recently of a family that I know, their son was in the state of Washington in rehab, and he's now disappeared. Checked himself out, and he's gone. I think there's a real possibility that when people know they're made special and find out what that purpose is, not always, but many times perhaps they can chase off the demons that would like to take them down. Now, folks, maybe I won't be president. Maybe I will. Okay, maybe I will. But here's the thing. In the course of this, and I said this months ago, and people in this press corps back here, not necessarily my friends who followed me for a long time, but those in the press, they didn't understand what I was saying. I was saying that we all need to find our purpose. And in the pursuit of our purpose, sometimes we find things or sometimes we leave examples, and I'm not applying for sainthood. I'm just trying to do the best I can. I'm the most flawed in this room. But you know what? If in the course of this I can affect a life, if I can change a life, if I can be a voice that's different than what we hear in the political circles today, I will have had a victory, because I have a victory every single day. Okay? Okay. Now that I got that off my chest, who wants to go first? Who wants to ask a question? Because that's what we're here for, huh? Let me see here. Yes, sir, right here.
My question to you, Governor, is how will you relate as president to Congress, and how will you cooperate to bring our country forward?
Well, I'm going to, now's the time to just kind of let a lot of things hang out. When I became governor, I was stunned at the partisanship that I discovered. Now, the Democrats will say, well, it was all Kasich's fault. Okay, I mean, that's what they'll say. I understand that. I've learned to accept that. But I never saw anything like I saw when I came back into politics, because I was out for 10 years. And by the way, when I decided to go, and I had 10 glorious years. No, I'm serious. There's an old saying in Congress, is there life after Congress? Because, when you're a congressman, you get all the, look, you're not going to get paid in the kind of money that, you're not going to get the money that, these rich people get. But you get a certain thing. You get respect. You walk into a room and everybody parts the sea, and you're the important. And if you want tickets to go see the Oregon Ducks play, Oregon State. Where are they? Where's their town? Where are they? Here? Where are they? Corvallis. Okay, yeah, you want to go to Oregon State? I mean, I'd be great. And I noticed I said, now, this was not something I practiced. When I was in the back room, they said, how do you say the name of our state? I said, Oregon. Somebody said, they heard you say Oregon somewhere, okay? I don't even know where I was, but this was fun. I was just very surprised at what I found. And then I came to find out that if there were some Democrats couldn't meet with me because they would kind of be ostracized because I'm a Republican. Now, I didn't really see that. I didn't see that so much in Congress. It just didn't kind of exist that way for me, because I had lots of friends on the Democrat side. And I didn't agree with them on a lot of things, but so what? I mean, they were my pals, so what the heck? And some of them were very, very liberal, like most of the people in Oregon, But no, but I mean, it was great. It was great, And you look for a way. You look for a way to connect with people. They're people, right? And in that job, you want to accomplish something. You don't want to spend your time yelling and screaming. You want to get something done, because if you're not, why are you doing the job? Now, being an executive is a little bit different than being a legislator, because as a legislator, you're there every day. And you just are with these people. When you're an executive, you're here, and the legislature's in a different place. So, what I would tell you is, It's interesting to be an executive but yet have the legislative experience. So you begin to learn how to turn those dials to try to include people. Now, if I were the president, and I'm going to let you in, I haven't ever told this story at any town halls or anywhere else except in a couple of rooms where people were laughing. I believe one of the biggest problems is we've overregulated our society. Now, I'm all in favor of health and safety, okay? Let me I'm all in favor of making sure that we're protecting the health and safety of people, so don't misunderstand me. But let's just take Dodd-Frank, the regulations that we're supposed to put on Wall Street, and what it's doing is it's driving the small banks out of business. So what we're going to have is we're going to have fewer small banks and more big banks. It's just the opposite of, isn't it, guys? You are money guys. It's the opposite of what we want, okay? So how do you change that? So I was saying I would like to freeze all federal rules and regulations for 1 year except for health and safety. And then what I said I would do is I would call down as president to two of the most obscure members of Congress, one a Democrat and one a Republican. And I'm the president. I call their office at 9 o'clock in the morning and I say, hey, could you come up to my office, this afternoon? Could you come at 3? Oh, yeah, I think I can be there. Now the congressman hangs up the phone, and what's the first thing that the member of Congress does? Call who? That's exactly what they do. They call their spouse and they say, the president just called me. Can you believe it? I don't know what he wants. So they come down, one Democrat, one Republican. It may be 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans. And I say, listen, I'm going to have a little plan. I'm going to have the vice president assigned to looking at all the rules and the regulations that are killing small business. Now, let me just suggest something to all of you. Bezos, I was just hearing from Gordon. You go on Amazon one time, you don't have to go through all that stuff a second time. They made it easy, okay? Now, I just read about 2 cities. One is Houston, Texas, and the other one is Detroit. You know what they've done in these cities? In areas where they've needed something, they've eliminated all zoning. No zoning. And they say in Houston, which is growing rapidly, the housing stock has grown, but the cost of housing has not been inflated because the amount of units being built is, commensurate with the people that are flowing in. Now, what do we do in life when we're in government? We regulate everything. So why is it that when they point out the cities in the world now who are the most innovative, according to, I don't know who, USA Today or somebody, Detroit and Houston are on that list? Let me give you another one. You've heard of this little business. Maybe you haven't. It's called Uber, okay? You know what the struggle that Uber has all the time? The cab lobby tries to put regulations in to keep Uber out. Now, we are living in the 21st century. Why is Bezos, why does he do so well? Why does Google, why is Facebook, why all these things work? Because they move at the speed of light. And when you slow things down, you get nowhere. So let's go back to you, sir. So I got this obscure Democrat and Republican. I say I'm going to have my vice president do this, but I got to have some supporters in the House, the United States House. Would you help me with this project? You're really going to become something because I'm going to shine the presidential spotlight on you. What do you think? Now, after they pick themselves up off the floor, now what do you think's the first thing they do when they leave the White House? What do? They call their spouse, okay? And they say, you cannot believe what happened here. So you've built in your lobbyists right inside of the House of Representatives. You could do the same thing with the Senate. That they're peacocks. They all think they're special, even when no one knows who they are. But we could work that one too, okay? But the point of the story is, You have to start thinking about how you catch them and get them to understand that we're going to all fix these problems. Take Social Security. We know how to fix Social Security. It's not that hard. But you can't do it without both parties. And the answer to that is if you've made money, Steve here, he's going to get Social Security. It's just not going to be as much as you thought you were going to get. So the lady or the man that has no money is going to get what they feel that they were supposed to get. It's not that complicated. It's just you got to get it done. And when people say we don't have a problem with Social Security, what, are you kidding me? We got so many people retired and so few people working to support the people who are retired. The numbers don't add up. How can somebody try to say that it's not a problem? But they're telling you that today, aren't they? Jeez, oh man. So anyway, sir, that's how you do it. Does that make sense to you? Show respect. Put them in the car. Take them on the airplane. I don't know if they can go to Camp David, though. That's I don't know about that one. But anyway, yes, sir, right here.
You're competing with the guy that masters sound bites and masters attention and masters media exposure. You have a heart. You have a track record. You have a message that needs to be heard. How do you outplay a jerk, a person that's pulling down the moral fiber of our country? How can you outplay him to the soundbite world that has about a 10-second attention span?
Let me tell you, I think that, and I don't know how long the runway is here, because I first of all, I'm going to tell you this. If Donald Trump goes to a convention short of the exact number he needs, he's not going to get picked. He will not be picked. I'm just telling you. And he needs about 60%. He needs about 60% of the remaining delegates. Is he going to get 60%? I don't think he will, but maybe he will. But I got to tell you, he better get exactly what he needs. Because when you have a 73% negative rating among married women and you think you're going to go to a convention and you lose 15 straight polls to Hillary Clinton and you get crushed in the Electoral College, and we know that if you're the nominee, you're going to lose the Senate, you're going to lose the Supreme Court, you're going to lose the courthouse and the State House? I don't think so. So that's another reason why I'm here doing this thing. But look, sir, I'm just not taking the low road to the White House. Okay, and if I don't win, that's okay. But I'm being heard.
I expected you to say that, and God bless you for saying that. My point is, he gets the attention.
Yeah.
How do you pull mainstream attention and media outlets to get your message out, which will change this world?
You just stay at it. And again, what I would tell you is, I would say 9 weeks ago, there was nobody in Manhattan that basically knew my name. Now, I didn't win New York, but I got 25% of the vote, and I spend no money. Zero money up there, okay? I mean, I think it's zero, maybe a little bit. But the fact of the matter is, I think the message is working. The problem is now that when people are frightened, or when they're anxious, or when they're negative, you have two choices. You can either walk into a room and drive them into a ditch, or you can say to them, hey, we can fix this. Now, here's the thing about human beings. We're attracted. What causes the biggest amount of traffic jams? What is it? Why? Because we want to look. There's something in human beings that appeals to the things that are the sordid. Okay, there's something about us, but we don't want to live there. I don't know how many ethnics live in Oregon, but I'm a Pittsburgh boy, and let me tell you how it works. You go to a wedding, right, with your ethnic family. For the first hour, everything's great. And then in the second hour, everybody's yelling at everybody about, what about Aunt Matilda, and why didn't you do this? But then by the fourth hour, maybe after a shot and a beer, we're all hugging one another saying, we need to do this again. It's because people want to live where there's hope. They don't want to be pie in the sky, but they want to be where there's hope. And so my problem is I'm not going bombastic. I'm just not going to do it. You know why I win every poll against Hillary? Because once you look at the entire spectrum of voters, and you look at conservative Democrats and independents, and the Republican base that comes your way, you win. So I just got to tell you, I've got two 16-year-old daughters at home and a wife, and a lot of friends and people who've worked so hard for me. Now, I don't want to really use anecdotes this much, but I got off the plane here in Portland today, and I had to stand in the hallway taking pictures with people that said this. Because sometimes, if they see you on TV, they want to, here's what they said. Please, you've given me some hope. Okay? Now, I'm not selling it. Okay? Period. Yes, in the back. Yes. Right, you, yeah. Yeah, you right there. Now, if you come up, since you were looking around, it's you. If you come up and spin the wheel and it finishes on red, there's a new car right out here waiting for you. Yell, would you?
Platform, digital health company. My startup is currently in what's called the Valley of Death. My question is about how you, what's behind my question is my experience is that in most situations, most angel investors will disqualify you from funding if you have to work at another job. So I have had to give my notice of my work. My family's just finding out now. They're going to be really worried about it to prove that I am committed to my startup. We've got no safety net, no savings because it's been spent on this digital platform. So my question is, how are you planning on getting more funding into the hands of very early stage startups? That's my question.
Well, look, I can tell you, you can have the government invest, and we're going to all get killed. Okay? Because I don't believe in government making these kind of investments. I believe in basic science. I believe in basic health research. But what was that one thing that they said was their big project? Was it Solyndra? I mean, just dead. Okay? But here's the thing. This business of the Valley of Death, I'm familiar with it. Okay? I know what it is. That's the period by which you just can't seem to get anybody to give you money because it's not proven. Okay? And what we find is the venture capitalists, if I am not wrong, are moving farther and farther into a mature investment and leaving this. You know what that tells me? That tells me there's a great opportunity for somebody to raise capital and take care of people who are in that valley of death. Am I right, boys? Huh? I think it's true. So what we have to do, and look, I'm a believer that we got to bring people together. So I've had some meetings, but probably not enough, where I can get venture capitalists and private equity people and people who could be angel investors and the startups and get them together like we do job fairs. And I think it's crazy for somebody to say, because you have because you have another job and you're still supporting your dream, that makes you more worthy than, because you believe in it. That's how firmly you believe in it. Now, let me also tell you that we had, I think I just saw it, less than 1% economic growth in this country in the last quarter. Less than 1%. How much? We had 0.5%. 0.5% growth in a country where the normal growth ought to be at least 3%. Am I right? And coming out of a severe recession, it ought to be much greater than that. Why are we not growing? Too much regs, too high taxes, and a budget that's been blown up. It's not that complicated. If we were growing the way we should be, and people were making the money the way we should be, then there would be capital available for somebody like you to be able, you'd have a better chance of being able to get what you want. Now let me tell you about economic development in my state. I privatized economic development because I didn't want the government doing economic development. So what we did is we created a not-for-profit organization, and by the way, I've been severely criticized for this, and it's going great, by the way. Well, here's what we did. We created a not-for-profit organization whose sole purpose is economic growth for the state of Ohio. They went to New York and issued $1.6 billion worth of bonds, and they bought Ohio's liquor business. The state of Ohio owned and ran the liquor business. Now the state of Ohio runs the liquor business, but my not-for-profit owns the liquor business. The bonds that we sold were sold at a very low rate. Why? Well, because in good times people drink, and in bad times they drink more, okay? And we can pay off the bonds through the proceeds of the liquor business, and if we have particular good years, they share their profits with the state of Ohio. We now have hired people who are experts in business, healthcare, energy, logistics, IT. We actually have people there that know these businesses, financial services. So the idea of bringing more innovation and getting government to some degree out of the way really makes a lot of sense. Now, this group has talked to me about perhaps involving itself in some ways, with this issue of this area of the Valley of Death. We've actually been looking at our universities to figure out whether they have any technology that's worthwhile. But I've tried to tell them, with an organization like that, you have to crawl before you walk, and the danger gets to be, if we screw this thing up by doing anything like that, we may lose the whole organization. We're not doing it. But the concern you have is legitimate, but I also think there is a private sector solution for that, and you need to find the people who are the venture capitalists and the private equity people here in this state, and you need to say to them, here's what I'm doing, I need cash, and see what they tell you. I wish you the best. Maybe the next, who knows what, Uber, for that matter. Right here, sir, yes.
Well,
I can't remember that game that
Yeah.
well, did I? Yeah. That game was actually played on the night of my inauguration. And we had the inaugural balls, and we had the television sets, and I want you guys to win a national title. Could you just go and do it some point, okay? You're fun, you're fast, you're athletic. Go do it, okay? Yes, sir.
I've talked to Lars Larson and said that you're the real Reagan. You're the outsider. Trump is the establishment. I think that's the message he wants to get, that you're the true outsider.
Well, that's
but I want
true.
you to set us straight on the economy, if you would.
Yeah.
We're told by, I know you're not a name caller, I expect it, we're told by Hillary, because that's what she is, Hillary Clinton, that President Obama and her got us out of the recession, the unemployment's only 5%, but we hear guys like Sean Hannity, I don't quite like, that says that we have 95 million out of the workforce, 50 million in poverty, and 40 million on food stamps, and of course we've got almost a $20 trillion debt. So what is the true state of the economy? And did Republicans cause that recession? I thought it was the Democratic Congress with Todd, Frank, and all that did it. But
Yeah.
but what is the true state? Have we got 5% unemployment, or are we a lot worse off?
I would say that what the problem we have is that there are a lot of people who are either underworked, okay, or people who have dropped out of the workforce. Okay, so we watch that even in our state. So even if, it's why I've never really used the unemployment numbers, because unemployment could come down and the number of people who are out of work can go up because they drop out of the workforce and they don't count. So where do I think it is? We have lousy economic growth, the worst we've had since World War II, coming out of a very serious recession. And our wages are not growing fast because there is no productivity and the companies are not investing in plant and equipment. The investment in this country is at almost a historically low level. And if you don't have corporate investment, you don't have wage growth. Is that about, would you say that'd be about right? I keep looking at these guys, but they're successful business people. So, and there's been very, very low investment. Now, when I left Washington, we were growing like crazy, because we had balanced the budget, we cut the capital gains tax, we had a family tax credit, we paid down $500 billion of debt, and we had a $5 trillion projected surplus. Now, I leave Washington with my pals, and I get home and my friend says, they're going to spend all that. I said, well, it's impossible to spend $5 trillion, okay? Now, guess who was in charge The Republicans controlled the House, the Senate, and the White House, and they blew all $5 trillion. Okay? Now, were the Democrats holding them back saying don't spend? No, Democrats love to spend. Republicans do too. They just feel guilty when they do it. Okay? And so if you don't do these basic things in an economy, and it's not just so simple like regulations, taxes and fiscal stability, but I can tell you in my state, my people tell me in this Jobs Ohio program that the single biggest thing we have going for us is we're running a $2 billion surplus. Our pensions are under control. And I was just in Connecticut last week where their pensions are out of control. All they do, they tax everything that happens, and everybody's leaving. Look at California. Look at the exodus from California. If you beat people up, they go somewhere where they're going to be appreciated. And so it's a lack of leadership on all ends. And all the fighting does is make everybody nervous. Then we go through, we're going to shut the government down. We're going to shut it down, then our credit rating comes down. I mean, just fix this stuff already. But if you spend your time trying to worry to please people who sometimes are extreme because you're worried about re-election, how are you going to get anything done? You get both sides polarized. So that's what's been happening in the country, and it's critical we pull this together. Now, do you need workforce training? Absolutely. Do you need to change the school systems in this country where they're educating children, students, for the jobs of today and the jobs of tomorrow in a flexible education system? Absolutely. But that's not Washington. That's Portland. I'm going to send 104 federal education programs back to the states. Everybody cheers. Oh, it's great, okay? Let me tell you, you want to be an education reformer, sir? I'll give you a tip. You stand right here, and you run as fast as you can into that wall. And then come back and run as hard as you can again. And by the third or the fourth time, there might be a crack in the wall. That'll be it. You see, we don't fix our schools because we don't really care about fixing them. We say we do, but we really don't. Because when you go to try to fix your schools, you're going to get hammered. But the question is, what's important? And that's why I say back to you, here's how you figure in. The president needs to fix the economy, needs to get the regulations, got to get the taxes, got to balance the budget, got to do things like that. Got to pay attention to health care, those kinds of things. But the strength of our country is not coming out of Washington. If you want to fix welfare, if you want to fix poverty, if you want to fix education, the spirit of our country rests in us. It doesn't rest in some politician somewhere, not in the state capitol, and certainly not in Washington. You think that, first of all, they say Oregon, okay? Secondly, you think they know anything about this state? Seriously, anything? Do they know about the Cascades? Do they know about the rainforests? Do they know about the beaches? Do they know what's here? They don't know. Why would you think they're going to fix your schools? You fix your schools. And we don't do it. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Well, she's right behind you. I'm sorry, you lose. You can get the next one.
Okay. Common Core. 2 + 2 = 4. That's what you and I learned. That is not the right answer when it comes to Common Core. It needs to be this long. What are you going to do about...
Wait. What is the answer? In Common Core, 2 + 2 = what?
No, they want you to come up with a
much
longer answer to come up with an answer of 4.
Yeah.
I want to know that, and
That's
I also want to know...
That's called long math, isn't it?
Yeah, well...
No, I'm serious, isn't it?
Well, it's a lot more difficult than that. Try helping a 10-year-old with it.
I don't want to argue with you, but is it? See, here's what Common Core is in my state. Let me tell you how it all started, just so you know.
Wait a minute, I have one more question.
Go ahead.
I want to hear about the war on drugs, and I want to know what you'll do about the states that have passed a marijuana law that is federally illegal.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I'm not sending the federal forces in to decide what you do in your state. I'm not doing it, okay? I'm not going to do it. I don't agree with it, but I'm not going to do that. But I want to talk to you about drugs. I want to talk to you about that. But I want to talk to you about Common Core. I was not there when they did this, but one of the guys who was involved was a former governor of Georgia, Sonny Perdue. He got together with a Democrat. Does anybody know who it was? Okay, he was a governor too. And what they tried to say is that we should have equal high standards for kids who live in Mississippi and kids who live in Illinois and kids that live in Oregon and kids that live in Ohio. And we had this thing called Race to the Top. The Race to the Top, they try to say, well, that's the money that bribed people to get behind Common Core. Well, that's false. Race to the Top only said one thing. We need high standards. We need to have high standards. In my state of Ohio, we have low standards. You know why? Why would we have low standards? Because everybody wants to live in Lake Wobegon. And when you impose high standards and you try to figure out how to test with high standards, you shake all the people who were involved in education. They don't like that. Now, in our state board approved high standards, thank God. And the curriculum for the high standards are set by local school boards. That's what it is in my state. We don't get any orders from Washington. We don't get any orders from anybody else. We just decided we want to have higher standards, particularly in math and in English. Now, I understand, and look, I would tell you, if you don't like some of what's going on in your kid's school, and I know that because I got neighbors too, and, you know, they used to yell at me all the time. Now they don't say anything. It's not that they don't talk to me. They just don't, they're not upset. But you go to your local school board and you say, what gives here with this crazy? If you think it's crazy stuff. Explain it to me. Now, so what I would say to you is if there's anything this country needs, it's high standards. And we need mentoring in the schools. And we need to start educating kids for the jobs of today and the jobs of tomorrow. So we have 170,000 job openings in Ohio, and we can't fill them because we don't have people with the skills to do the jobs. So we've got to start connecting education to employment and people's passions. Now, I don't know what this young lady here wants to be when she grows up, but I'll bet they could sit with her for a couple hours and at least get a sense. And then a year from now, you do the same thing and expose her to things that are exciting and things that get her excited. Now, my position is I want to send 104 federal programs back to Oregon. I don't want to run education out of Washington. I'll have some skeleton structure of the Department of Education. And my own job as president is to travel around the country and tell people, here's what they do in Oregon, here's what they do in Wyoming, here's what they do in Texas. These are the examples, and figure out what you want to do in your own state. Because I believe that education is a state and local matter. Okay, now, let's just talk about drugs for a second. I'm a believer in states having power. We had legalizing drugs on the ballot in Ohio. It lost 70-30. I was opposed to it because I think that drugs are the greatest scourge on the country today. But if Colorado wants to pass that, I'm not going to send in the federal marshals. I mean, I'm not going back to this. I'm not going to go back to sending people in there to try to tell them you can't have it. I wish they would repeal it. I don't like it. I don't think it's helping that state. It's probably helped them with businesses going in there. But I'm not sending anybody in. But I am in our state, all the things that we've done, from education to busting the drug dealers to rehabbing people who are on drugs to creating protocols for doctors and all prescribers to giving power to pharmacies to be able to report to the pharmacy board who's overprescribing, who's doctor shopping. We have all that in place. But at the end, if you want to stop the problem with drugs, just do it. And here's what I mean by that. Are your schools preaching it every day in the classroom? On the athletic field, when Oregon State plays, do they make an announcement about how bad drugs are? Do they get a kid on there who's been a drug addict, who's recovering, and say, let me tell you what it did to my life? Do they do it at the Oregon football games? Do you do it in church? Do you do it in the synagogue? Do you do it in your community organizations? I mean, that's what it takes. I don't know who we're waiting for. Godot doesn't exist, okay? And so as strongly as I feel about that, it seems contradictory the way I answered it, but it's just the way I feel about it, okay? Yes, sir. Wait. Oh, wait, right here, sir. You. What color?
It's starting to match mine, yes. I like your record.
Well, I mean, not that much. It isn't. I mean, come on.
Now, that's not a way to get a vote.
Well, how do you know that you're getting mine?
I don't know. Okay, we'll leave it at that. I like your.
Yeah, good idea.
I like your record. I like what you've done. I don't like your delegate count. I wish it was higher. My question to you is, you're very firm on less regulation, lower taxes for the business people. I understand that well. That will stimulate growth. We are in an area that used to all be manufacturing. Now it's gone. I was over in China, and I saw the workers making $150 to $300 per month, U.S. dollars. We can take all the regulations here away, and we can lower our tax rates, but how can my people compete with products from China with that wage coming here? Trade on the West Coast is vital, yet all the container ships are going east empty.
Yeah. Well, look, first of all, China's economy is really slowing. Part of the reason why it's slowing is because wages are actually rising there. Okay, but I'm just saying that the incredible competitive edge has changed to some degree. But there's two other factors. One is the cost of transportation and the cost of energy. So we just got I think it's $400 million investment from China into a windshield plant in Ohio. There are now 1,000 Ohioans working, and we expect they're going to grow to 2,000 because they want access to the North American market. And the fact of the matter is that they have come there because they want to be in America, and they're investing in America. And many of the people that have money in China are now beginning to invest here because the value of the yuan has fallen. And so they're moving their money out of China and doing investments in other parts of the world. Now, I'm not going to deny to you that, let's talk about trade. We have about 38 million people who are involved in trade. We have 1 out of every 5 Americans is connected to it. So let's say that we're not going to have trade. What are we going to do? Let's talk about Japanese cars. Let me see. Sir, do you remember when Japanese cars first came into the United States? You may not be old enough. How old are you? 47. You might remember. Do you remember when they came into America? 70s, yeah. Who remembers it vividly when they started coming into America? Do you remember? What happened to U.S. cars when Japanese cars started coming in?
Went in the tank.
Okay, what else happened?
Chrysler went down, we bailed them out. But what happened was that everybody thought Japan was going to take over the automobile market. It didn't happen in the long run. It was American technology and American innovation.
And the cars got better, didn't they? See, in other words, because of the threat of the Japanese import, American cars got better, and the value of them improved because of trade. My problem with trade is when, first of all, I mean, are all these trade deals great? I assume not, okay? But I would also say to you, are there instances where people are cheating us? I would say yes. And here's what happens. If you have a trade deal and somebody cheats, you have to go and gather all this evidence. So you spend this painstaking time gathering all this stuff. Then you send it over to the government, and then they analyze all this stuff. And then they say, oh, you're right. And by the time they say you're right, these jobs are gone. The jobs are gone. So what we have to have is an expedited process that gets put into play. When we believe that somebody is violating the trade deal, we put a halt to it. We put on countervailing duties, whatever we need to do, because I don't think we need to be cheated. But at the same time, let's talk about manufacturing. You want to bring some manufacturing back? I'm up over 60,000 manufacturing jobs in Ohio, but we also have to look towards advanced manufacturing. It's about productivity. And with a lousy economy, nobody's investing in plant and equipment, so they're not getting what they need. I mean, it's all like this thing that goes around in a circle. Now let's talk about another thing. I was in, I think, Rochester, New York. So in Rochester, New York, they tell me the Oreo cookie plant is going to move to Mexico. No, I mean, it's serious. If you work at the Oreo cookie plant, that means you're out of work, okay? And I grew up in a place where if the wind blew the wrong way, people found themselves out of work. But here's the question. Would you rather make Oreo cookies or would you rather make computer chips? And are we preparing the people in this country, and are we doing the things that need to be done to get the computer chips created? Now, let me tell you, I don't know much about Oregon's taxes, but I just have a sense that I wouldn't want to locate. I think I'd be very nervous about your taxes, your regulations, and your budget, and your pensions. So if you want to get these jobs back, I mean, I don't know. But if you're creating a hostile environment, and I don't know enough about it. I don't know what your income tax is. I don't know what the regulations are. But I can tell you that, are they high? Okay, if it's high, then you know what? Then people say, if I'm going to bring these jobs in, now you have certain things that other people don't have. You've got like an ocean. You've got access to other countries. But I just happen to believe that the economic environment has to be friendly. And I think all of America's economic environment ought to be friendly. We should lower the corporate taxes. That's why companies are investing in Europe. So I would say, sir, it's not simple. There's one other thing going on, and you've hit on it, really, without spelling it out exactly. We're undergoing a change in our economy. Things are not what they were 40 years ago. We don't have the steel mills anymore. We have some, but we don't have that kind of thing. But we have other things that are replacing it, and we're kind of caught in between. And that's a kind of an ugly place to be, because we're talking about people's lives. And so therefore, I believe we're going to have to spend a chunk of money and have a priority on retraining workers, and secondly, having a position of where we get trained in education our entire lifetime. Our entire lifetime, we've got to keep our skills being improved. And that's the way I would go. So I suppose I don't want to run Oregon. I'm not going to do it. You have things here that are probably just fantastic. But I think you have to look at the way in which you get these businesses to come. It's a long answer. It isn't easy. It isn't easy because when I was a kid, you could graduate from high school. You didn't have to take the ACT or the SAT. You didn't have to pay a lot of attention, and you get a job in a steel mill, and you make good money. And if your spouse is working, you're living high. You're living great. We're in a transition, and that's what makes it hard, and that's why people are worked up. But either we're going to work through this carefully to figure out the solutions for us, or we're just going to what are we going to do? Knock all the pieces off the chessboard? We're going to close the blinds, and America's going to disappear in the world? Come on, that isn't going to benefit anybody, including the consumers, the ability to have change and innovation. But it's a hard subject, and I agree with you on that. Okay, what? Can I take two more? Two more? Okay. When he comes, he's like, he comes in and he waves, and that means I have, because I'm going to Medford. What do you have to say to him? Because he wants me to leave now. You got any comment? Huh? Who's the kid that wants to ask a question? Okay. This is one right here?
Yeah.
Is that your brother?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't really know where to start. Well, first of all, I am the most informed kid on the election in my class, so I thought it would be reasonable to ask a question. What exactly is your plan? I read about it in the Let's Win. I keep on making comments. What is exactly your plan to destroy ISIS? What really is your plan? I've always been wondering how anyone could do it. I never could come up with an idea myself.
Now, hold on. How old are you, kiddo? How old are you?
9, almost 10. In exactly 6 days, I turn 10.
Well, let's just call you 10 right now, okay? And happy birthday. What is your name?
Theodore.
Theodore. Okay. Look, it's how many days before your birthday?
6.
6 days. What do you think, folks? Did we give him a happy birthday? All right, Theodore, come on up here a second. Now, let me tell you something. I thought you... What are you running for office that you're making these things up? Huh? Who's got a camera? Who is that? Is that your sister? Who is it? Okay, I got it. He's a little embarrassed. But you know what I want you to know? This is what I'm finding. You know, we wonder about our kids. We wonder about all the social media and everything, and it has its downsides. But these kids are incredible. I mean, this young man, think about the poise. He's going to be 10 years old, and he's like, okay, man, I want to know your plan on ISIS, okay? I haven't been able to figure it out. Have you? See, I think that one of the most important things that we can do is to mentor our kids in every classroom, in every school, and tell them that they can be something. I was just in my hometown, and there were these 2 barbers who, whenever they would see me walk up the sidewalk, they'd come out of their barbershop and yell, "John, someday you're going to be something." And I remembered it was 50 years ago. And this young man, and this is your brother too, huh? Okay. Well, you got a smart group here, huh, Mom? And not your husband. You brought the 3 yourself. Good for you. Well, let me tell you, because it's a good question and a good question for us to end on, because what I have to say is not pretty, but we have to hear it. These people, these radical jihadists, and I want to be careful what I say because we've got young people here, okay? But you know what their intent is. They despise our very way of life. And they believe that by destroying us, that somehow they get the trip to paradise. And I could be, descriptive and vivid. I don't think I need to, other than to say they have hijacked their faith. I believe they're small in numbers, but with a percentage with so many, what does that mean? I just read yesterday, I think, in the paper that there's thousands that have gone over to fight who have come back to Europe, and they don't know how to deal with them. Now, we don't know how many of them went over there got over there and went, holy cow, I can't believe what I got myself into. But the fact is there's some lure towards this. And but we have to destroy them. And you're going to have to do it in a coalition just like we did in the 90s. You got to have the Arab Muslims. You cannot leave them out. You got to have the Western countries, and we have to go. You have to go in the air and on the ground, and you have to get rid of them. And then, once it settles down, I believe we should come home, and we should leave this future of what that whole region looks like to the people who live there. I don't think we ought to be drawing maps. Let them draw the maps. Now, the other thing that I would tell you is I would prefer not to spend a lot more time in Afghanistan. I believe that we can give them some material that they need, including aircraft. I don't want U.S. forces to be in Afghanistan for the next 50 years, okay? I believe they should come home, too. Now, we have a problem with Russia, and they need to understand that we're not going to tolerate them moving against the Baltics, and that we're going to arm the Ukrainians to fight for their own freedom. And I think we need to let the Chinese know, and including the Russians as well, that these cyber attacks are not going to be tolerated, that we will defend ourselves and we will take out their systems, because cyber warfare that's the warfare, part of the warfare of the 21st century. Now, I read a very disturbing article today that was written maybe a week or 10 days ago about North Korea and their ability to get material out of that country. This is a really serious issue. because we cannot afford to have this material being able to get out of that country. And we need to apply more sanctions. We need to interrupt their air and sea travel. And we need to be serious about this whole North Korean thing. And if we can have regime change, then I think we should have it. And people say, what does that mean? Well, it speaks for itself. And we have to see. Then, on top of everything else, we need to have joint intelligence and policing across the world among the civilized nations. Now, we know that the guy from the intelligence people in Turkey, and by the way, Turkey needs to be brought closer to us. We know that the people in Turkey communicated to the people in Belgium about this radical, and nobody did anything about it. There's so many layers of bureaucracy, and the cooperation is very poor. Now we're over there, I understand. We've got to get through this so that we can alert one another. Now, in our country, we have these things called Joint Counterterrorism Task Forces. It's made up of the FBI. It's made up of Homeland Security, state and local law enforcement. We have it in Ohio. I have somebody with me today who was once a member of it. They need to have the resources to protect us, and they need to have the tools, because their job is to disrupt. And the hardest thing for them are the lone wolf and the homegrown terrorists. Now, the issue of encryption is a serious one, not to be discussed on the front page of a newspaper. And we got to make sure that we safeguard the liberties of Americans and the civil rights of Americans. At the same time, we figure out a way to be able to gather the information that we need, protect something horrible from happening to us here or in a stadium or God knows where. And so this is going to take leadership. I believe that this issue, this balance between civil liberties and the intelligence community can be resolved. But it's going to take leadership from the person at the top to make sure we lock them in a room and they don't come out until they come out with a plan that can accomplish both things. You know, in life, most things are about balance. You know, we want to make sure that we're careful about our environment. You know, I do believe in climate change, but we have to do some things that'll take us on the right path, but you can't just get there overnight, or you're going to destroy jobs in this country, which we have to be careful about. Everything is about a balance. But once you know what the principle is, then to get there requires some balance. And it's just that simple. There's no balance with ISIS. We know what we have to do, just go do it. But in most things in life, it's a little here and a little there. That's what I have found. And I run the 7th largest state. I had success in Washington, and that's what I find really works. So anyway, we have a primary coming here. If you didn't like my presentation today, don't tell anybody. But if you did, if you want my voice to continue to be heard, then I need your help. And I want to just tell you this last thing, and this is not pandering. This is the last thing I want to tell you. I told my wife, I so cool, I'm going to Portland, and I'm going to Medford, and I'm going to be in Oregon. And she said, you lucky dog. Because this is a really, really, really special place. And I know you know it. Flying in today and seeing Mount Hood, I can't wait someday to get to the Oregon coast. Maybe I'll even come out and play Bandon Dunes in the morning, okay? But it's a wonderful, wonderful place. Thank you for coming today. God bless you, and we'll see you again.
Oh, and it looks like we are looking at this person's back. Give me a moment for our transition here. right, we're going to go to Leslie Merritt Jr.'s attorneys in court from earlier. They're not in court. This was just a press conference they gave in regards to their client Leslie Merritt Jr., whose charges were dropped. He was the alleged I-10 shooter, but all charges were dropped. Giving a press conference earlier today. Let's listen in. I recognize Jason Lamb on the right.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning. We appreciate you being here. The purpose of this conference this morning is to shed some light on the investigation. I will make a few comments, and then I'll turn it over to Jason Lamb, and he will talk about the investigation that we, the defense, did. When Jason and I agreed to represent Leslie Merritt, we did it with the understanding that this was going to be done because we believed that the Department of Public Safety had wrongly accused a young man, and that a young man sat in jail for allegations that, as you all know, are very, very serious. We did it because we thought it was the right thing to do. And Jason and I assembled a defense team that we are very proud has worked very hard. We retained our 3 investigations. They've done a fabulous job. Some of the members are here today. We also retained some experts that are very, very knowledgeable and skilled. Eric Brown is here today. And a paralegal and support staff that has been amazing and has helped us get to the truth. And some of them are here today. Leslie Merritt is a young man without resources who in the middle of the day was arrested in a parking lot, who knew nothing about what was going on, was taken to a police interrogation room, interrogated for hours, and Leslie told the DPS detectives over and over and over again that they had the wrong guy. And it got to the point where the detective even said to Leslie, "We have you on videotape committing one of these shootings." This was a ruse to try to see what Leslie's response would be. And Leslie's response was, "Show me the videotape. Show me the videotape. You're not going to find me on it." He repeatedly told the detectives, "You have the wrong guy." They didn't believe him, and he went to jail. And for that, he spent 7 months in solitary confinement. Our goal in assembling our defense team was for one single purpose: to show and prove that Leslie Merritt is not the I-10 shooter. We began to look at the investigation, and we saw major flaws and holes in that investigation. From Leslie's initial statement, both to DPS and even to the initial appearance judge, that he was the wrong guy, to alibis, family members, an employer, people who would come to court and testify under oath that Leslie was with them or talking to them at the times that some of these shootings took place, to a faulty ballistic report done by DPS, where DPS announced through their ballistic expert that the bullets from the 4 shootings matched Leslie's weapon. We now know that was false. To cell site information that was...
Hold on, I'm actually going to break in because I have a live, I have some comments.
He's so live.
Thank you. You're welcome. Okay.
Governor, what's your reaction to Ted Cruz choosing Carly Fiorina as his running mate yesterday, and does that change the timetable for you and when you might name a running mate?
No, I don't think so. I mean, look, I'm good for him and good for her. I mean, I'm not going to be good for them. I hope they're going to, they're going to do like each other, do well, stick together. I don't wish any ill on them, and it's not going to change my timetable because we're going to go through a process of vetting, and we're going to take our time because it's an important decision. I've done this before. I vetted somebody for lieutenant governor, and it took me time, and that's the way we'll do this. And we have a good team in place to begin to look at that.
What's your feeling about the poll that came out today that showed Trump first in Oregon, Cruz second, and you third?
I haven't seen it. There's a million polls, and it's why we're here. We're going to work as hard as we can, and I think probably out here in Oregon, I don't know if the word's spread all the way out here about John Kasich. We'll see, but we're going to spend time here, and we'll see.
Do you think you fit this state better than perhaps the other candidates?
Oh, I don't have any doubt about that. It's really a matter of people, the name ID and people knowing who I am. Of course, I fit the state out here better than they do because this is a state that is not, really hardcore conservative. It's a more of a center right state, in my opinion. I don't even center right. I mean center right with Republicans. I think I haven't really studied all that.
On trade, you seem to indicate you'd support the Trans-Pacific Partnership.
Yeah, I mean, I've indicated that. I don't know all the details of it, but I think that that trade, as long as we have an expedited process against those who cheat, is a good thing ultimately for our country. We're in a difficult transition now, but we'll get through it, and that's why it's essential that we're able to retrain people, but also to make sure that we have a workforce that's prepared for the jobs in this century. Okay?
Governor, Ted Cruz says there is no alliance between your campaigns. What words you use to describe it? And is your path complicated at all to the convention if he wins Indiana? Does it become easier, harder?
No, I mean, look, it's it's a matter of resources. Where we think we can most effectively apply them, and I wasn't there when it was all put together, but the deal is that I'm not spending my time there. He's not spending his time in Oregon or New Mexico, and we'll see, and then we'll probably all be competing in California. I mean, I can't tell you what the future brings, but that's all it is. I mean, I think there's been a lot more made of it than what there is, and we're just doing the best we can to make sure that Hillary Clinton is not going to be president of the United States.
We have time for one more.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Well, what would you say to a voter who heard about this and is soured on both of you? I've heard people, including backers of yours in Oregon, who says it's bad for the brand.
Yeah, I understand that. But it's all about resources and strategy and making sure that Hillary Clinton is not going to be president. And I'm sure there's some people. Look, politics is a tough business, and all we're trying to do is to have the resources we can, because I think at the end of the day it is extremely difficult for Donald Trump to get to the convention with the required number of delegates, and I think his best day will be the day he walks in, and every day after that he'll be losing support. So,
Governor, you've said over and over you will not be Trump's vice president under any circumstances. For those who are still skeptical of that, obviously there are some people who are, what do you find so unappealing about that idea?
I would, if George Washington came back from the dead, I might think about it with him, but that'd be about it. I'm not going to be vice president to anybody. If this doesn't work out, I'll be governor of Ohio for 2 years, and then I intend to probably get into the press and harass politicians.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all.
Thanks, Governor.
All right, back to Leslie Merritt Jr. with the Leslie Merritt Jr. press conference. That was live.
Yeah.
Done by the FBI to try to determine the whereabouts of Leslie during these shootings. That cell site information proved that Leslie was nowhere near these shootings at the time. To ultimately a faulty and changing timeline. The fourth shooting didn't work for DPS, so they had to change the timeline. The shooting, the fourth shooting, we believe occurred on August 30th, 2015. The victim in that situation was leaving the parking lot of Sky Harbor Airport, came home from a business trip, and was heading home at night. He lost tire pressure immediately, and he reported it. The problem is that Leslie Merritt's gun was in the pawn shop at the time of this shooting. The outrage is that DPS changed that timeline to make it work for them. They backed it up and then started talking about, well, maybe the shooting occurred between August 22nd and August 27th. Well, we hired a defense expert who did testing on that fourth shooting, on the bullet in the tire. And that expert said that there was no way that that bullet, when entered the tire, could have sat there without the tire losing pressure immediately. The expert opined that the tire lost pressure immediately, and it would have been on the 30th, as told by the victim of that shooting. Again, DPS changed the timeline to try to make it fit. Ultimately, it took a separate ballistic expert to look at the DPS ballistic results and come to the conclusion that none of the bullets from the four shootings matched Leslie Merritt's weapon. This was simply a rush to judgment to pacify the community's fears, and it was a highly irresponsible and reckless investigation that culminated in the arrest and imprisonment of a young man who had nothing to do with the shootings. The damage that has been done to Leslie Merritt, to his family, to his children, is unforgivable. His reputation is ruined. He has been labeled a domestic terrorist. He has sat in custody for 7 months in solitary confinement. He has lost his job. He can't walk down the street without being questioned. And the emotional and psychological pain that he had to endure for 7 months is outrageous. And now we're starting to see the symptoms of that confinement: depression, anxiety, pacing, and distrust. This is why a civil claim has been filed, and this is why Jason and I will pursue a civil lawsuit to make a wrong right again. There's not a price that you can pay on the damage that has been caused here. And DPS and public officials need to answer both to Leslie Merritt and the community for this botched investigation and for this false imprisonment and arrest. Not only does Leslie Merritt deserve this, but the community deserves this. We have filed a motion to unseal the documents in this case. We want transparency. We want the community to see what we see, so that there is no more speculation, no more whispering, no more rumors, but so Leslie Merritt can move forward with his life that has been damaged. Again, we thank our entire defense team. They've done a tremendous job. We're very proud of the work we've done, and we are gratified that Leslie Merritt has been released from custody. If the county attorney's office wants to try to refile charges, I promise you we are going to fight them all the way. Leslie Merritt is not the I-10 shooter. The community needs an appropriate investigation so that we can all feel safe again, they need to find the real I-10 shooter. With that, I'll turn it over to Jason Lamb.
Good morning, everyone. This is a most unusual case. It was monumental. This city, and perhaps people in this room and people who are watching, were in a state of fear, terror, panic. Frank Milstead, the director of the Arizona Department of Public Safety himself, said that he wouldn't let his own daughter drive the I-10 freeways. And that's a dangerous situation when decisions are made on emotion and not facts. We believe in any investigation that the facts should develop the theory, not the other way around. But that's exactly what happened here. There was a public thirst for blood, a public thirst for accountability. And that thirst was quenched by the arrest of Leslie Merritt Jr. Now, I want to echo something Ulysses has said. We put together a dream team, and guys, thank you so much for all of your hard work, each and every one of you. Because while you may have seen our faces in the courtroom, you may have seen our words on paper, these guys were the heavy hitters in the trenches. And this was a monumental task, and it was absolutely a team effort. Ulysses and I have been practicing about 20 years apiece, and we have had some amazing successes in our careers. I don't think that any success is greater than the one we're here to talk about today. But let me say, and I think I can speak for each of us, that we have had clients who have had charges dismissed based on technicalities, an illegal search, something of that nature. We have had clients who have been found not guilty by a jury, not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That's not the case with Leslie Merritt Jr. Leslie Merritt Jr. is 100% innocent, and he has been from day one. Now, when this all came to fruition, the Department of Public Safety got a number of guns from local pawn shops on the afternoon of September 17th. That was a Thursday. They worked into the evening, and by morning, they thought they had a match. That is, a match between Leslie's gun and the bullets that were recovered. And that next evening, Friday night, he was arrested. And a very familiar picture, Leslie sitting in the court, despondent. Not a single eyewitness, not a single piece of video, nothing. Just the DPS claim from their crime lab. And that's been the state's case entirely. I'd like to take you through some of the evidence, not all, because we want to be transparent. Because, like Ulysses said, Leslie wants his name cleared. People are still whispering, people are still chattering, even since he's been out for a week and a half now. He's gotten a lot of snide comments. He went to pick his son up at school. He was asked not to come, even though he's been cleared of any wrongdoing. Think about it for the rest of his life, whether he lives in Phoenix, Arizona, or Fargo, North Dakota. The minute he meets someone in a business situation, a personal situation, they're going to Google him. That will never go away. The damage to his reputation is there. But by showing you what's out there, maybe, just maybe, we can make it a little better for him. That's what Leslie wants. Yes, a lot of what you're going to see is work product privileged. That is an attorney's work as part of the case. We don't have a problem with showing it to you. Leslie wants us to show it to you. Leslie has nothing to hide. With that, what I'd like to do is take you through generally the 4 shootings that occurred. The first shooting was westbound I-10. There was an Escalade that was approaching 19th Avenue. It's about 11:03 a.m., Saturday, August 29th. And we'll talk about each of these in detail. 2 minutes later, a bus at I-10 near 43rd Avenue going westbound, it was struck. And you'll see below each of the vehicles in the photographs, there's a bullet, or at least a piece of a bullet in one instance. And that's what was recovered and ultimately analyzed. Later that night, August 29th, a Kia was shot near the mini stack. And finally, the fourth shooting, Sunday, August 30th at 9:30 p.m. Please focus on this one. Now, the state's theory is that the same 4 bullets all came from Leslie's gun. It is a high-point 9mm model C9. It is made domestically in Mansfield, Ohio. I told you to look at that fourth incident, the one that happened August 30th, Sunday night at 9:30 p.m. This, you will see, is a copy of a pawn slip from Mo Money Pawn. Leslie's gun was in the pawn shop at 5:31 p.m., some 4 hours before the shooting of that BMW tire occurred. And you ask yourself, just like we all did, how could Leslie's gun have fired the bullet if the gun was already in pawn? It just didn't fit. Well, here's what the state did. They manufactured a new timeline. They said, well, you know, if the gun was in pawn, we recognize that same problem. So they manufactured a new timeline for that fourth shooting, August 22nd to August 27th. Let me explain that to you. Leslie purchased the gun on July 3rd. Legally, lawfully, showed ID. When he pawned it, showed ID. Nothing nefarious, nothing hidden, sneaky about what he was doing. The gun came out of the pawn shop. He redeemed it on Sunday, August 22nd. The driver of the BMW parked his car in the Terminal 2 garage at Sky Harbor early in the morning on August 27th. So the state created a timeline. Once again, they had a theory and they created facts to make it work. The facts didn't fit their theory, so they changed it around. Now, looking in a little more detail at the first incident, this is the Escalade. It occurred I-10 at 19th Avenue. The Escalade was going westbound. Now, take a look and you'll note that the I-10 is it's 2 elevated roadways over 19th Avenue. And that's going to be an important factor. And you'll see from the photograph of the Escalade that there was a shot to the windshield. And in fact, there was a secondary contact when the bullet went through and it contacted the passenger window. And you'll see it was a downward slope, a downward trajectory that the bullet was following. And that's something that's very significant and further physical evidence that would have made it impossible for Leslie to have committed this crime. Now, as we take a closer look at the bullet strike on the Escalade, you'll notice there's no measurements, no tape measure, no markings. And that's because the Arizona Department of Public Safety did none whatsoever. They did not measure the height of the strike. They did not measure the trajectory of the strike. They did nothing to document the crime scene. And that was a task for us because we had to go back and recreate and reconstruct the work that they did not do. And when we did, it was yet again further evidence that Leslie did not do this shooting. We found a comparable Escalade, a clone vehicle, if you would. And our very capable investigators did some measurements. And if you notice on the Escalade with a shot, the impact point is approximately at the top of the driver's side mirror, if you were to wrap it around. And that mirror on the comparable vehicle is 4 feet 9 inches, or 57 inches. Leslie drove a 1998 Saturn. It's the only vehicle he had access to. We confirm that. Now, DPS did impound that vehicle. And these are photographs below that we actually took in the DPS evidence yard. Once again, they didn't put a tape measure to it. They didn't so much as do any analysis of the crime scene whatsoever. And when you measure the top of Leslie Merritt's 1998 Saturn, you'll notice that the roof, the top point of the car, is 4 feet 4 inches, 52 inches. So you have an impact point on a downward slope that's 57 inches, and then you have the top point of the Saturn being 52 inches. So I submit to everyone, the only way Leslie Merritt could have perpetrated this shooting on the I-10 with 2 independent roadways is if he was driving down the freeway in broad daylight, standing on the roof, shooting downward. Impossible. Leslie did not commit this shooting. The second incident occurred about 2 minutes later at 11:05, roughly at I-10 and 43rd Avenue, and a tour bus was struck on the passenger side. You'll see the yellow circle, which indicates the area of contact. Now, in this particular instance, the DPS did find a tape measure to use to look at the crime scene, that, of course, being the bus. And we saw that the impact point was 73 inches, 6'1". But they did something else. They used what's called a trajectory rod, and if you're not familiar with trajectory rods, it's very similar to a common dowel. And you put it into a bullet hole, and it shows you the bullet path and can help you determine the angle at which the bullet arrived. And if you see in this photo, there's a green rod at the bottom. That's the trajectory rod that a DPS detective used. And using a free app on his cell phone, he measured the angle, and actually it's 90 degrees minus the 78.2, so it was an 11.8 degree or roughly a 12-degree rise. That's a pretty flat shot. You combine that with the fact that the bullet strike was at 73 inches, it tells you when the bullet was shot, it was at roughly the same height or just a little less. Now, 2 minutes earlier when that Escalade was shot, it was a high vehicle, as we saw, based on the trajectory, the slope, if you would, and the points of impact. So once again, Leslie could not have committed this shooting based on the physical evidence. But there's more. Like Ulysses said, there was strong evidence of alibi from the very beginning. Leslie was arraigned on October 1st, 2015. That's when he entered a not guilty plea. That's when we got about 8 pages of police reports. By November, we filed a motion to change his release conditions. Again, this is all public record, and that was based on the fact that there was strong alibi evidence. Alibi evidence for the first 2 shootings that occurred at 11:03 and 11:05. I want to talk to you a little bit just about what we saw and how this worked into the case. You're seeing excerpts of phone records. And basically, the top call was a call between Leslie and his grandmother. The grandmother recalled hearing Leslie's fiance, the children in the background, didn't hear any wind noise like they were going down the freeway. Then there's some text messages. And his grandmother said, hey, call your grandfather. It's his birthday. And Leslie actually texted him, except you'll see the 4th line down. That was an outgoing text message, albeit to a landline. So that didn't work, and that explains the 5th line, why a no subscriber text message was received 1 second later. But perhaps most importantly is that bottom line. Leslie made a call at 11:04 a.m., right between the shootings, to his grandfather in Florida. Now, his grandfather wasn't home at the time, but his aunt was at the grandfather's house. An aunt that he's never met, an aunt who is a professional, an aunt who has no criminal record, an absolutely upstanding member of the community. And she heard the message and she verified the time. And I will tell you, when Judge Granville initially reduced Leslie's bail, we had those witnesses here from Florida. They were ready to testify. They were ready to testify at the hearing, and they would have testified at trial. They would have supported the alibi. But let's take this a step further. The Arizona Department of Public Safety enlisted the FBI to do cell phone data analysis. And this is a snippet of the analysis done for the calls that you see above. The call at 10:51, the call at 11:04. Where was Leslie? He was at home in Glendale. Forensic analysis done by the FBI, engaged and employed by the state to assist in this investigation, provided the alibi for Leslie. Not only did the physical evidence not match for the first two shootings, but there was clear and definitive evidence of an alibi provided by the state's own witness. The third shooting occurred at 10:15 that Saturday night. A Kia was struck. Once again, there were two shots. It was a downward trajectory, as we can see on the first one, and almost a dead-on shot on the second. Well, where was Leslie? Leslie was home in bed. We had multiple people who would come in as witnesses, verify as to his whereabouts. Leslie is a landscaper. He's a hardworking man who supports his kids. Early to bed, early to rise. He was in bed long before that, and we had the proof to show it. Here's where it gets interesting. The fourth shooting occurred Sunday night, August 30th, at 9:30 p.m. And at no other time did it ever occur. A 2014 BMW was being driven by its owner to Sky Harbor Airport on the early morning hours of Thursday, August 27th. Now, it may be a little hard to see, but there's an excerpt from the Terminal 2 garage, and it shows that he arrived at 5:55 a.m. In a later interview, he told detectives, on that trip down to the airport, I had no problem with my car whatsoever. It wasn't mechanically deficient. I didn't have any tire pressure warnings. So he was in Chicago from Thursday to Sunday. And when he got back, he left the Terminal 2 garage, you may be able to see, at 9:18 p.m. He proceeded out the west side of the airport onto the I-10 West and then to the 51 North. And it was about at that time that he saw that his tire pressure monitoring system, TPMS, activated and indicated that he had low pressure. Well, lo and behold, the next morning he went to North Scottsdale BMW and they recovered a bullet from his tire. And we looked at it a moment ago and it was heavily damaged. It had actually ricocheted off the asphalt and the copper jacket and the lead core had separated. Now, an issue was raised. Was there a problem with the tire pressure monitoring system? Was there some type of fault? Well, through a court order, we obtained this gentleman's records from BMW. No problems whatsoever. That tire pressure system, it was functioning just perfectly. It went off when the pressure got low. And that was Sunday night, August 30th, and no time sooner. Now, once again, I want to reiterate to you that Leslie's gun was already in pawn some 4 hours earlier. And law enforcement realized it, and that's why they had to flip the script, if you would. Now, when we look at this tire, and I want to stress to you, there was some suggestion that the dismissal of the case against Leslie was all because of prosecutors. What we're showing you here is evidence that the defense team did, and there are more people that are not here today. But this was a collaborative effort, and you know who I'm talking to, that shows the inside of that tire from the BMW. The BMW was actually struck on the left front tire in the inner sidewall. So the bullet bounced or ricocheted under the car. It was $1 million trick shot, and that trick shot could be what definitively proved that Leslie Merritt is innocent, among other things. So what we see is a puncture on the sidewall, and through the green arrow we see that it leads to a gouge. And that may be a little difficult to see, but that was the path of the bullet. So if you take a closer look through high-resolution photography, you'll see that a gouge was made. And we know that because the ricochet off the asphalt, the lead core had actually separated from that copper jacket. Now, as Ulysses mentioned a moment ago, we hired a forensic tire expert. This is something that the state never did. They didn't even think about it. And we did some pressure testing. The pressure testing was to prove that the tire would have immediately lost air. And in fact, his opinion, to a reasonable engineering certainty, is that sufficient pressure would have been lost to trigger the tire pressure monitoring system within 1 second. This is further forensic evidence that the defense did, and only the defense did, to show that the shooting happened on Sunday night, August 30th, not between the 22nd and the 27th as the indictment charges. We didn't just stop with the tire pressure testing. We did trace evidence recovery, yet again, something that the state did not do. We did some good old-fashioned CSI work. And what we were looking for is lead in the tire to show further when this shooting occurred. And we knew all along that it occurred August 30th. That's what the driver of the BMW said, not once, but in 2 separate interviews with DPS, and they tried to talk him out of it, and he said, no, it happened on August 30th. So despite the fact that the state had to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, because it's always their burden of proof, we were in the situation that we wanted to disprove their newfound theory of August 22nd through August 27th. And again, there was no evidence to support that. Now, to give you a better understanding of what we did, I'd like you to take a look at this photo of a base runner sliding into home plate, courtesy of Major League Baseball. Now, as the runner slides into home plate with his left leg extended, you'll notice that his cleat is making a gouge. It's digging in to the dirt. And we all know in a situation like this that the dirt is going to spray. Where is it going to spray? It's going to spray towards home plate. The spray of the dirt will be consistent with the deposit, dense lead. And that shows us that once that lead core made the gouge, that was the secondary strike of the lead core, all that lead was deposited. Yet again, more forensic evidence obtained only by the defense that showed that that shooting occurred August 30th when the gun was in pawn. Now, back on September 17th, the Department of Public Safety had a criminalist deliver an opinion to say that all 4 bullets came from Leslie's gun. But the state did hire an independent expert by the name of Lucien Haig. And if any of you know anything about Luke Haig, he is the gold standard when it comes to ballistics. The man is a nationally and internationally acclaimed expert. He is really at the top of his profession and has been for many years. So the state brought him in essentially to second guess the Department of Public Safety's work. And I'll just let you read his opinion because it speaks for itself. What Mr. Haig did, it's really 2 things. First, he went to the Department of Public Safety and he looked at what DPS did. And then he did his own independent examination. His independent examination said that it was an inconclusive result. It could not be determined that Leslie's gun fired the bullets. But what's more interesting is he said that what DPS had done, and he looked at their work, he looked at their notes. In his opinion, in Luke Haig's opinion, it was insufficient to constitute an identification. He was highly critical of DPS's work. And what's interesting is he didn't look at the bullet from the Escalade because it apparently was so badly damaged. We looked at that photo very early on. It couldn't be tested. How DPS came to that conclusion, we don't know. Whether it was the product of erroneous analysis or confirmation bias, we don't have the answer. That's not a question for us to answer. But either way, the state's own expert said that the ballistics were not a match. And like when I started out, I told you there was no eyewitnesses, there was no video, despite the lies told to Mr. Merritt, the lies told to his fiance. There's nothing. That was the only piece of evidence. And again, when the Phoenix community was in a state of terror and panic, that thirst had to be quenched. Unfortunately, it was quenched with Leslie Merritt's blood for 7 months. We're so proud of the work that we've done. Our team, our experts, experts that produce work that the state did not contemplate. We're very fortunate that things ended up the way they did. And that played out very well last Tuesday night. That's how things played out. We all know that picture. But here's the reality. Leslie Merritt is an innocent man. He's an ordinary citizen of Phoenix who got swept up in panic and fear, and he paid very dearly for the rush to judgment, and he will for a very long time. There has never been any evidence that Leslie Merritt was the I-10 shooter. There is no evidence that Leslie Merritt is the I-10 shooter. And we are confident that there never will be any evidence that Leslie Merritt's the I-10 shooter, because Leslie Merritt is simply not the I-10 shooter. Thanks for being here today.
Mr. Lamb, you continue to say that the expert said that the bullet fragments did not match Merritt's gun.
Are you referring to the state's expert?
Yes, the state's expert, exactly. Yet, inconclusive is completely different than it did not match.
Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. When we haul someone off the street, when we lock them into solitary confinement, this isn't the Soviet Union, where the KGB just sweeps people up with no evidence. Inconclusive means that you can't say one way or the other. And I'll tell you what, it's an inexpensive gun. The nature of the gun is such that it doesn't produce very good markings on the bullet. And just to elaborate on that point, when a bullet fires a gun, part of the structure of the gun leaves various marks on the bullet, and that's what was being compared. But it's very difficult within the world of tool marks to identify something and at the same time to eliminate them. So if you were looking at this on a bell curve, you'd probably see 90% of that curve in the inconclusive range. There is no evidence that his gun was responsible.
For purposes of a guilty verdict.
For any purposes.
But inconclusive is it.
We welcome
maybe match it or it doesn't.
We welcome any testing. And when you combine that with the alibis, the people, the forensic evidence, whether it's trace evidence, whether it's tire pressure, whether it's cell phone data put together by the FBI, there is zero evidence that Leslie committed any of these crimes.
Jason, can you, on a sort of a tangential topic here, can you talk a little bit about the effect emotionally this has had on Leslie Merritt and maybe, I don't know, any family milestones he might have missed while he was stuck in jail?
Yeah, I mean, it's incomprehensibly difficult, and I hope none of us ever have to go through this. You know, you're locked in a box, basically a 6x10 cell, 23 hours a day. You have no human contact. When you get time out, it's not with other inmates. You're by yourself, you know. I noticed when Leslie was in my office right after getting out, he would pace, but only a couple steps, and he would turn around, and I said, what are you doing? And he said, I'm just used to being in a small cell. I'm used to being confined. It was almost like a rat in a cage. He said, I take 3 steps, I'm used to walking to my door. I take 1 step to the left or to the right, I'm walking to my bunk. You know, he missed Thanksgiving. He missed Christmas. He missed his daughter's first birthday. I mean, it's atrocious. the mental anguish that he's gone through. And I think what's been most torturous for him is the fact that he knows that he missed all these milestones because of a crime that he didn't commit.
What is he doing now?
Leslie is trying to reintegrate back into life. He's getting back to work. He's spending time with his family. It's not an easy road. As Ulysses said, we're seeing a lot of the signs of PTSD. Professionals are looking at that, and we're determined to stick with him, not just through the case, but on the long road, to enable him to get the help that he needs and he deserves.
MCSO said he wanted to be put in solitary confinement.
That's not my understanding.
You use words like reckless and irresponsible and bungled. Is it your belief that this was, if all what you say is true, is just ineptitude on the part of these investigators, or did they maliciously lie and deceive?
It's too soon to say the motives behind this. All we know, whether you want to call it reckless, malicious, or benign, we're not at a point where we can conclusively label that. Something went wrong here, and there was no evidence, and an innocent man spent 7 months in jail for a crime he didn't commit, on evidence that was proven by the state's own expert to be non-existent. Anyone here could be vulnerable to being arrested based on this same evidence. That's what's so shocking, is that anyone could be swept up in a case like this. Perhaps what's more shocking is that the real I-10 freeway shooter is still out there.
And if I can add for a moment, the investigation that the defense team did, one would expect that would be the investigation that law enforcement would have done before they arrested Leslie Merritt. They have, look, generally speaking, law enforcement does a very good job. And we all appreciate the job they do in keeping us all safe. That being said, in this particular case, they had an obligation before they arrested Leslie Merritt and ruined his life and threw him in that confinement unit to do a thorough investigation of the case. If they would have done that, Leslie Merritt would have never been arrested. And they'd be on to trying to figure out who the real I-10 shooter is. And here we are today. A young man's life has been severely damaged, and we are no closer to finding out who the I-10 shooter is.
Mr. Farragut, Mr. Lamb, do you think politics had any play in this? This was the first high-profile case with the new director, Director Milstead, in place. We all know that he wanted to turn DPS into a state police and criminalist organization, investigatory agency, and not just highway patrol and accident reconstruction. That was his goal.
I will say in a case like this, Donna, when things are very complex, it is not uncommon for law enforcement agencies to bring in other law enforcement agencies. And while admittedly the FBI was brought in to do some of the cell phone work, the Phoenix Police Department was not brought into this. Mesa Police, Tempe Police, they were not brought in to the nuts and bolts of the investigation. To brand it as politics, again, it's too soon to say, and that's something we'll be looking at in the civil case. But I think we need to realize that politicians are people too. And when they are gripped in the emotion of a serial shooter, they can be susceptible to getting caught up in making rash decisions, tweeting things that in hindsight probably might not have been the best idea, things that may have been a rush to judgment. And that's what we believe all along, whether it was an elected official, whether it was a detective, or it was the ordinary person sitting at home, there was a rush to judgment because, frankly, Leslie was branded as public enemy #1 and called a domestic terrorist. Those are damning, damning words. And now that the pendulum has swung and his innocence has been shown, the community's been supportive and receptive, and that's something that Leslie appreciates and we appreciate. But it just shows how people get caught up in the emotion, and we feel that through the transparency of what we're doing today and other documents being revealed, that the public can make its own and independent judgment.
And if I can just add, former Governor Brewer made a statement about Governor Ducey's statement, and she said that it was, and I'm paraphrasing, that it was irresponsible of Governor Ducey to say we got him. Now look, Governor Ducey, I think, is trying to do a very good job as governor, but he's relying on law enforcement to give him accurate information, and they failed to do that. And obviously the governor was trying to pacify the concerns and fears of the community, and he, I think, put that statement out there in that attempt. But the reality is he had bad information given to him by DPS, by law enforcement, and quite frankly, Governor Brewer's right. That statement should have never been put out there until they did a solid job on this case.
But by no means does it make that tweet proper.
Do you think if that tweet isn't sent, that they interview your client throughout the weekend, realize that he isn't the right guy, and then he's let go Monday morning and none of us ever hear his name?
You know, that's Monday morning quarterbacking. What we do know is that Leslie was interviewed for over an hour, and throughout that interview, in one form or another, he denied his involvement 72 times. He asked for a polygraph. DPS refused to give him a polygraph. We believe that had they listened to him, let him demonstrate his innocence, perhaps we wouldn't be where we were today. But again, when you have a theory and you have your facts develop around your theory, these are the sorts of things that happen.
And how many guilty people volunteer and actually suggest, give me a polygraph?
What parties would you name in a civil lawsuit?
Under Arizona law, when you have to do a notice of claim, as we have done, we have identified all individuals in that notice of claim who could be potential defendants. We have to put them on notice legally, and that's what we've done already.
Be DPS, or would it be just individuals with DPS? Or not?
Typically, DPS is an entity of the state, so it would be the state of Arizona.
No, I'm sorry, guys. You said he volunteered to take a polygraph?
Yeah,
was taken or no?
No. Leslie, in his interview on the evening, late into the night on Friday, September 18th, into the early morning hours of September 19th, he emphatically demanded a polygraph using words that I will not say in front of cameras, but nonetheless, DPS refused to give him the polygraph that he so adamantly requested.
Did he do that on the advice of counsel, or was that before?
We weren't involved until later on. This was a 21-year-old kid on his own protesting his innocence. He didn't have us by his side. That was his gut reaction, demanding, that he receive a polygraph to prove his innocence, and demanding that they listen to him and his pleas of innocence. And he also demanded, show me the video. They lied to him. They lied to his fiance. They tried to trick her into abandoning the alibi that she provided him for the shootings. And they even threatened her and her family with charges of domestic terrorism if she did not. That's, again, in public records already.
Okay. Jason, 40 years of practicing law, between the two of you, have you ever seen anything like this?
No, and I don't know that we ever will again.
Would you characterize this as the worst law enforcement investigation that you've encountered in any of the cases?
We probably both have encountered some pretty bad investigations, but I think this investigation stands out because of the fact that the seriousness of the situation and the seriousness of the allegations were so high that one would expect that law enforcement would have absolutely crossed every T, dotted every I, made certain that before they publicly announced an arrest and detained Leslie Merritt, that they had a solid case.
And we've received almost 14,000 pages of discovery materials from the county attorney, all of which point to Leslie's innocence. However, we want everyone to know that our investigation is continuing in terms of any wrongdoing, malfeasance, or problems with the case. We just became aware of some information that we're working on, and it just further shows that Leslie's innocent.
And I will add this to it. There have been suggestions by the county attorney's office that they continue to investigate this case, and they can go ahead and do that. We're going to fight them all the way. We will be filing a motion to dismiss with prejudice. And if for some reason this case gets refiled, I would caution DPS and the county attorney's office to be very, very careful, because if they continue to add to the damage that they've caused this young man, there will be a big price to pay, and the taxpayers shouldn't have to pay that price.
And the public should also be aware, we're very confident in Leslie's innocence. We have been, we remain so. But in the highly unlikely event that something happens, we will be by his side. We promise that.
Last week.
But let me just say that we would ask the public to keep the open eyes that they have right now and be objective about it. But again, there's never been any evidence against Leslie. There isn't any now, and we absolutely do not foresee any in the future.
And this idea that has been thrown about that the shooting stopped when Leslie Merritt was arrested, that is just absolutely not accurate. Shootings have continued. Whether DPS has decided to continue investigating those shootings and report those shootings is in question. Our position is that the shootings have continued, but for whatever reason, and you all can speculate to that, they've decided to label those as road debris or non-related shootings.
Because the reality is, sometimes the truth is inconvenient. Sometimes the truth is uncomfortable. But the truth is, Leslie Merritt Jr. is innocent, and Leslie Merritt Jr. is not the I-10 freeway shooter. So with that,
do you know of any projectile shootings on the freeway during the time that Merritt was in?
There's evidence that we would have presented at trial that there were other shootings that were ignored by DPS. The reasons for that we'll leave to them. So with that, thank you everybody for coming out today. We appreciate it.
Now, if you watched this unfold here on News Now with us, that is the most fascinating thing, to actually hear them break down why it's physically impossible for their client to be the I-10 shooter. I really did think that was interesting to watch them, and I immediately thought when it was announced that Leslie Merritt Jr. was being, that they were, well, first of all, when they were releasing him, it was a huge blow because it realized that they did not have the proof to keep him behind bars. They did not have enough evidence to keep him behind bars. So that is an initial blow to the state's case. And then when they actually dropped the charges, I heard people whispering that, it was just a technicality and they could bring them back, but what are the odds that you're going to bring them back? It seems like such a hit to, such a blow to your to your reputation that you would make such a huge ordeal and public presentation about the arrest of this young man and then it not be him. So interesting to actually watch the way they break it down and explain why they believe that there's no way that it could be their client. I never think I judged him physically when they were arresting him, but after watching the way they did that breakdown, he did start to look like a little boy in those jail stripes and just sweet and naive. So they're doing a good job. Jason Lim's doing a good job. I have 10 minutes left with you. So in that 10 minutes, we are going to watch some of the stories from yesterday's 5 and 6 p.m. broadcast, and they can get you ready for our 5 and 6 p.m. broadcast on Fox 10 Phoenix. They can get you ready for that broadcast. That's about to happen right here. If you can actually go to fox10phoenix.com/live if you like watching our local television news broadcasts, or you can turn on channel 10. But what I'm going to do now is play just some of the highlights from yesterday's, so you can get kind of a feel of what we're about here at Fox 10. I think. What if I'm not? What if it doesn't work? My video player's not working. Please play. Beeler. Well, there we go. I think. Here we go.
School students are hard at work on a science project that now has gone missing. They built and launched a weather balloon, but now they can't find that balloon. Christy Siefkin joins us live to tell us about what they're doing, and hopefully they can locate that balloon.
Yeah, hopefully everyone can be a part of helping to find this science project. Brophy Space Club made that balloon to capture some very creative footage for their school. Now the balloon ascended just fine, but the GPS tracker on the balloon broke right after the balloon took off. And the students don't know exactly where the balloon is, but they're hoping that you can help them find it.
It was pretty organized when we did it.
The Space Club at Brophy College Preparatory is taking science to new heights. These students constructed a weather balloon, complete with a GoPro camera and a 3D printed replica of their school chapel.
We were going to get this amazing video of the Brophy Chapel Tower in space, 100,000 feet up. And of course, the ascent, the descent, it was going to be really great. Connor,
Space Club President Grant Schuchter says that mission went awry. When the balloon launched on Saturday, its GPS tracker died, the balloon drifting east to Globe without a signal.
We drove out there, a couple of students and myself, and we searched for about 3 hours. No luck.
Given that it was my GoPro, I was quite upset. But, it's all fine. We're going to do another one, and we're going to accomplish the mission that we set out to.
The club made this replica of the Brophy Tower here in the school's Innovation Commons, and they'll be using the same space to make everything needed for their second balloon as well.
That second balloon will have 2 GPS sensors just to be safe, though the team hopes it will still get its original balloon back.
We know exactly what we did wrong and what we did right, so we can reconvene and see how that does. And that's really important to learning how the real world works, in which there's mistakes, but instead of just quitting, we know what to do this time and learn from it.
Students have been looking for that balloon since Monday, and here's what you need to look for in your area if you want to help out. It's a large white balloon, as you saw in those images, and it has a very bright orangish red parachute attached to it. The club's contact information is written on the frame. Now the team plans to launch its second balloon late next week. I'm Christy Siefkin, Fox 10 News.
This was a very important lesson for a group of Valley 8th graders today.
Students from Wigwam Creek Middle School learned how to save lives from somebody who almost lost their life. Anita Roman has more.
Kathy Riley shared a very important story with 8th grade students at Wigwam Creek Middle School this morning. She told them how her husband saved her life.
So I was sleeping and he said I was snoring, which I don't do, so he recognized it as a last gasp of air. He is trained in first response.
Thanks to her husband and what she calls bystander CPR, Riley survived sudden cardiac arrest. She makes it her mission to make sure any and everyone else stands the same chance.
They can go home and teach their families, and you never know when a cardiac event is going to occur, and you may be the only one in a group that knows what to do.
Using my mom as an example, it can happen to anyone. You don't have to be a certain age. There's no requirements, so they could go home and one of their family members could collapse tonight.
Riley walked the students through the basic life-saving skills that are CPR, chest compressions being just one step. Using dummies, the students received the hands-on training and now have a deeper understanding of how to save a life. Anita Roman, Fox 10 News.
Tonight
First on Fox tonight, police on the lookout for a man who attacked a woman while she was out jogging at a Valley Park.
Now that attack led to a big police presence at Kiwanis Park in Tempe near Guadalupe and Rural. Nicole Garcia joining us live from the park this afternoon. Boy, what a scene out there.
Yeah, this incident has definitely rattled some nerves. This is a very popular area. Since we've been here, we've seen several bikers, families, joggers, and fishermen. And at this point, police say the victim appears to have been chosen at random. Tempe police say a woman was on her daily morning jog here, jogging along the canal on this path here, when a man came up from behind her and tried to pull her pants down. So for most of the day, Tempe officers and canines were out combing the area looking for this man. They describe him as 19, 20 years old, a Hispanic man about 6 feet tall, thin with short curly hair, last seen wearing a white shirt and red shorts. Now the victim told police she didn't even see him, that he came up from behind her as she was jogging and tried to pull her pants down. She then turned around and confronted this man, and that is when he ran off. She was alone at the time. There were no other witnesses. A nearby elementary school was put on lockdown as police searched for the suspect. That lockdown was shortly lifted thereafter. The people we spoke with today say they're going to be vigilant. They're going to be a lot more careful when they're out here, but they're not going to let this incident, this one person, stop them from enjoying this beautiful area.
think it's pretty crazy. I walk a lot around here during the morning and I've never had any issues. But it doesn't surprise me either. You know, we live in a world where things like that happen, unfortunately.
We feel safe in a way for our kids, but if the dude had a weapon, different story.
I mean, he's not going to get away with it. He will get caught, something will happen, but he's not going to get away with it.
Police say that suspect did not show any weapons and he did not make any threats, and they're hoping to release a composite sketch of this man by tomorrow. Reporting live in Tempe, I'm Nicole Garcia, Fox 10 News.
This is a movie that isn't likely to make the top 10, but it is causing a stir in the medical community. It's called Vaxxed, From Cover-Up to Catastrophe. And it has some doctors pushing for it to be removed from theaters.
Local chain Harkins originally had planned on showing it at 2 of their theater locations, but then they later decided to only show it at 1. Linda Williams talked to 2 doctors today who have very differing opinions on this movie. Still a lot of talk of, a lot of people, many parents still don't want to vaccinate their kids because of these concerns.
And a lot of doctors agree with those parents, and some don't. Most don't, I think it's safe to say. Members of the American Academy of Pediatrics in Arizona have been lobbying Harkins theaters about airing this movie. Now, I just spoke with the head of the local chapter. He said the film, for one thing, isn't a documentary. Dr. Delvis Richardson says another thing, it's not truthful, and he says he doesn't think it should be shown, period. The trailer for the movie Vaxxed, From Cover-Up to Catastrophe, is ominous and intense as it promises to examine the CDC, MMR vaccines, and childhood diseases like autism. Valley cardiologist Dr. Jack Wolfson has seen the movie.
I thought it was a very well-made film.
Valley pediatrician Dr. Sarah Kurtz says she will not go to see Vaxxed.
No, I don't have time to look at hocus pocus movies.
Many label this movie as anti-vaccination. Under some pressure from the medical community, Harkins Theaters pulled Vaxxed showings from a Peoria theater and is showing it only at the Valley View Theater in Tempe. Dr. Wilson calls it censorship and un-American.
Clearly what this movie highlights is that there are people that are vaccine injured, and there is the possibility and likelihood of fraud at the Centers for Disease Control.
I think misinformation out there is unfortunate. It does a disservice not only to your child, but to the entire world. Vaccines are one of the most cost-effective, one of the most important public health measures we've ever had. There's no question.
Dr. Wolfson says the movie brings valuable information to parents.
It's not an anti-vaccine movie. It's an informational movie about there was fraud at the CDC and the truth needs to come out.
Dr. Kurtz says she thinks it's dangerous, far from being a documentary, and she's happy Vaxxed is not being shown widely.
Movies don't always tell you the truth, and putting things out there without the science to back it up is ridiculous.
Dr. Richardson, the head of the Arizona's chapter of the American Pediatric Association, says there have been more than a dozen studies that show no link between these vaccines and increased autism risks. He says the movie is simply not truthful. Harkins Theaters has not returned our request for a comment. I'm Linda Williams, Fox 10 News.
All right, that was Linda Williams from yesterday. You can catch her again tonight, or actually you can catch her again Saturday and Sunday. She's our anchor. I'm going to head over to the White House right now, and I will see you again 7 to 9. Thanks so much for watching.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. My name is Mike Page. Happy to be here with you guys. It's just after 10 minutes after 5 here in Arizona, 8 o'clock already on the East Coast. Hope everyone is just having a great evening. In about less than 2 hours, we're expected to have a Donald Trump rally from California, one of the first ones that he is going to be featured in California, because that primary isn't until June 7th, but he already wants to get some of the momentum in California, some of that same success that he's had out on the East Coast. It's been a busy day here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, as you can imagine, with that breaking news that happened in Baltimore with a Fox affiliate where a man tried to storm into a building and said he had explosives. He was later shot. But boy, that was really an eye-opener for all media outlets across the country, as well as just very scary situation for anyone, really. Earlier today, this was a fun event at the White House. It was College Reporter Day, and the press secretary, Josh Earnest, set it up, and he was talking to the students in attendance in the press room, but then a special guest came by. This is cool.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to see you all. Welcome to the White House, and welcome to the White House briefing room. This is obviously the room where every day, or almost every day, I come and do a briefing with the White House press corps. So these are journalists who've devoted a significant portion of their lives to covering the White House very closely. And we often talk about how this is the venue where independent professional journalists ask tough questions. And this is where the President of the United States sends a senior member of his staff to come out and answer those questions. People can ask whatever they want, and the whole thing takes place on the record for everybody to see, on camera. And it is an important part of our democracy. And I'm glad that we'll be able to do it in a way that all of you can participate in, at least this unique way. So with that, I'm mostly interested in answering the questions that you're interested in talking about. So let's move around. So yes, this young lady in the back, I'll let you go first.
My name is Victoria Crocker. I'm reporting from the Technician at North Carolina State University. And I was wondering if you think there's a problem with the way that the media actually reports negatively on the gun control issues, and maybe there's not enough positive influence or positive press of how it has helped, or Second Amendment right has helped in certain situations.
Well, Victoria, this question about public perception of gun safety policy is an important one. Public polls indicate that a strong majority of Americans across the country support common sense gun safety legislation. And that's not just Democrats who strongly support it. We know that many of those polls indicate that a strong majority of Republicans support common sense gun safety legislation. There are a number of other polls that indicate a majority of gun owners support common sense gun safety legislation. So it does raise some questions about what's going on here. And the president has made the point that there's no shortage of attention that's devoted to gun violence. Now, there are frequently, tragically, high-profile shootings that happen all too frequently. There are also shootings that happen, particularly in urban communities, that happen every day that don't get any attention. And I think it is hard to assess exactly what impact all of that has on public opinion. But what the president has observed is, in some ways, this isn't a question about public opinion, it's a question about broken politics. Because all of the evidence indicates that a majority of the American public supports common sense gun safety legislation that would make it harder for people who shouldn't have guns from getting them. Criminals, people with mental problems. And there are laws that we can pass that don't infringe on the constitutional rights of law-abiding Americans, but could take some steps that would make it harder for people who shouldn't get a gun from getting one. And that's not going to prevent every incident of gun violence. There are people who are still going to be killed because of guns. But if we can do something to make the country just a little bit safer, to prevent even one incident of gun violence, then why wouldn't we take that action? Particularly if we know it wouldn't undermine the constitutional rights of law-abiding Americans. And the way that the president has answered this question is, we're only going to be able to pass those policies through Congress once enough people come forward and say, you know what, I'm going to be a single-issue voter. Democrat or Republican, I'm only going to support somebody who supports and vows to make a priority out of common sense gun safety legislation. And the president's taken that approach himself, and he has said that he won't raise money or articulate his support for someone who doesn't support that kind of common sense approach. And he hopes a lot of other Americans will take the same approach. Okay. This gentleman right here.
Hi, my name is Nagasi Michael, and I'm reporting for the Daily Cardinal, the University of Wisconsin. I was just wondering where the president's daughter will be going to college.
That is a pertinent question these days. Obviously, the decision deadline is coming soon. We have worked to assiduously protect the privacy of the president's two daughters. And they're private citizens who obviously occupy a fairly prominent role in public life. And fortunately, much of the mainstream media has been very respectful of understanding that these are two girls. They didn't run for office. They didn't ask for all this attention. But the attention that is directed their way is understandable. And I would anticipate that we'll have an announcement about her choice at some point soon. We're going to do it in a way so that nobody gets scooped. We're not going to leak it to somebody. So all of the reporters that are eager to get that scoop can just relax and know that that we'll be making an announcement at an appropriate time. Okay. Thanks for the good question. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Jasmine SB. I'm reporting for the South End at Wayne State University. We talked a lot about student loan debt today. And one of the questions that I had, and I didn't hear much talk about admission costs for public college. And I think that's one of the main issues for me personally. I do have student loans and things like that, but the initial cost is the problem that I see. What is the federal government doing to lower public college costs so that people can afford and not have to go into debt and take out student loans in order to go to college and pursue a higher education?
Yeah. This is an excellent question. You have pressure on both sides, right? We want to exert upward pressure on the ability of students to afford to pay for college, but we also want to apply some downward pressure on the cost of college to make it a little easier for everybody to afford. That's going to save taxpayers money, but it also is going to save students money as well. And we spend a lot of time talking about what the president has done to make a college education more affordable and more available to more middle-class families and middle-class students. So you've heard us talk about the Pell Grant program and how we've significantly expanded the Pell Grant program. The president fought hard for something called the American Opportunity Tax Credit that offers a tax credit to middle-class families who are paying college tuition. The president recently succeeded in making that tax credit permanent. We're obviously quite pleased about that. But on the other side of the ledger, we have been looking for creative ways to try to apply some downward pressure to college costs. And there have been a range of policies that have been considered as it relates to tying federal funding for colleges and universities to their ability to keep college costs low. Now, this is a little bit of a controversial notion, and let me explain to you why. Too many state governments, in their zeal to cut government spending, are reducing their support for public colleges and universities. That's a bad thing. That is a really poor choice. It's a short-sighted decision to cut an investment in something that's going to be critical to the long-term success of your state. And what many college administrators legitimately say is, look, I'm getting less support from the state government. And if I want to continue to provide a high-quality education to the student body, I got to get that money from somewhere. So part of the responsibility certainly does lie at the state level. And making sure that states continue to understand that they have a responsibility to invest in the quality of an education that's being offered at state-run institutions. Okay, move around. This gentleman in the back. Yes, you.
Hi, my name is Dan Micah. I report for the Truman State University Index at Truman State University in Kirksville, Missouri.
Yes. My home state, Dan.
What's that?
My home state. Yes.
At Truman State University, it takes approximately 2 to 3 weeks for a student to get their first meeting with a mental health counselor, and that's just not even before the heavy midterms and finals time. So what is the administration doing to support mental health on American college campuses?
Well, Dan, the president has actually done more than any other president to expand access to mental health care all across the country. This was, of course, included in Obamacare. The president made mental health care a priority by ensuring parity between medical care that people had access to, but also mental health care as well. There also was extensive funding that was included in the Affordable Care Act for community health centers that often are a facility that can provide mental health care services. Of course, the Affordable Care Act also expanded Medicaid coverage, which meant more people had access to the kind of health care, including mental health care, that they need. So this administration has certainly been at the forefront of trying to expand access to quality mental health care for people all across the country. I think the question that you're asking is also not totally unrelated to the question that was just asked, that as state-run institutions are facing tighter budgets, and as they see state governments reduce the level of support they're providing to state institutions, it means that some state schools are having to make cutbacks. And unfortunately, that means making cutbacks in areas that are critical to the health and well-being of the student body. And I think you identified one area. So this administration is certainly going to continue to look for ways to expand mental health care coverage. We're going to look for ways to provide additional support to colleges and universities that's using that money in the right way. And we're going to continue to encourage states to do the right thing. All right. Yes, this young lady in the front.
My name is Sonali Seth, and I go to the University of Southern California. I'm here representing the Daily Trojan. Today we talked a lot about sexual assault on college campuses, which has become an epidemic in recent years. There's some controversy around the fact that universities often regulate their own sexual assault cases. So with that in mind, do you think that the federal government should provide more oversight in the regulation of sexual assault cases on college campuses?
Well, the president certainly does believe that ending sexual assault on college campuses should be a top priority, not just of state and local governments, but also of higher education officials. Colleges and universities and the administrators who are responsible for running them have to take responsibility for addressing this problem. And this is a problem that is pervasive on college campuses. And we have seen, particularly in recent years, students become more aware of the need to make solving this problem a priority. And I think it is fair to say that on too many college campuses, administrators have been a little late to the game. And there is some more work that I think can be done as a policy matter to try to ensure that these situations are resolved fairly and consistent with the law, to make sure that the rights of everybody involved are properly protected and accounted for. But I think this also is the kind of situation that shouldn't just rely on government to solve. That ultimately students need to take some responsibility for the kind of campus climate that exists in their community. This is why the president has been a leading advocate of something called the It's On Us campaign. The It's On Us campaign essentially is where men and women take responsibility for intervening in situations that could potentially lead to sexual abuse or a sexual assault. And it requires some social courage to step up and intervene in a situation where you might be concerned about the safety of somebody involved. And there's a natural human tendency to think to yourself, well, that looks like a messy situation. I don't want to get involved. Particularly when it might be a situation where alcohol or drugs could be involved. But the truth is, we all need to hold ourselves accountable, not just for making sure that we are treating each other with respect, but also making sure that we're going to take responsibility for the climate and the culture on our campus. And that if we see something wrong, we're not going to hesitate to stand up and speak out and make sure that everybody that's in our community is safe. So we've encouraged people to go to itsonus.org and to take the pledge. I've done that, and the president and the vice president have done that. And we are hopeful that that kind of engagement, people taking that pledge, will lead to the kind of change on college campuses across the country that we'd like to see and that will ultimately make more college students safe. Okay? All right. This gentleman right here.
My name is Jesse Diamba. I'm from the University of North Texas, reporting for North Texas Television and the North Texas Daily newspaper. Could your administration discuss a bit on recent calls in the election cycle, especially from the Democratic side, over making college more affordable, as in free, just like most Western European nations? We're speaking with the Secretary of Education, John King, and I kind of found it ironic that the Secretary of Education for the richest country in the history of the world is still paying his graduate student debt. So could you comment on maybe making on the comments that the presidential candidates are saying in the future?
Yeah. Well, let me just talk to you about what the administration has done. So obviously, as I mentioned earlier, we've been very focused on looking for ways that we can expand the assistance that we provide to middle-class students and students that are trying to get into the middle class. We've also been looking for ways that we can expand assistance to families who are paying for their child to get a college education. And we've been looking for creative policy ways that we can put downward pressure on college costs and making clear to college administrators that they have a responsibility to try to keep a limit on the growth in education costs. We've also been encouraging of state governments that they need to look for ways to at least protect the amount of support that they provide to state-run colleges and universities, if not expand that support. The other thing that the president called for in his State of the Union address last year, in early 2015, the president put forward a specific idea that actually is already being implemented in a handful of states, including the state of Tennessee, and that is to offer a free community college education to every student that's willing to work for it. And the idea here is that if you can offer up a free community college education to hardworking students that are getting good grades and doing their homework and continuing to maintain a workload, that you can essentially cut the cost of a four-year education in half. The first 2 years at a community college they could get for free. And that would make a tangible impact on the ability of students who are trying to prepare themselves for a 21st century global economy. It also would have an impact on, I think, what are often called non-traditional college students. That you have people who have started out their career in one field, and either they lose their job or they recognize they want to change to a different field, but they can't move to that new job until they get some additional training. So giving more workers the opportunity to go to community college for a couple of years, have that paid for by the federal government, and then come out with enhanced skills that would allow them to make an even better contribution to the local economy, that's a win-win. And this is what they've done in the state of Tennessee, and it's been very beneficial to the state. They've seen an economic benefit associated with a better educated workforce. So the president has proposed, look, if there's a Republican governor in the state of Tennessee who can make this program work in his state, why shouldn't Democrats and Republicans work together in Washington to give that opportunity to every American? Unfortunately, Republicans have been resistant to this idea. These are Republicans in Congress have been resistant to this idea, even though Republicans in Tennessee have seen firsthand that it works great. So the president's going to continue to advocate for this kind of reform, and is hopeful that we can build some momentum such that maybe the next Congress would be more willing to take it up than this one has been. Okay? Yes, this young lady right there.
Hi, my name is Erica Evans, and I'm from Stanford University. I write for the Stanford Daily. The role of the press secretary is to be an honest broker between the administration and the press. How do you balance making the president look good with honestly communicating all sides of the policies that the administration is pursuing? And also, how do you think journalists can improve their coverage of government affairs?
That is a good question. How long do you have? I have worked to conspicuously avoid playing media critic in this role. It might affect my ability to be an honest broker if I spend a lot of time critiquing the performance of the independent press corps. So I think I'm going to dodge your second question, but let me see if I can give you a thoughtful answer to your first one. The basic function of the press secretary is to help the American people understand what the president's doing and why he's doing it. In some ways, that is the basic function of the job. Reporters have a similar mandate, that they want to give their readers or their viewers or their listeners greater insight into what it is the president's doing and try to help their readers or listeners understand why he's doing it. So, the approach that I have taken is to try to learn those facts for myself, to not just understand sort of the basic talking points, but to actually try to delve into the policy and understand why particular decisions have been made, either by the president or by other senior decision makers in his administration. And then to also try to put those decisions into context, to help people understand the president's approach to problem solving or the president's approach to a whole set of issues so that they can understand why a particular decision was made. As people sort of assess the relationship between the White House press corps and the White House press office, the thing that I often remind journalists who occasionally will decide to write about this issue is that there's supposed to be some tension between the White House press office and the White House press corps. If there wasn't, it'd be a pretty good indication that somebody wasn't doing their job. If there's ever a day that one of the professionals in the White House press corps walks into my office and says, you guys have been totally transparent today. You've answered all of my questions. You've given me access to all the information that I need. Thanks a lot. I have no complaints. They're not doing their job. Even if we have been extraordinarily transparent, which we have been, it's incumbent upon those journalists to come in and say, you should give us more. That's their job. And it's my job to try to be as accommodating as I can, while at the same time protecting the president's ability to make a decision, but also making sure that the context of that decision is not lost. So that's why reporters who are interested in having a positive working relationship with the White House, my expectation for them is that not that they're going to write stories that are good for the White House every day, that make the president look good or make the White House look good or make the administration look good. Sometimes there are tough stories. And when you consider some of the more complicated questions that this administration has had to deal with, it's plausible that people are going to read stories that don't make the president or the administration or the White House look good. The situation in Syria right now is tragic. There are millions of innocent people who've been displaced from their homes. And the administration and the president has put forward a bold strategy that exceeded the original expectations that people had for what we'd be able to do to influence this situation. But so far, it continues to be the case that there are innocent people dying in Syria. And so many stories that are written about Syria don't make the president look good. But what I challenge reporters to do is, even if we accept that the situation in Syria is bad, and it's a situation that the White House and the president has not solved, despite how hard he has worked to try, what I do want people to understand is, why is the situation so complicated? What is it that the president has tried to do? And why is it that he's tried that approach and not something else? And if reporters succeed in using their skills as a journalist and as a writer and a storyteller and a broadcaster to explain our approach, then I can't really complain. They've done their job. And if I have confidence in our approach, then I'm going to have confidence in the idea that if somebody makes an honest effort to explain that approach to the American people, well, then we're going to persuade some people that what we're doing is the right thing to do, even if it's not showing the immediate results that we would like. So, all right. This gentleman right here.
Hi, Dominic Sanfilippo with Flyer News at the University of Dayton in Ohio.
Hey, Dominic.
Bouncing off the previous couple questions about access, I was wondering if you could comment on the access, or in some cases reduced or lack of access, of young people and college students across the country to fully participate in public service in the life of our country. There's been reports in the past couple of years about certain sorts of possible echo chambers that pop up in D.C. because of the lack of availability for funding for internships for places like the White House where we sit today, Congress, other federal agencies, etc. There's a tension there, obviously, because the idea of public service necessitates something. But on the other hand, if some people are boxed out of being able to participate while they're in college, something like we're very lucky to do today, there's tens of thousands more of us who would love to be able to sit in this seat right now. Yeah. So I was wondering if you could comment on any possible changes in the ways of the White House or across the federal government access for college students going forward to more fully participate and represent the mosaic of America in D.C.
Yeah. Look, the president often says that the most important role in our democracy is not the role of president, but actually the role of citizen. And looking for ways to engage people in the process of governing this country is something that the president has made a priority. And this is one of the reasons that we're hosting this event here today, is the president's interested in cultivating your interest in government, and certainly your interest in playing an important role in our democracy by considering a career as a professional journalist. So I think that's the first way that I would answer your question. The second way is that people don't have to work in politics or even cover politics full time in order to be engaged in our democracy. What people do have to do is they have to make an effort to go and inform themselves and educate themselves about what's happening in your community or in our country. And that is a big challenge. And that's not something that the government can do for you. And that's not something that necessarily includes a paycheck. But that is a responsibility that we all have as citizens of this country, to educate ourselves about the questions that are being raised about our government, to establish some priorities in our own right for the direction of the country. And one of the observations that the president often makes about the media is that there are places you can go on the internet to just go and read articles or opinions written by a whole bunch of people just like you who have the same views. And it requires a certain amount of self-discipline to actually seek out different points of view. Soliciting or inviting input from people who may not share your worldview is a valuable thing. And it's something that is critical if we're going to be good citizens of our country and active participants in our democracy. And the president gave, as you think about this, the president gave a commencement address at the University of Michigan, where he talked a lot about sort of the role of citizenship in a modern democracy like ours. So you can hear more directly from the president about that. Okay. All right. This young lady right there.
Hi. Earlier today, we talked with Senior Advisor Valerie Jarrett on restorative justice works, like within school districts for students who have been suspended or expelled. And my question is, what is the administration doing to work with school districts who want to go after those initiative acts? And also, my name is Zion Daniel, and I'm from Bennett College, and I'm reporting on behalf of Bell Magazine.
Great. It's nice to meet you. You may have heard a little bit about this from Secretary John King. The Department of Education has worked closely with states and school districts across the country. And I know that Secretary King's predecessor, Arne Duncan, was very interested in this issue as well. What you often find in the federal government, particularly when it comes to education, is that we have a tradition in this country of local control of schools. And that's a good thing. We want communities to be engaged and to play the predominant role in setting policies and guidelines for how the schools in those communities are going to operate. But what the federal government can do is to offer some expertise and to share best practices and bring schools and administrators together to help them understand how these problems are being handled in other communities. And so what this administration has done is made an effort to try to lift up best practices, to seek out the most effective educators, particularly when it comes to disciplinary policies, and make sure that we're sharing those ideas with other schools. And there's plenty of academic data and research to indicate that there is some bias inherent in the way that some schools administer discipline. And that does put some students, particularly minority students, at a disadvantage. And helping well-intentioned administrators recognize the potential for bias and give them some tips for how to work around it and overcome it is a really valuable thing. And I know that this is something that the Department of Education has made a real priority. Okay. All right. Others? Yes, that gentleman right there.
Sean Bassey, I'm from the MSU spokesman at Morgan State University.
Great. Nice to see you, Sean.
What is the future of historically black colleges and universities at the Obama administration?
Well, under President Obama's leadership, funding for historically black colleges and universities has increased. President Obama has had an opportunity to deliver a couple of commencement addresses at HBCUs. In both of those speeches, the president has talked about how important a role those institutions play, not just in a modern African-American community in the United States, but actually a role they have to play in our country. The president's actually going to speak at Howard University later this summer at their commencement. The president's looking forward to that opportunity, and it would be an opportunity for him to both reflect on the tradition that's built into HBCUs of providing a good, high-quality education to African Americans, but he'll also talk about the responsibility that those who graduate from those kinds of institutions have to contribute not just to the African American community, but to our country as a whole. This is something the president feels strongly about, and something he'll talk about again later this summer when he speaks at Howard. Okay. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Kate Correjo from the Fordham Rib at Fordham University. And we just released our sexual assault climate survey, or the results of the survey rather. It turns out Fordham is reporting sexual assault just a little bit above the national average. This is around 5% right now. We're reporting at 8%. So I was wondering if the administration is doing anything to incentivize colleges to increase that percentage, to make it easier and more accessible for victims to report their sexual assault, so we can get more accurate numbers on how sexual assault exists on college campuses.
Well, that seems like a bad thing. Look at this. It's that remote there, guys.
Rocky, pan it down.
There we go. That's never happened before. So, I'm sorry that had to happen to you. You've asked a very serious question. What the administration has done is tried to work with colleges and universities to help them establish a clear process for reporting these kinds of crimes when they occur, and making sure that there's a process internally for handling them appropriately, consistent with fairness, but also consistent with the law. So that is certainly an important step. The other thing that we believe is important is transparency. That as students are considering which college or institution to attend, they should understand exactly what the climate is like on that campus. How safe are they going to be if they go to school there? How much of a priority have school administrators made the safety of their students? So that kind of transparency is important as well. But look, as I was saying earlier, this can't just be about government. This also has to be about students taking responsibility for what happens on their campus, and what kind of community do they want to be a part of, and how willing are they to engage in that community to assert the kinds of norms and mutual respect that we'd all like to have, particularly when we're living in a community like a college campus where we're sort of encouraged to try new things and to explore new experiences. That having a safe environment in which to do that is particularly important. Okay. Other questions? Yes, that gentleman right there.
I'm Jacob Solis from the University of Nevada, reporting for the Nevada Sagebrush. We've heard a lot today, especially from the Education Secretary, of pay-as-you-earn loan repayment plans for student loans. However, the reason we're talking about it is because 70%, according to the GAO, 70% of delinquent borrowers are eligible for pay-as-you-earn but aren't on the plan. How did that number get so high?
Yeah. Well, I think there are a couple of reasons. One is that the pay-as-you-earn program is something that's relatively new. And we are setting a goal today to try to expand the number of people who take advantage of this program. The pay-as-you-earn program essentially caps your student loan repayment rates at 10% of your income. The president has also fought hard to establish the CFPB.
Hey.
And oh, well.
I hear there's some hot-shot journalists here. Josh was speaking for me, and I want to make sure he was getting it right. How's it going, everybody? Are you guys having an interesting time here? Was Josh thorough in his briefing? Well, I heard you guys were around today, so I wanted to stop by and say hello. I also have a bit of breaking news for you, and then I might take some questions. I overheard Josh talking about student loans, and I know that's a big priority for a lot of your listeners and readers. And that's one of the reasons why my administration has spent a lot of time focused on college affordability. So we expanded Pell Grants to make sure that more young people could access it. We created the Pay As You Earn program that ensures that people can cap the amount that they're repaying on their loans each month, and so that young people who want to go into jobs that aren't as lucrative are still able to pursue their passions and their dreams while managing their debt load. Today I want to announce that we're aiming to enroll 2 million more people in Pay As You Earn by this time next year. And you can find out how at studentloans.gov/repay. That's studentloans.gov/repay. And we're also going to be making some additional announcements about how we're going to get our agencies coordinating so that as young people are managing their student loan debt, there's one-stop shopping. They can figure out how to do it, and they can make sure that there are consumer protections in terms of how they're being treated in their repayment process. While I have you here, I might as well mention a couple other things. You may have heard that there is a Supreme Court vacancy. For those of you who've been studying our system of government, we have 3 branches, and one of the most important is the judiciary. And right now, our Supreme Court is absent one sitting member with the passing of Justice Scalia. I've nominated an individual named Merrick Garland, who's currently the chief judge on the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, which is the second most important court in the land. By all accounts, he is extremely well qualified, and traditionally, what's happened is that the Senate then, exercising its constitutional duties of advise and consent, will meet with the judge and then have a hearing for him and then have a vote. In part because politics have gotten so polarized lately and the importance of this seat, so far at least, the Republican leader on the Senate side, Mitch McConnell, has refused to have the Republican caucus meet with him and schedule an actual vote, although to their credit, there have been a number of Republicans who've broken ranks and gone ahead and met with Judge Garland. I mention this because I think it's important for all of you while you're in town, and many of you who are going to end up being journalists covering important national policy, to recognize that our system only works when, even when we have big disagreements, even when there are big policy disputes, there is still a willingness to follow the rules and treat people fairly, especially those who are on the other side of the debate. That's something that's been lost a little bit in this town of late. And as I said at my State of the Union address, my hope is that despite some of the unusual rhetoric that we've been hearing during this presidential campaign, that it's young people like you who are going to restore that sense of us being able to work together and make this democracy function effectively. And journalists play a critical role in that. Sometimes both Josh and I probably have our disagreements with the press corps and feel picked on or misunderstood. But the truth of the matter is, and I've said this before, what separates us out in part from a lot of other countries in the world is we've got this incredible free press that pokes and prods and calls into account our leaders. And that is how we can make sure that leaders are accountable to the people who elect them. And that's how we make sure that you don't see major abuses of power, and when you do, that in fact the American people know about it and are able to make changes. And so you guys are going to have a critical role, those of you who end up following journalism. I hope many of you do. I want to thank the White House Press Corps, because I understand they gave you a lot of time today, and some of the best journalists in the country.
All right, folks, we are breaking into live action here. Looks like we have a possible police chase. It certainly looks like it. We're going to get that confirmation for you, but certainly looks at it, and we'll get you a location as well. All right, folks, we're being told of a San Diego police chase. It is on the 5. All right, folks, you are watching live breaking news happening right now. Police chase happening right now in San Diego. All right, looks like we have his tire. Looks to be given out pretty soon here. Could have it wrapped up. As you can see, it looks like he's taking some fast lane changes, as they usually do on these chases. You're watching this all unfold live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Folks, if you're just joining us here, we're watching this red car on the San Diego highways as it's moving at a pretty fast clip there on the shoulder. No word yet on why suspect is fleeing police. Oh, he had to stop fast there. Let's see what happens now. Oh, reversing here. Reversing on the highway. Wow. That's a long reverse. All right, folks, you are watching live breaking news in San Diego. A police chase happening right now through the streets and highways here. We're looking at this red car right there. It's been dodging in and out of lanes. Now it's on the shoulder. It's been clipping at a good clip here. Oh, it's getting very close to these cars here. All right, folks, right now it's in La Jolla, California. Began Camito East Bluff. Initial call was a check on welfare call, according to the San Diego police. Red vehicle refused to pull over for officers, and the officers are not in an active pursuit right now. They are following from the air. And a lot of times in these situations, the suspect is trying to get their last moments of freedom. So they're trying to extend that period as long as they can before eventually they are caught or they're in an accident. Hopefully this doesn't end in an accident where it's hurt some innocent people here on the highway, because a lot of the times these people don't know a chase is even going on, especially with this situation when the police aren't following by. You don't see any lights, and for the most part you'll just see a erratic driver. All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are watching live police chase happening right now. This red vehicle hitting the highways of San Diego. All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We're watching live breaking news happening in San Diego. We're watching this red car. Now it's really zipping. It's been going in and out of lanes. Gets on the shoulder here. It's erratic at times. All right, folks, we are still following live breaking news here. Police chase in San Diego. Not sure if the helicopter might have lost the car here. Looking for a red car. Let's see here. Chopper has momentarily lost the car. Uh-oh. Folks, if you're just joining us, welcome. We have been following a police chase in San Diego, or at least trying to follow it. Right now, the chopper has momentarily lost the car in question. Looks like we lost it, folks. Stick around. We might find it. And folks, if you're just joining us, Chopper, for a good time, had the suspect's car, and we were following it, and went in the downtown area of San Diego, and doesn't look good for his finding the suspect. And folks, right now, Chopper is trying to locate where the suspect might be, but it might be too late. All right, folks, if any word on the suspect will break in right here, but it looks like Chopper is giving up. We do appreciate you guys watching that live breaking news moment.
I do not have any announcements at the top, so we can go straight to your questions. Kevin, would you like to start?
Sure, thank you, George. Could you talk a bit about the Vice President's surprise trip to Baghdad today? What message is he delivering on the President's behalf to Iraqi leaders, and what does the administration hope he'll be able to accomplish?
Well, Kevin, I think this is a good indication of the United States' continued support for Prime Minister Abadi's efforts to unify the nation of Iraq to confront ISIL. And there are two critical priorities that Prime Minister Abadi has identified. The first is obviously the fight on the ground that Iraqi forces are waging against ISIL inside of Iraq. That effort on the ground is strongly supported by the United States and our coalition partners. The support that we provide comes in a variety of forms. It includes airstrikes, it includes training, it includes equipment, it includes advice and assistance from U.S. Special Operations Forces. The second priority that Prime Minister Abadi has identified is pursuing a set of political reforms to fight corruption and building confidence in the ability of Iraq's central government to lead that country is critical. And the United States and our coalition partners are strongly supportive of Prime Minister Abadi's efforts to build a government that is capable, that's honest, and that most importantly has the confidence of all of Iraq's diverse population. So this, the vice presidential visit is an effort to underscore our support for Prime Minister Abadi's commitment to those priorities.
Today's GDP report indicates the economy grew by 0.5% in the first quarter. The president's been quite vocal about how well the economy is doing. Does this report undercut those arguments? And what does he think the federal government should be doing differently to rev up the economy during the remainder of his tenure?
Kevin, the strength of the U.S. economy, I think, speaks for itself when you take a look at the numbers. Obviously, the numbers that we're most attuned to are the jobs numbers, and the U.S. economy is currently on the longest streak of private sector job growth in our nation's history, 73 consecutive months, for a total of 14.4 million private sector jobs. That's a remarkable streak, and demonstrates the resilience of the U.S. economy. The durability of the U.S. economy is the envy of the world. And there's no denying the important progress that we've made in digging out of the worst, of the hole created by the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. But of course there's more that we believe should be done. The president has spent years making the case to Republicans in Congress that there is more that could be done that would strengthen our economy, expand economic opportunity for the middle class, and lay a foundation for our nation's long-term strength for the decades ahead. And that includes investments in infrastructure. The president is quoted in a story today talking about how, frankly, the United States missed an opportunity over the last couple of years to make critical investments in infrastructure while interest rates were low, while the construction sector was not as strong as it previously was. And it's unfortunate that years have gone by where that opportunity has been missed. But the president, they weren't missed because the president wasn't encouraging Congress to take that action. Frankly, the reason that opportunity was missed was because of Republicans' stubborn refusal to consider any priority that President Obama has identified. That's unfortunate. And the president's also been a strong advocate of raising the minimum wage. That certainly would bring more fairness to our economy, particularly for hardworking Americans. At the current level of the minimum wage, the average person who's working full-time, being paid minimum wage, and raising a family of four is doing so below the poverty line. That's not fair, it's not good for our economy, and it's inconsistent with the strategy that the president has laid out to grow our economy from the middle out. Making investments in the middle class and those who are trying to get into the middle class is the surest way to have a strong economy in the United States in the near term, but also to enhance our prospects for preserving our economic strength over the long term.
So is the 0.5% growth something the administration feels good about?
I think what we feel good about are the longer-term trends as they relate to our to the most effective measures of our economy. And even taking a look at the most persistent components of output, which are consumption and fixed investment, those rose by 2.6% over the last 4 quarters. That's an indication of a durable economy demonstrating some resilience. There surely is more. We would like to see those numbers be even better. But our proposals for improving those numbers have fallen upon deaf ears when it comes to the Republicans who are in charge of Congress right now.
And are you saying that the growth rate as it stood in the first quarter is an indirect result of Republicans failing to go along with infrastructure, increased spending for infrastructure, minimum wage increases?
Well, there is no denying that there are a wide variety of economic indicators that would be stronger if Republicans in Congress had seized the initiative 3 or 4 years ago and made critical investments in our infrastructure. As the Vice President himself often says, we know we need it. It's not as if this would be funding that wouldn't have direct benefits for the American people. There's plenty of critical investment projects that would improve our economy and improve quality of life here in the United States. A whole host of road and bridge projects, airport upgrades, even laying new rail lines that would improve the economy and improve quality of life in communities all across the country. So that's money that would be well spent in those projects. It also would stimulate economic growth and create jobs. So I would hesitate to draw a line between one spending proposal and one economic indicator, but there's no denying that the longer-term trends would be even better than they already are if Republicans had followed the President's advice. Fortunately, there are some things that we were able to do without strong Republican support, things like the Recovery Act and the Affordable Care Act and Wall Street reform, all of which did have positive benefits for our economy that we continue to enjoy. The vast majority, those things were passed, even though the vast majority of Republicans who were in office at the time opposed them. And we continue to look for additional ways to strengthen our economy, even in the face of unprecedented Republican obstruction in Congress.
House Speaker Paul Ryan says he's invited Prime Minister Modi of India to address a joint meeting of Congress on June 8th. Will the Prime Minister be coming to the White House as well?
The White House has been in close touch with a range of Indian officials to discuss a potential visit by Prime Minister Modi to Washington. We're still engaged in those discussions. Obviously, the President has a strong working relationship with Prime Minister Modi. President Obama has complimented the important role that Prime Minister Modi played in Paris in ensuring the successful completion of the Paris climate talks. The President had a long meeting with Prime Minister Modi in the context of that international meeting. Prime Minister Modi attended and participated in the Nuclear Security Summit that was convened here in Washington just last month. And of course, President Obama, at the beginning of last year, had an opportunity to be the guest of honor at India's Republic Day celebration. That obviously was a memorable visit for the President, and he was the first President to be so honored. And he accepted an invitation that had been extended by Prime Minister Modi. So they obviously have a strong working relationship, and we're in conversations with them about scheduling a visit. Okay.
Follow.
Tim.
There was an airstrike in Aleppo, Syria, on a hospital. Dozens of patients and doctors killed. Can you tell us anything about that and who might have been responsible and what it means for the pause?
Well, Tim, we strongly condemn the wave of airstrikes and shelling that have killed more than 60 people in Aleppo in just the last 24 hours. We're particularly appalled by an airstrike on an MSF-supported hospital in Aleppo that killed at least 14 patients and 3 doctors, including reportedly one of the last pediatricians in the city. This particular airstrike on the MSF supported facility follows multiple airstrikes over the course of this week that were reportedly carried out by the Assad regime. In particular, we saw the Assad regime carry out a strike against a Syrian civil defense station in the town of Al-Atareb in Aleppo province. It's believed that 5 members of the civil defense have been killed, and many more innocent people were injured. This attack fits the Assad regime's abhorrent pattern of striking first responders. More than 100 first responders have been killed in action, and many are killed in what are often referred to as double tap strikes. And this is where after a strike has been carried out on a location, forces, including airplanes, will sometimes return to that location after first responders have arrived to try to treat the injured, and another strike is carried out that results in first responders themselves being victims. These tactics are abhorrent, they're immoral, but unfortunately they're entirely consistent with the actions that we've seen from the Assad regime for quite some time. This does place even more pressure on an already fragile cessation of hostilities. And it's the continued violation of that cessation of hostilities by the Assad regime and supporting forces that is also having a negative impact on the political talks. The other concern that the United States and the international community continues to have is how the violations of the cessation of hostilities are affecting the ability of the international community to provide much-needed humanitarian assistance to innocent Syrians who are caught in the crossfire there. When we initially brokered the cessation of hostilities a couple of months ago, we discussed how one of the potential important benefits of implementing the cessation of hostilities was creating the space for humanitarian relief and supplies to be delivered to these communities that have been under so much pressure for years now. So our concerns remain significant, and you'll recall that President Obama had an opportunity to speak with President Putin, I guess a couple of weeks ago now, to reinforce our view that the Russian president should use his influence with the Assad regime to encourage them to live up to the commitments that they made in the context of the cessation of hostilities. And we certainly believe that there is more the Russians can do to affect that result.
And just to be clear, you're saying it's consistent with what the regime has done. So this attack was likely the regime as well?
Well, again, this is an attack that just occurred overnight, so I can't offer up a full assessment, but it certainly is consistent with the kinds of tactics we've seen the Assad regime use all across the country.
And the UN has said if the talks deteriorate, that Presidents Putin and Obama should intervene. Is there any move towards them talking again about this?
Well, I don't have any upcoming conversations to tell you about at this point. Obviously, the United States is deeply engaged in encouraging all parties to the cessation of hostilities to return to the negotiating table. And President Obama talked about this at some length with the GCC partners, GCC countries that the president met with last week in Saudi Arabia.
And for everybody just joining us right now, we're waiting for a Donald Trump rally live in Costa Mesa, California. One of the first times he's campaigned here in California. He's been doing fundraisers, but now it's rally time as we get closer to that June 7th primary.
You want to leave and fire all these people. And you're not just going to go to another country, make your product, sell it across our really weak borders, because our borders are going to be so strong, folks. Our borders will be so strong. Believe me. So you're just not going to make your product, sell it across the borders. And this goes for all, not just air conditioners. And I would tell them. Now, ideally, I tell them early. And in all fairness, you know, you need the federal government has to set a standard. You can't do it from just a local basis, unless they're moving to another state. Then you got to fight it out. But we're keeping them in the country. But people aren't doing that. They're moving to Mexico. Mexico is a mini China right now. If you look at the automobile industry, what's going on in Mexico is incredible. NAFTA is a disaster. NAFTA was one of the worst things ever signed in the history of this country from an economic standpoint. NAFTA, it sucked our jobs away. It sucked them away. And John Kasich approved NAFTA when he was in Congress. He was a deciding vote for NAFTA. And it was signed by President Bill Clinton. There's a relative that's going to be running for office. Signed by Clinton. No, but I mean, you look at your empty factories. You look at what's going on. You look at, by the way, and you talk about an industry that's getting hit. Take a look at your steel industry, and I know what to do to fix it, folks. Believe me, these guys don't. These politicians don't know. Look at your steel industry in Indiana. And you look at U.S. Steel and these great, great companies at one time, and now it's like they're just not the same deal. And we're going to change it around. You know, China is dumping like crazy. They're dumping all over the place. And people said to me, oh, but maybe the product's going to cost more. And, you know, that's true. And they never say the second part. But we're going to have jobs, and that's going to more than offset the price, because we're going to have jobs again. We're going to have jobs. Our jobs are being taken away. And we're going to have a time, if I win, where Apple is going to make its product in the United States. So you watch. You watch. So Kasich approved NAFTA. You look at Cruz, and he doesn't want to talk about China's manipulation of their currency, because TPP, Trans-Pacific Partnership, study it and remember the words. Because if I don't get in, I'll bet you it gets approved, and that will make NAFTA look like a baby. That's big time. That's not Mexico and this. That's 12 countries. They are going to do a number, and then China's going to be lurking in the background. They're not involved with it, but they are actually involved, because if they love it, they're going to come right through the back door. This is a 5,000-page document that nobody in our country, in my estimation, has ever read. Probably never even looked at. And all of the countries that are beneficiaries of it, meaning taking our money, our jobs, and everything else, they know every single word. They know where the commas are. They know where the paragraphs begin. And we don't have anybody that reads documents. You know, when you looked at Obamacare, it was thousands of pages, and nobody read it. Nobody read it. It's a disaster, by the way, total disaster. Your rates are going up 35, 45, 55%. It's a disaster. Nobody read it. Nobody even knows how to define it. The only way you can do it is you have to buy books, the definition, and they tell you chapters. It's horrible. It's horrible. Trans-Pacific Partnership is a disaster. So here's what happens. Okay, we have to go back, because, you know, you all know how I feel. Just trust me. Trade, you're going to be so happy. You're going to be so proud of your country. You're going to be so proud of me. Me. I didn't need this. I built this great company. I have a nice life. I said, oh, what do I do? What do I do? My wife always says, are you sure you want this? I say, yeah, we're going to make America great again. We're going to do something great. It's very important. It's very important. My daughter Ivanka, who's so great, she's such a terrific person. She loves the country. She said, Dad, it's a lot of work. You know, when I do this and then I do 3 more today. And she said, Dad, do you enjoy it? And actually, I enjoy it. I must be honest. I think I enjoy it. It's a dirty business. It's a hard business. It's a rigged deal. I mean, the whole thing is rigged. You know, if I wasn't winning by so much, I'd have no chance, because all the delegate stuff is rigged. I mean, it's rigged. You look at Louisiana, which I won, and that's when I found out. The state of Louisiana is where I found out, in all fairness. And then it happened in Wyoming, even worse, because they didn't even get a chance to vote. And then it happened in Colorado, where they never voted. The bosses picked the winners. The boss. I never met the boss. I don't know. I want people to vote. But in Louisiana, I wasn't supposed to win. That was Cruz territory. Heavy on evangelicals who love me, because they don't like liars. Remember with the Bible? The Bible held high and then he lies. But I've been winning with the evangelicals by a lot because they know two things. Pastor Jeffress said it. They know Pastor Jeffress has been incredible. If you look at Jerry Falwell Jr., who has been amazing, Liberty University, so many of the pastors and ministers and people that really understand, they say, you know, we need strength. We need protection. Like with the women, I won the women in New York by a tremendous margin. I mean, there's nobody cherishes and nobody respects women more than Donald Trump. That I can tell you. Nobody. And I won it so big in New York. And I was saying to somebody, women are going to do, I will be so much better to women than Hillary Clinton is. So much better on health care issues. And you know what else? On the protection of our country. Because ultimately, that's number 1, 2, and 3. We have to protect our country. We are in an evil world right now. We are in the most evil world. It's one of the most evil times ever. And I'm going to protect our country. And everybody agrees to that. Even the congressman that didn't like me said, well, I agree that Trump is tougher, and I agree that maybe he'll be better with the military. Well, once you're better with that, that's like about 80% of it. But we'll protect our country. We're going to make our military so strong, so powerful, cheapest thing we can do, that nobody's going to mess with us, and we're going to take care of our vets who are treated far worse in many cases than illegal immigrants, far worse. And we're going to make our vets proud that they served our country. Proud. Thank you. We love our vets. They're not being treated right. They're not being treated right. So we've been doing really well. But then, all of a sudden, we had this massive victory in New York where I got everything. I mean, I got virtually everything. You know, the dishonest media back there, they're saying like, well, let's see. Trump probably can't break 45. Well, we got almost 62. And that's hard when you have 3 people running. And you know, it's also hard. We had states where I had 9 people, and I'd get like 32 and win the state, and they'd say, he didn't break 50. Now, they're not stupid. They know you can't. You have 9 people. So we're doing good. We broke, and now we come to the next. New York was fantastic. And you know what the nice part about New York, which affects you? The New York people, the voters, know me better than anybody, okay? They know everything about Donald Trump. I mean, that's where I go. You know, it's been a long time I've been doing this, okay? Not this, but I've been out there a long time. And to get a landslide, which was almost 100%, far greater even than the polls, and every aspect and every location in the city did phenomenally well, and you win with numbers that nobody ever thought was possible. And those are the people that know you. So even if you come from Indiana or you come from someplace else, it's nice that the people that know you best can give you that kind of, you know, like for instance, if you do Hillary and you go to Arkansas, she doesn't do great in Arkansas. That's where she comes from. I'll beat her in Arkansas. She comes from Arkansas. And the truth is, they abandoned their state. I mean, they abandoned Arkansas, right? They abandoned Arkansas. So I don't know why. I mean, I'll say it. See, nobody else will say it. Nobody ever says it. They abandoned Arkansas for New York. And as far as New York, they're not real New Yorkers because they didn't come from New York. So either way, they can't win, okay? We'll win both of them. But it's interesting because, so now Cruz is getting clobbered. Now we win New York. Lion Ted, that's right. Let's go. Lion Ted, he's one liar. He is one dishonest guy. So here's what happens. So now I win New York, this incredible victory. Then we go to the 5 states, and these are very different because you have Delaware and Rhode Island, then you have Maryland, Connecticut, and you have Pennsylvania. Big, big. So you have 3 big ones. You have 2 beauties on each end. Very diverse, very different. The one thing they have in common, they're all losing a lot of jobs to other countries. They're tremendous, 45, 50%. You know, it used to be I'd say to my statisticians, give me the information, like on Delaware, and then give me Pennsylvania the next day, and give me Maryland. And it was almost like 45% loss, 50% loss, 55% loss, manufacturing gone. But I almost didn't need it. I just go up, I have to say, hey, you got about 50% of your jobs are being lost. Every place, all over the country. It's like a disaster. They're being taken away from us, and the politicians don't know how to do anything about it. So Cruz is getting absolutely killed. Kasich is getting absolutely killed. Think of it. Kasich is now 1 for 38 or 42 or something. He won one. And if I campaigned there for 2 days more, I would have won. 2 days more. I left Florida. I was all set to go to Ohio, and I had a dirty poll put out by the media. A dirty poll. You know what that is? A phony poll. And it said, because I was going to win Florida easily. And Florida was set up so that it was meant for Jeb, or Marco, who's a good guy, Marco, I have to tell you. And Jeb is going to come around. I really believe that. But it was meant for the establishment, not for me. Winner take all. When they heard I was in the race, winner take all. Meaning the establishment will get 100% of the 99 delegates. That's one of the biggest, Florida's a great place. Great governor, Rick Scott, great guy, great governor, doing a great job. A lot of jobs coming in. Florida's doing great. So 99 delegates, winner take all. And then 2 weeks after they formally did that, a poll comes out. There were like 6 people, 7 people. Donald Trump had almost 50% of the vote. They said, whoa, we got to go back. This is no good. And then I won Florida. Big. I wouldn't let him change it. But it's a rigged deal. You see, it's rigged. And what happened is with Louisiana, I was down like 4 or 5 points. But I know people in Louisiana, like I know people here, the Hilberts. I have so many friends here. And they're unbelievable people. And I said, let's go to Louisiana. I got 3 days. Let's go around and campaign. I've never done it, so it's fun for me, right? I've been doing this for 9 months. Am I doing a good job for 9 months in all fair? It's funny. When the results came out a couple of days ago, the results came out, and it was Trump wins in a landslide, all of those 5 states, and Trump wins in a landslide, New York, the week before. And one of the pundits, who actually hates me, which is interesting, but they said, the amazing thing? He's only been doing this for 9 months. He's beating these senators and these governors. They've been there for like 20 years and 30 years. He's been doing this for 9 months. But, you can be smart. You can be smart. And I've been dealing in politics for a long time. Nobody knows politicians. Believe me, nobody knows politicians like I know politicians. So with Louisiana, I go on campaign. Then they have their election different from you. Yours is Tuesday. You got to vote. Is everybody going to vote on Tuesday, please? So different. They have their election on Saturday. And I go Friday night. I say, I'm going to be there. And I land, and they have this massive, massive hangar. And the place is packed. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people. And it's brimming outside of the hangar, through the doors, practically through the windows. I mean, the people were all over the place, going back into the runways. And I say, I think they like me here. Just like outside. You know how many people, you're in this room, and then we have another room that's bigger, that's packed. And then outside, we have thousands of people listening to what I'm saying. You believe it? You believe it? No, it's amazing. And it's like that all over. Because we have a movement, and everyone's talking about it. I'll tell you, everyone's talking about it. So I go to Louisiana, and I campaign for a few days, and I see there's something going on. Because they want jobs, and they want strong military, and they want to get rid of Obamacare. They want all the things that we all want, right? They say Trump figured it out. I said, there's nothing to figure out. People are making less money now in real wages than they made 20 years ago. And they're working harder, and some of them are working 2 jobs and they're making less. It's supposed to be the other way around as we get older, right? It's supposed to be. But don't feel bad. I'm working harder also, so I am working harder. But the truth is, look, I go to Louisiana, and I have this big crowd, and the next day they have the election on a Saturday, and the results are announced that night. Trump wins. I wasn't supposed to. It was supposed to be Lion Ted Cruz wins. And I do great with the evangelicals, and they really brought me over the top. So I win Louisiana. Then about 2 weeks later, they're showing me everything, and they're showing how well I'm doing because I'm winning South Carolina. I'm winning so many places, right? I won the South. I wasn't supposed to win the South. Alabama, Arkansas, we win Kentucky, we win Florida. We're winning all these places. some of which I was not supposed to be winning. And I win by landslides. Then we win in Massachusetts. I win Alabama, Massachusetts. That's quite diverse, right? So we win, and they're showing me how well I'm doing. And I see Louisiana, and then I see delegates. So I win by a lot of votes, Louisiana. Then on here is right-hand column, it says delegates. I said, wait a minute, what's wrong? They said, what's wrong, sir? I said, I won the state of Louisiana, but why do I have less delegates than Cruz, who I beat? Oh, well, he went there and he started wining and dining all of these delegates, bringing them out for state dinners, bringing them out for steak, for hotels, for maybe cruises. Maybe they went fishing with all of these people that he's paying. I said, wait a minute, I don't understand. This is my first, don't forget, you know. And I realized it's a crooked system. So I said, wait a minute. So I won the state, but I get less delegates than this guy. That was my first. Who the hell would ever think this could happen? So then I hear about Colorado, right? Where they're whining and dining, and you know, they were having people protesting on the streets. They took the vote away from, they didn't even have a vote, because they went out to a poll, and I did great in the poll in Colorado, and I was going to win Colorado like I won Florida and other places. So they gave the vote to the bosses, and you go out and you wine and dine the delegates. All of a sudden I say, when are we going to Colorado? No reason to go, sir. I said, what do you mean no reason to go? Well, it's over. Colorado is all delegates. It's all, you know, they get wined and dined. I said, you can almost buy the election. Put $100 million worth of freebies in a bag. Let's go buy the election. So I said, it's a rigged system. So then I realized, and here's the good news, a lot of it, well, actually, Colorado's really unfair. So is Wyoming. Very, very bad. They got to change that, because that's bad, because that actually counts on the front row. Because Cruz can't win when you have to get a vote. He can do it because they have this team of very good experts. I could get much better, got much more money than he does, but it's just an unfair, it's an unfair deal. It's an unfair deal. So here's the story. So now we start a streak. And we win in Arizona, and we're winning all over the place. And the only way it's working for me, I mean, I'm still not happy, and we're going to do it on the first ballot. And when you hear he signed all these delegates, they're signing them for second, third, fourth, and they're not signing them for the first ballot. The first ballot, fortunately, they're locked in, right? They're all locked in. And Pennsylvania had the same thing. I won in a massive, massive landslide. And they have a great Republican chairman. And really a great guy, Mr. Gleason, great guy. But he's a fair guy. But one thing with Pennsylvania, they have a moral obligation, and I've heard it for a long time, that whoever wins, there's a moral obligation of the people, of the delegates, to vote for the person that wins. So today they announced I had like 52 or 54 out of the 70. But I said, what about the rest of them? Yeah, but I did say, I think they announced 54 today. So I win this state in a massive landslide. I got 17. And they have like 70-something. I said, wait a minute, I got 17. But the good news is today, I think they announced I got an additional 34 or something. But here's the thing. But there's like 22 or 21 out there. I said, what about them? What about them? I won in a landslide. I won every county. I won everything. What about them? Well, we'll work. It's a rigged system, folks. It's horrible. It's a horrible, horrible system. It's a horrible system. And it's done so that the bosses can pick whoever they want. Now, here's the only problem. I've been winning by so much that you can't. And you probably heard me say it a couple of times. I've said it, the boxer. I know a guy's a champ. I know all the boxers. I love the boxers. We love the boxers. There's a toughness, you know. And this is a champ, and he wants to fight in a certain territory where the challenger lives. And the challenge is very good and very popular. And it's a great area, a lot of money. And the champ wants to fight there. I say, what are you, crazy? He said, you'll get a bad decision. If it goes, he said, no, you don't understand. There's one thing they can't do. If I knock him out, Mr. Trump, if I knock him on his ass and he's unconscious, there's nothing they can do, Mr. Trump. And that's what he did. He knocked him out. He knocked him out. And we're doing the same thing because I'm winning by millions of votes. And in fact, today, with a long way to go, although we don't have a long way, if I can win in Indiana. If I win it, we win. It's over. It's over. If we win in Indiana, it's over. But, you know, with a long way to go, Millions and millions of votes. California, New Jersey, all great places. Great places. Oregon, state of Washington, New Mexico, lots of states. But I have now broken the all-time record in the history of the Republican Party for votes. For votes. And we're not even done. I mean, we've already gotten more votes than Mitt Romney got through the whole thing, who unfortunately let us down. He choked. What can I tell you? That was an election should have been won, folks. That was an election should have been won. You know, I backed him. We lost. I backed McCain. Nice guy, but we lost. I said, this time, folks, we're going to do it ourselves, okay? We're doing it ourselves. So, but I'm watching the television this morning, and I see it in the papers. In the history of the primaries, it said, Donald Trump breaks the all-time record. I said, how can I break a record? We're like, 3/4 through. I got more votes, which to me means much more than delegates, to be honest with you. It should be based on votes, not based on people that are, they like a certain steak in a certain place. But with that, I have now a lot of loyal delegates. They've been great. But it should be based on votes. It should be more based on votes. All right. But what happens is, so I break the record, the all-time record, and I'm saying to myself, I can't believe it. In the history of Dwight Eisenhower, you look at some of the great names on there, and we've beaten them already. So we're going to break the record by millions of votes by the time it ends, by millions. And I'm saying to myself, how would you like to be the guy that's running the party? And Reince, I think, is a good guy, Reince Priebus. He runs RNC, Republican National Committee. But how would you like to be the guy where Cruz goes around and, I would never use the word bribe. Some people would say bribes the delegates. I would never say a thing like that. But he gets, the steaks are really good, really expensive, or maybe the trips to Paris or whatever the hell they do. And they get these delegates on the second and the third and the fourth round. They're committed. Why? Because they like to have good meals, right? So, which I'm not doing. But I have the first. But let's say we're 20 short or 100 short. But let's say, and we're not going to be, we're going to get it in the first, by the way. Don't worry about it. I don't want to scare you. Don't worry about it. But let's say we were 30 or 40 or 100. Let's say we should. Okay. So now you have Trump, who goes to a second. And I don't care about the second, right? I'm not playing for the second. That's why when you hear Cruz got delegates, he got them for the second, third, fourth, etc. It doesn't mean anything if you win on the first. How would you like to be the man that has to make the decision where Trump got 5 million more votes, broke the all-time record in the history of the Republican Party in primaries, has 500 delegates more than Cruz, and beyond that with Kasich, okay, beyond that. I mean, I've been calling Kasich 1 in 38. I actually think, including the islands, he's now 1 in 42. Okay, so I have millions of more votes, hundreds of more delegates. We go to a second ballot, and you put in a guy that lost by 5 million votes and hundreds of delegates. I don't think it can happen. I think there'd be a little problem. No. How do you do that? How do you do it? If a man has, and then they do polls, and the polls are asking very specifically, if something like that should happen, what they all, 72 or 74% say you got to go by whoever gets the most votes, which is really, I think, the right way, okay? But can you imagine that? Now, Cruz is no good at this stuff anyway. But can you imagine if he got 5 million votes less, 500 delegates less, and he becomes the nominee? And he's no good. He can't campaign properly. He doesn't speak properly. It doesn't work. So here's what he does. So he forms an alliance, right? A coalition. He forms an alliance. He colludes. It's called collusion. So he sees he's getting killed. He's getting absolutely annihilated in New York. Now he gets annihilated this last weekend and this last week in 5 states. And he says, boy, I'm in trouble. And I'm going to Indiana. I'm in trouble. So what does he do? He gets Kasich to join together. Stop Trump. And I see these negative ads. They're phony as hell. By the way, they're so wrong. A couple of them are right, but that's okay. But they're for the most part, they're absolutely wrong. I mean, absolutely wrong. They're vicious and horrible. I'm watching television at my Holiday Inn Express. Everyone thinks I fly back home every night. No, they all say, these, the liars back there, they say, Donald Trump gets in his 757 Boeing and he flies back home. And then he comes, I don't want to fly for hours and back and forth. I don't even want to spend that money. You want to know the truth. I'm at a Holiday Inn. Can you believe I'm at a Holiday Inn and I do it?
All right, folks. Donald Trump is expected to do a live rally here. You're looking at it live stage at Costa, Mesa, California, just moments away.
Said goodbye to the family, said goodbye to the friends. With the pop news in their heads and very little money in their hands. Some are black and some are white, and they ain't too proud to sleep on the floor tonight. The blind faith in Jesus, you know that they just might. Rockin' in the USA. You marry a music man. Ballerina, you must have seen her dancing in the sand. Now she's in me, always with me, tiny dancer in my hand. Jesus freaks out in the street, handing tickets out for gone, turning back, she just laughs. The boulevard is not that bad. Piano man, he makes a stand in their auditorium, looking on. She sings the songs, the words she knows, tune she hums. But oh, how it feels so real, lying here with no one near, only you, and you can hear me when I say it softly, slowly. Hold me closer, tiny dancer. Count the headlights on the highway. Lay me down in sheets of linen. You had a busy day today. Hold me closer, tiny dancer. Count the headlights on the highway. Lay me down in sheets of linen. You had a busy day today. Blue jean baby, LA lady, seamstress for the band, pretty eyes, pirate smile. You marry a music man. Ballerina, you must have seen her dancing in the sand. Now she's in me, always with me, tiny dancer at the reception, a glass of wine in her hand. I knew she was gonna meet her connection. At her feet was a footloose man. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, well, you might find you get what you need. And I went down to the demonstration to get my fair share of abuse, singing words gonna vent our frustration. If we don't, we're gonna blow a 50 amp fuse. Sing it to me. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, well, you just might find you get what you need. Oh, baby, yeah. Oh. I went down to the Chelsea drugstore to get your prescription filled. I was standing in line with Mr. Jimmy. A man, did he look pretty ill? We decided that we would have a soda. My favorite flavor, cherry red. I sung my song to Mr. Jimmy. Yeah, and he said one word to me, and that was dead. I said to him, you can't always get what you want. No, you can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. No, but if you try sometime, you just might find you get what you need. Oh yeah. Woo! In a glass was a bleeding man. She was practiced at the art of deception. Well, I could tell by her bloodstained hands. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. But if you try sometime, you just might find, you just might find, you get what you need. Oh yeah. You can't always get what you want. No, no, baby, you can't always get what you want. Tell me now, you can't always get what you want. But if you try sometime,
choice.